Chapter 542. Mindy's hall was still filled with continuous but restrained noises, except perhaps for the rude voices of the Northland and dwarf guests. Many important guests arrived one after another, and the surroundings of the banquet hall became the most familiar social venue for the upper echelons of the capital. As for the host of the banquet, Thales still faithfully carried out his duty. "So, Your Excellency, it is indeed a pity that I missed you. But who knows if this was all arranged by the sunset goddess?" Archdeacon Stylianides nodded politely at the Duke of Starlake. He was frank, humble, considerate, and gave people a good impression of him. It gave me a chance to reflect on myself. Did I care about this matter because of the vanity and status that the position represented, or was it because of my determination and conviction to spread my faith? Of course, the result of the reflection made me feel ashamed. Thales conversed amicably with the most promising young priest in Sunset Church. They exchanged greetings politely, and their smiles were fresh and sincere. From time to time, they nodded in agreement. Facts have proven that I am far from having the qualities that God appreciates. I am indeed not fit to discuss God's teachings with you. Not far away, Doyle narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. He carefully sized up Thales, who was chatting amiably with the guests. "Hey," I recognized that expression. When Glover heard that, he turned his head and glanced at Doyle. "You recognize him again?" "His Highness is smiling," Glover said coldly. But Doyle shook his head and clicked his tongue. No. Believe me, that child's heart must be in turmoil right now, and he wants nothing more than to smash the earth." Glover turned his head back and pretended not to hear. Doyle was left behind to shake his head. He was deeply moved. "Based on my experience, that's when the one you love has promised someone else, and you're powerless to do anything about it." Glover snorted coldly. When he saw that he did not get a positive response, Doyle could not help but turn his head around and poke his colleague. "So, aren't you curious at all?" Doyle was not without regret. What did Count Cassos say to him? Glover glanced at Doyle, then looked behind him. He was expressionless, and he did not speak. "I know." Doyle froze slightly. When he heard the footsteps behind him and the familiar voice, he turned around stiffly. His tone was unsteady. "Your Highness, Duke?" At some point in time, Thales had ended his conversation and was standing behind him with his hand behind his back. He looked radiant. "This child, why is he like a street thief?" Doyle felt gloomy. "I'm already whispering, yet you can still hear me?" "Gilbert told me just now." Thales imitated Doyle's tone just now and was filled with emotion. "The love of my heart has been given to someone else, but I am powerless." Doyle scratched his head and put on an honest, ignorant, and silly smile. If he remembered correctly, the silly Cohen might have used this to capture the young Duke's heart. Then, Thales' expression instantly turned cold. "Are you satisfied?" Doyle's smile froze. About that. You really know how to joke. Who in this world would be so blind as to dare to touch your woman?" In the next second, Doyle shuddered again. For some reason, he felt that after saying those words, the Duke's aura, it seemed colder. Thales snorted softly and walked away. Glover pursed his lips and followed obediently. "Hey!" The zombie walked past Doyle, who had asked for a snub, and did not care at all. I recognized that expression. Doyle was stunned for a moment before he glared at him fiercely. "Bah, zombie, I really misjudged you. So you're also a gossipy man who takes pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'll remember this." Thales did not pay attention to the back-and-forth glares and the fight between the two people behind him. He just walked forward, minding his own business. In fact, Doyle had hit on some of his thoughts. Thales could no longer remember how he said goodbye to Gilbert. What he remembered was that he still maintained his poise and etiquette, just like the most competent Duke of Starlake. He appeared at the position to welcome the guests and continued his duties. But only the Duke himself knew. From that moment onwards, his footsteps became much heavier in his days. The noises around him blended into a blur, but he could no longer filter out the part he wanted from it. "Calm down, Thales." The Duke was expressionless as he thought to himself. "Saroma, she'll be fine." They captured the enemy's commander, whether she's alive or dead. The muscles on Thales' arms tightened without him realizing it. The sin of Hell's river started to flow silently. No, Thales' breathing gradually quickened. No, calm down, Thales. The prince told himself again. Pull yourself together. Saroma will be fine. She's the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City. The Freedom Alliance understands that letting her live is far more valuable than killing her to vent their anger. Or worse, when he thought of this, Thales' breathing instantly tightened. Because you're a girl, then it's destined that in most games in this world, you'll have to pay a higher price than men. When he thought of what he once said to the girl, Thales felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. At that moment, his heart was filled with boundless rage that even he himself could not fathom. It burned everything. Nicholas, dead face, why can't you protect your king? You've only scratched yourself in the hands of the Raven of Death, and you become useless? How dare you call yourself the Star Killer? Regent Leespan, the protector and protector of Dragoncloud City. Aren't you the born king's eye of the dragon? Don't tell me that all your schemes went to hell with the late king. Count Carcagel, he's known as King Nuven's best general. Don't tell me that his battle record of conquering Fort Liberté without an arm is shameless boasting. Archduke Rockney, the illustrious, resolute, and courageous master of the city of faraway prayers, can't even do anything to a tiny Fort Liberté. How the hell are you going to rule? Why don't you kill yourself to apologize to the world? As for the others, the sin of Hell's river flowed faster and fiercer in his veins. Eksted's brave and skillful Northland army. Are they all just for show? He subconsciously clenched his fists in his sleeves. The sin of Hell's river gradually formed and spread throughout his body. No, Thales thought as he took a deep breath. I can't count on Eksted. I can't count on that bunch of stupid trash to help Saroma. I have to do something. But, think, Thales. Think about what else can you do. Ask Gilbert for help. Ask Constellation to step in. Contact the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But Thales sadly realized that as a prince, no matter what methods he resorted to or what path he took, the huge shadow that enveloped the sky above Mindy's Hall was still impossible to get around. He finally escaped from Eksted, which was full of hostility, and returned to Constellation, but he was still like a bird in a cage, faced with an old friend who needed help. He was helpless. Or was this the truth of his life in this world? His fate? For some reason, he suddenly thought of Priestess Mel Jin, whom he had just met. Sunset bears witness. Our fates have long been intertwined. Thales closed his eyes helplessly. Oh, Sunset, if you truly exist and control the power, if you truly are the patron saint of my family and kingdom, I beg you, please protect her, help her, and watch over her. Pity the innocent girl who was dragged into my unfortunate fate. Wait a minute. He did not understand the gods. But, compared to the gods, the ones who truly exist and control the power, Thales opened his eyes gently. Maybe there's a way, but the price I have to pay. Thales gritted his teeth. The sin of Hell's river roared fiercely in his body. But if this can save her from an even more tragic future, Thales' gaze became colder and colder. The sin of Hell's river became more agitated and almost boiled. At this moment, Thales' shoulder was slapped hard by someone. He instinctively wanted to retaliate, but the person behind him held his arm tightly. He could not move forward or retreat. Your Highness! Mallows stood in front of him. As he grabbed Thales' right hand, he lightly patted the prince's chest. As expected, Thales gritted his teeth and suppressed the desire to pounce on his personal guard captain. The power of eradication in his body was suppressed, and it howled angrily in his blood. It was like a beast that was difficult to tame being tied back to its cage. I was wondering why there was something missing here. The watchman was still holding the prince's right arm. He sized up Thales' flat and smooth chest, frowned, and muttered, I'm guessing that the Jade Star insignia on Baron Barney's hand in the banquet hall was not stolen by him. It's purely because you're a prodigal. You gave it away because the other party was a pitiful boy. Of course, it could also be because of a beautiful woman. When he heard his commanding officer's words, Doyle, who was not far away, flashed a knowing smile at his colleague. But Glover still replied to him coldly. By the way, Your Highness, let me introduce the next guest. Thales raised his head with difficulty. Then, with the same difficulty, he smiled. With Mallow's introduction, the Duke of Star Lake warmly welcomed the arrival of Burn Talon. Thales had met the suzerain of Ice River City once at the National Conference 6 years ago. He was one of the 13 appointed counts, and was also a distant relative and close vassal of the Jadestar royal family. In fact, the first Count Talon had been conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake before he was in theft. This made Count Talon's visit even more meaningful. But this information, which he had memorized thoroughly, only flowed through Thales' brain meaninglessly, supporting him to once again pile on a perfect smile and make fake small talk. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a sense of empathy for his enemy, Zayn Covendier. The Duke of Iris Flowers, who wanted to use the Blood Clan to kill him, was probably the same. His heart was burdened, but his face was like a spring breeze, welcoming and sending off. As usual for the Four Seasons, he warmly watched Count Talon leave with Mallows. His behavior was appropriate and generous, and no one could find fault with it. But is this what he can do? Thales thought sarcastically. Stand here and sell smiles at some stupid banquet of mine? At the same time, the girl I owe so much to might be trapped in the enemy's camp. Thales took a deep breath. At this moment, a low voice drilled into his ears. I'm thinking, maybe letting you practice your sword last night was a wrong choice? Making your youthful heart even more restless? Thales paused and looked at Mallows, who had returned at some point in time. The latter leaned close to his ear and whispered, unless you're going to have a duel to the death with a guest tonight, to show off your fierceness from the northern region, Mallows said sarcastically. Otherwise, please take care of your power of eradication. Thales calmed himself down. You know, don't forget, I'm your martial arts teacher, Mallows said flatly. Only then did he turn around, as if nothing had happened, shielded Thales behind him, and reprimanded Doyle, who was making faces at Glover. Thales adjusted his breathing, but he had an epiphany. Wake up, Thales! You're still far from being able to overturn the chessboard. Meet the enemy. Detect the enemy. Subdue the enemy. Thales silently recited the 3 principles of facing the enemy and thought about it carefully. The sin of Hell's river seemed to be in sync with its master state. At this moment, it flowed slowly, dark and sluggish, without the madness and violence from before. Chapman Lampard. A name crossed his mind. Extet's western expedition was defeated, and even the commander-in-chief was captured. This was no longer just a problem of the 3 territories. It concerned the dignity of all of Extet. If King Chapman still wanted to keep his position, he could not turn a blind eye and pretend to be deaf and mute. He had to take back Saroma from the Alliance of Freedom in the name of the kingdom. Of course, this might come at the cost of Black Sand region reaching out to the internal affairs of the 3 cities and expanding the royal power. Wait, expanding the royal power. Thales' thoughts cleared up. The Alliance of Freedom was small and weak. Normally, it was impossible for them to fight against the powerful 3 cities of Dragon Clouds, Faraway Prayers, and Defense on their own and turn the tables. They might have strong reinforcements and external forces to interfere with the situation. Thales frowned. King Chapman, it's you? It's you again? Then things are not so simple. He will use the captured Saroma as a bargaining chip and use every bit of value she has. Divide, bribe, extort, deceive, he will do anything. Weaken the city of Faraway Prayers. Intimidate Defense City. Subdue Dragon Cloud City. As for Little Rascal, be careful, Thales. When people smell your weakness, King Chapman's voice vaguely rang in his ears. Thales clenched his fist again. What should I do? 1,000 miles away, how should I face? Chapman Lampard, what should I do? Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. The sin of Hell's river seemed to have smelled its master's mood. When it realized that it was showing signs of rising again, it became restless and attempted to spread all over its master's body again. But in the next moment, a new guest interrupted Thales' recollection. The newcomer strode forward, his cloak fluttering slightly. His left, I was covered by a scar, and his remaining, I was cold and fierce. Thale's breathing paused for a moment. It's him. 6 years ago, old friend. The moment this noble appeared, the originally noisy courtyard of Mindy's hall quieted down, as if a conductor had waved his baton and put a stop to the music. Even Doyle was no longer smiling cheekily. The guests who saw him fell silent. Those who recognized him went forward in twos and threes to greet him after being prompted by each other. The nobleman in his prime was not enthusiastic either. He casually and arrogantly responded to the greetings of the lower-ranking nobleman. The nobleman in his prime walked into the hall and handed his cloak to an attendant. He took a pen and paper, drew a line on the guest list, and looked around Mindy's hall. Rudolph told me before that this is a good place, and it's worth visiting often. The nobleman in his prime snorted softly and said coldly, "Now? I still prefer the land of cliffs." In the next second, the one-eyed guest stopped looking at Thales. Under Mallow's signal, Thales walked forward slowly and smiled. "Honorable Duke Nanchester, welcome," but the other party cut him off directly. "Why are you so thin and weak? You didn't grow much?" Thales' expression froze. Coaster Nanchester, guardian duke of the land of cliffs, owner of the great antler deer, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, frowned as he sized him up. "Did the Northland barbarians mistreat you for the past 6 years?" As the Duke of Star Lake, Thales was silent for a while. He could only continue to give him a decent smile. Coaster snorted coldly. "Then you better return the favor and live up to the stars." With that, the One-Eyed Dragon pushed the attendant away and walked forward without even looking at the prince. "No." Thales frowned slightly, but he felt relieved. At least he still had something he could do. "Sir Coaster, do you know Levi Trentida?" Coaster's footsteps stopped. Thales gestured to Mallows and the other two to stand down. He caught up to the One-Eyed Dragon and stood opposite him. "He's the son of the Archduke of Reformation Tower. He's also here for the banquet today." Coaster narrowed his single eye and carefully sized Thales up. Trentida, the Duke of the Land of Cliffs, snorted disdainfully. "Some shameless Northland bastard has many sons and many bastards. God knows which one of his sons it is. God knows if it's his." Listening to the other party's emotional confirmation of Trentida, Thales was deep in thought. Reformation Tower was adjacent to the Northern Territory and was related to the border between the two countries. But it actually had more mountainous territory bordering the land of Cliffs region of the Nanchester family. They both lived and developed in the Sighing Mountains and were in confrontation with each other. Two cowards, separated by a great canyon, nested on two peaks, cursing at each other from a distance. "Come over if you have the guts." Nicholas, who was picking his nose in disdain while listening to the two children's Northland history lesson in boredom. Thales took a step closer, forcing himself not to look at Coaster's scarred left eye. He said softly, "Levi, I need help. I want to buy some food to bring home." "Food?" The One-Eyed Dragon moved slightly. "Food." Thales had no time to lament the other party's reaction. He nodded. "The autumn harvest is over and winter is coming." Thales looked at the One-Eyed Dragon, and their eyes met. For the first time in 6 years, Coaster turned around and looked straight at Thales. Thoughts swirled in his eyes. As if this was their true reunion. Thales smiled and raised his hand, gesturing for the other party to go first. The two of them walked forward. "But I think it's not just food," Thales said calmly. Coaster narrowed his single eye. Thales smiled and nodded. One of them lived in the Northland, while the other bordered the territory. Both of them had their own understandings, and there was no need to elaborate. As a territory on the southwest border of Ekstedt, Reformation Tower was located in the Sighing Mountains. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, stable and peaceful. It was also rich in minerals and profitable, but they were also limited by the terrain. Their feudal enfeoffment was complicated, their vassals were scattered, and their arable land was scarce. The soil was barren. In recent years, they had absorbed many immigrants who fled from the increasing local conflicts in the kingdom. The day before the bitter cold winter every year was a test for the suzerains of Reformation Tower. They had no choice but to trade minerals and metallurgy for a long period of time and import food. In the past, With Alceus of prestige orchid and Lampard of black sand, Thales was indifferent, but his gaze was astute. The three territories have a strong alliance, a close relationship, in-laws, and are of the same branch. Reformation Tower has its own way of importing supplies and storing food for winter. Of course, if they were willing to pay the price, put down their dignity, and put down their pride, this was Archduke Trinita's specialty, which was despised in the Northland. It was not impossible for the powerful Dragon Cloud City and the food-producing Beacon Illumination City to lower their status and help. But now, Coaster's expression changed slightly as he listened to him. Thales snorted softly. Ever since King Nuvin's death and King Chapman's coronation, Dragon Clouds was weak and Beacon Illumination was timid. As for faraway prayers, defense, I see, elk, and sentinel, they were either too far away to help, or each had their own ulterior motives and did not care. But what was more frightening was that Reformation Tower's neighbor, Black Sand region, had already risen to power under King Chapman's leadership. As a result, the balance in Ekstedt lost its balance. Lampard of Black Sand region, Alceus of Prestige Orchid region, Trentida of Reformation Tower. In the south of Ekstedt, there was once a trinity, united against a common enemy. To the north was Dragon Cloud City, and to the south were the three archdukes of Constellation. The three Northland families who had been eager to fight and eyeing Renaissance Palace and Broken Dragon Fortress for 18 years had made Renaissance Palace and Broken Dragon Fortress fearful. They had long since parted ways. They appeared to be united, but were actually divided. Thales and Coaster paced slowly. Both of them were deep in thought. So, they turned to you? To the Jade Star royal family? Coaster said coldly. Thales exhaled and started brainstorming. Based on my understanding, as cunning as Trentida, they would not bet easily, the Duke of Star Lake said softly. They should be smiling and shaking hands with Lampard, and continuing to trade and purchase food through the old channels, as if everything was normal. On the other hand, they would be like today, storing food in batches from the channels, including Constellation, to reduce pressure, accumulating it over time for emergencies. The one-eyed dragon snorted coldly. They have always been two-faced. I'm not surprised. If that's true, then they must have started at least 6 years ago. Thales nodded. If they want to transport goods from Constellation to Reformation Tower and avoid Black Sand region, they can't go through the Northern Territory. They can either take the sea route directly from Eastern Sea Hill. Coaster nonchalantly took over the topic. Or take the land route through my territory. Thales sighed and nodded. Land of cliffs. Smuggling. Coaster was deep in thought. But since they came to you, then it must be. In the next second, the one-eyed dragon's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head sharply. What happened to the war with the Alliance of Freedom after you returned? The Northland barbarians lost? Thales sighed in his heart. This guy's reaction is really fast. Even he himself had to interrogate Gilbert to obtain some scattered news about Northland from the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Secret Intelligence Department. No, the Northland barbarians can't lose. Coaster immediately reacted, his expression solemn. So, Lampard must have one. Thales' heart sank. He stopped in his tracks and cleared his throat. Let me put it this way. The outcome is still unknown. But King Chapman has a huge advantage. This news made Coaster mull over it for a long time. You mean, you want me to be kind and let go of Reformation Tower's goods to increase their confidence to fight against the King of Black Sand? To weaken Constellation's great enemy in the future? Thales stared at the other party's single eye and was silent for a long time. It was this Duke in front of him who went on a rampage 6 years ago and led the charge to force the abdication of the throne during the National Conference. It was also this Duke who spoke arrogantly with anger 6 years ago and planted the seed of doubt in Thales' heart. What exactly does he want? No, I'm just reminding you. Thales said calmly. This is an opportunity, and also a bargaining chip. The one-eyed dragon's expression changed slightly. If Reformation Tower really has such a plan, then you can set up a roadblock to seize them, threaten and blackmail them, or even send someone to rob and kill them halfway. The scene of Trentida speaking up for him in the Hall of Heroes and facilitating the king's selection was still vivid in his mind. But Thales just shook his head and waved away the sincere apology to the Archduke with a bowl cut. Since there's profit to be made, why not? At this moment, the way Koster looked at him became interesting, a little more lively, and no longer so cold and indifferent that strangers could not get close to. But Thales changed the topic. But you can also let them go all the way and even take the initiative to reinforce them, making them more and more dependent on the benefits of your supply line. For the past few decades, this is how King Nuvan dealt with Elafir City. Thales said coldly. The playfulness in Koster's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. First, clear the roadblocks, re-establish the trade route, and generously transport and provide strong support. Thales gently reached out and slowly closed his hand in the air. Wait until they get used to being intoxicated and deeply dependent, then slowly withdraw and gently strangle their necks. He suddenly clenched his fist. Just like that, Elafir City is in a dilemma, at the mercy of others, suppressed by Dragon Cloud City and unable to fight back. Koster frowned fiercely. Thales put down his palm and looked up with a smile. Advance or retreat, attack or defend, it's all up to you. The Duke of Star Lake happily bowed. Happy holy pursuit, Sir Koster. At least, this was what he could do at the moment. Thales thought sadly in his heart. But just as he turned around, the one-eyed dragon spoke softly behind him. So, the born king. Koster paused and narrowed his single eye. You've learned a lot from him? The born king. Thales' heart tightened for no reason. It was as if he had returned to that night, watching King Nuvan calmly stretch out his hand and reveal the ring of triumph. No, for some reason, Thales subconsciously denied it. He was resolute. I've known him for less than a day. What learning? Koster leisurely walked to him and stared at him for a long time. Only then did he speak faintly. Why? Although the other party's reference was unclear, Thales knew what he wanted to ask. Thales looked up, still smiling. As a thank you gift. Thank you for being honest with me 6 years ago. The Duke thanked him with more or less sincerity. Indeed, in these 6 years, I've seen a lot, and I've grown a lot. Honest. Koster continued to stare at him deeply, not saying a word. It was as if Thales was a boulder, and he wanted to carefully carve it with his gaze. 6 years ago, what happened in the north changed everything, right? Changed everything? Thales' mind darkened. Yes, the born king is no longer here. Nuvan VII. As the years passed, the influence became more apparent. Thales became more emotional. That morning, Extet lost, not just a king. Recalling the voice and smile of that unparalleled overlord, the teenager said absent-mindedly, and on the vast continent, 10 bloodthirsty beasts that were once firmly tied to him, obedient and suppressing their instincts, are fighting to come out of the cage. Hungry and picky, fight to the death. From the old crow's point of view, might even bring harm to his neighbors. Endless harm. Koster stared at him closely. No, didn't you see? 6 years ago, this wasn't the only incident that affected the Western Peninsula. Thales snapped out of his daze and was puzzled. What? Compared to a certain king who made a ruckus for a while, he was buried in a coffin. Koster walked forward slowly, clasped his shoulder, and lowered his voice. More importantly, the next moment, the one-eyed dragon's pupils shrank. Thales felt his jaw tighten. Koster's left hand gently pinched Thales' lower jaw and lifted the prince's face before his eyes. Not far away, Doyle and Glover were both shocked. They were about to step forward to stop him, but were held back by Mallows. 6 years ago, a young planet went through baptism and shed its dust. The Duke of Star Lake was stunned. He watched as Koster's single eye pressed against his pupil and listened to Koster's deep and subtle voice seep into his eardrums. Slowly rising, that terrifying eye seemed to contain countless mountains and valleys, standing tall and majestic, shining with a strange light. Following their master's words, the peaks broke through the fog and went straight into the sky, shining with brilliance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The prince, who was stunned by the peaks in Coaster's eyes, suddenly woke up. Oh no, everyone's watching. If someone sees this, Thales, who felt that he was no longer a child, blushed. He shook off Coaster's finger and took a step back, feeling very awkward. You that? I can't. Behind him, Doyle and Glover looked at each other, while Mallows furrowed his eyebrows. But the Duke of Land of Cliffs did not give up. He moved forward steadily, looking rather aggressive. Young Star, return to your position. Coaster's expression was calm, but his words were ancient. Updated daily, until the one-eyed dragon's tone changed, like a sudden change of water flow, turbulent and thrilling. When will you reach the center of the sky and shine in the galaxy? When will you reach the center of the sky and shine in the galaxy? The Duke of Star Lake's heart skipped a beat. Thales steadied his footsteps and calmed his sudden panic. Your attainments in the ancient empire's grammar are profound. The prince took a deep breath and managed to adjust his mood, avoiding the other party's implied topic. Unfortunately, grammar is not my forte. Coaster stood still, ignoring the surprised gazes of others, and locked his single eye on Thales. A few seconds later, he smiled darkly. Pardonable. The Duke of Land of Cliffs let out a disconcerting sneer. If the king is well-versed in both the pen and the sword, regardless of whether it is important or trivial, he is all-round and proficient in everything. Then what is the use of us vassals? Thales tried hard not to interpret this sentence as having a deeper meaning, and answered hastily in embarrassment. So we each perform our duties and serve Constellation together? Coaster narrowed his eyes. So you agree? Our proposal? Thales' heart tightened again. I don't know what you're talking about. The Duke put on a straight face and glanced at the people around him. What proposal? Coaster's eyes turned cold, and he took a step back. But then he looked around Mindy's hall and felt something. The corners of his mouth curled up. Of course. Coaster first chuckled softly. Then he raised his voice and sneered, showing his arrogance. No proposal. No. Thales felt slightly uneasy and anxious. A second later, the Duke of Nanchester, who had laughed enough, lowered his head. His single eye was deep and penetrating. Only a long journey. The sea is boundless. He spoke coldly with a threatening gaze, but his tone was filled with a strange satisfaction. And you have no choice but to leave. Forced to set sail. The moment he finished speaking, the master of the Land of Cliffs, Nanchester of the Great Antlered Deer, the one-eyed dragon, Coaster, turned around and left gracefully. He rudely pushed away the two attendants who were leading the way respectfully. Looking down on everyone else, he sneered as he left. Thales stood rooted to the ground in a daze, his clothes a little messy. It attracted the attention of countless people. They looked at each other. There were countless guesses. After a while, Doyle, who had been following Thales from a distance, carefully looked at the pondering Thales as he tidied up his clothes. About that a zombie. He poked Glover, who was equally suspicious, and whispered, "Don't worry." The moment he arrived, he asked His Highness if he had lost weight and was abused, and then, in the end, he even recited a poem to His Highness. I think I vaguely heard something like "you agreed?" Or something like "forced." Glover glanced at Doyle. He had a rare, strange expression on his face. You mean that Duke Nanchester? Doyle found it hard to believe, and his face was full of suspicion. His preference shouldn't be. Doyle glanced at Thales worriedly, then looked at the banquet hall, where Coaster's back disappeared. Pretty boy. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 543. The sun set in the west. Although the main banquet had yet to begin, the early arrival of the two dukes made the atmosphere in the banquet hall lively. Outside the hall, Logistics Officer Stone and Mindy's hall's chief steward counted the carriages and gifts on the list, arguing back and forth with the coachmen and attendants who spoke with various accents. In the hall, the personal attendants who came with the guests were coming back and forth. From time to time, they would quarrel with the servants in the hall because of their master's needs and their requests. Gilbert had no choice but to arrange for the clowns, dancers, and minstrels to enter earlier. They played music and served wine and food to distract the guests' enthusiasm, attention. It was said that there were quite a number of people who did not receive an invitation and could not enter the venue hurriedly, wanting to try their luck on this special day. Mallows, on the other hand, skillfully and professionally acted as the mediator. He arranged the seats, managed the servants, discussed matters on the spot with the chief steward sent by Renaissance Palace, and dealt with unexpected incidents, such as when a certain low-level noble brought 6 daughters who were not on the list over, or when Jorge, who was excitedly chattering with everyone, "Do you know the famous North Star?" with his saliva flying everywhere. He was rearranged from the foreign guest seat to the honored elderly seat. Thales could only groan inwardly. As the nominal owner of Mindy's Hall, he should sit at the main seat in the hall and quietly wait for the guests. However, firstly, even someone as noble as the king would be attending today's banquet. It would be inappropriate for the second prince to sit calmly. Secondly, Thales' status was special. He had just returned to the kingdom and needed to establish a good first impression. Hence, after the 7 Jadestar attendants and the 2 archdukes, Thales had no choice but to continue dragging a large group of attendants and guards around Mindy's Hall, according to Mallow's arrangements and Gilbert's instructions. "Your Highness, come here quickly. Go there quickly." Where did His Highness go? Thales' private grumbles. He welcomed the designated important guests, placated the guests who were dissatisfied with their seats, and responded to the greetings, whether sincere or not, along the way with definitely fake smiles and salutes, regardless of whether they were sincere or not, in order to display the royal family's demeanor and dignity, as well as the new Duke of Star Lake's warm hospitality, cordial, and appropriate behavior. "Your Highness, your complexion is very good. You look very healthy." Eastern Sea Hills Duke Bob Cullen, who had a head full of white hair and a pot-bellied body, greeted Thales with a radiant face as he was supported by 2 attendants. Thales coughed. "Welcome, Prime Minister. I'm glad to see you in good health." Duke Cullen spent 3 of the 4 seasons recuperating in Eternal Star City. But seeing him today, he was still stout and charmingly naive. He was still the good-natured roly-poly of the kingdom. No, that was not the case. Thales glanced down. "Cullen," Thales said, "of course. Once I knew that you had escaped from the devil's den of the northern barbarians, my illness immediately improved." The guardian of the Eastern Sea Hill looked at the portraits of the 3 kings of Constellation and said with a smile, "God bless Constellation. I miss this mansion so much. I used to come here often when it was still open, but I didn't know how to cherish it. Now that I'm old and don't have many chances, I'm nostalgic. I'm sure you like my gift. I brought you many pearls from Splendor Harbor, spices, tea, and cloth from the Eastern Peninsula, and all sorts of good stuff. They're definitely better than those from South Coast Hill. You know, if we head east, the ocean currents and trade winds will be on our side. Compared to Zane's insincere words and Coaster's harsh words, Duke Cullen's incessant chatter was probably unique in the kingdom. Unfortunately, it was all correct and well-spoken nonsense, and there was nothing one could say to refute or interrupt him. In the past, Thales might have treated it as a routine business and sent it off with a gift. But now Thales sighed and had to interrupt the plump Duke's kind and gentle monologue. Just now, Administrator Jorge from Elefure City wanted to introduce his lord's 3 daughters to me. Duke Cullen's footsteps paused. The sun sword and shield family emblem on his body trembled slightly. Daughters? He adjusted the string of inlaid jewels on his waist, but could not bear the weight. It looked like the precious belt was about to snap from his stomach. 3. Duke Cullen paused and looked at Thales from head to toe. He sighed deeply. "It's good to be young." Thales smiled awkwardly. But the old Duke continued, his tone full of nostalgia. "Back then, I also had 3 in one night. The madam of a brothel, the mistress of Laurel Club wanted to add 1 more for the sake of her status and tips, but I refused. After all, Sunset has taught us that as nobles, we have to set an example, keep ourselves clean, and restrain ourselves. The old fatso's ability to change the topic was probably the best in Constellation. Of course, I'm still not as good as your father. It's said that he once fought 30 in one night in Red Street Market." Thales' face darkened as he listened. He hurriedly interrupted. "No, that's not what Elefure City meant. And it's not 3 at once. It's all at once. The Duke of Eastern Sea was still looking at him with a smile. The prince sighed and gave up on trying to explain the situation, which would only make things worse. About this news, about Elefure City's marriage proposal, do you have anything else to say? Cullen froze for a moment and seemed to be thinking seriously. A second later, he came to a realization. Oh, I'm really sorry. My daughters have married and had children a long time ago. Some of them are even grandmothers. The Prime Minister looked regretful. As for my granddaughters, all right, I'll go back and count them. I'll have to spend some time painting them, preferably a full-body one. I'll give you a list later. Whichever one you like, or which ones. Thales closed his eyes and sighed deeply. When he opened his eyes again, the prince rudely interrupted the Duke. Eksted's coastline is actually not short, and its maritime territories are even bordering ours. That includes Elefure City. Duke Cullen stopped in his tracks. He patted his attendant's shoulder, and the latter bowed and retreated in a practiced manner. Thales felt relieved. There's hope. Whether it's Reformation Tower or the Glacier Sea, the former is limited by the Sighing Mountains, and the latter suffers from the frozen coast. Both lack good ports. Only the Gadro family of Elefure City holds the only two Elefure harbors, which are connected to inland traffic and have hinterland towns, enough to support long-distance fleets. Thales slowly stated his main point. They have the qualifications and ability to sail the sea of eradication and constellation. Thales' eyes shifted, and his tone changed abruptly. To be precise, it's to share the huge profits of the Eastern Sea route with the 7 Eastern seaports under your command. The Duke of Eastern Sea steadily straightened his back and smiled. Your geography lessons are not bad, huh? The Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath. For a century, because of Dragon Cloud City's unprecedented strength, Elefure City has been under control everywhere. They yearn for the support of heroic Spirit Palace, but fear the majesty of the king. They have always been content with their lot in Eksted, keeping a low profile and biding their time. Cullen shook his head. There are benefits to growing up in Northland. Thales frowned, playing dumb, but he had no choice. He had to make the best use of today's meeting. The prince chose to go straight to the point. But today, Archduke Gadro took the initiative to send someone to visit Eternal Star City and attend my banquet. Cullen chuckled. To propose marriage to you as a sign of friendship? Thales shook his head. Their visit, including the childish marriage proposal, is mostly to put on a show and probe. The Duke of Star Lake's eyes flashed, waiting for the right price. The Duke of Eastern Sea paused for a few seconds. When the owner of the Sun Sword and Shield spoke again, his tone was less murky and slippery, replaced by vigilance and shrewdness. Waiting for the right price. Waiting for whose right price? Thales sucked in a deep breath and chose the most appropriate words to describe himself. Your Grace, you have ruled the Eastern Sea and operated Bay of Light for nearly half a century. I believe you know the answer better than anyone. I believe you know better than anyone what Elefure City's actions mean today, and what the pros and cons are. The Duke of Star Lake looked straight at Cullen. The plump old Duke was silent, the emotions in his shrewd eyes unclear. After a long while, he slowly spoke. When King Nuven passed away, I didn't see them so anxious, but the next moment, Duke Cullen narrowed his eyes with a cunning look. So, Dragon Cloud City, who has been supplying them with supplies and reselling goods and backing up their plundering at sea, what's wrong? Thales sighed in his heart. Damn that old fox. Thales had no choice but to show him the answer expressionlessly. The Alliance of Freedom won. Lampard might also win. Duke Cullen stuck out his big belly and made an aha expression of realization. Thales observed the other party's expression and revealed what he had learned. Without the strong support of heroic Spirit Palace, Elefure City has reverted to the original form of the Northland barbarians. No trade routes and no way to plunder. More importantly, they have no king behind them and no confidence in their hearts. Since the land route is blocked, the sea sails will surely sink. Cullen frowned deeply. Before King Nuven passed away, Dragon Cloud City had used an appropriate and lenient method, sometimes generous, sometimes strict, and sometimes generous. They had accumulated power by granting benefits and restricted their power by increasing their power. They had subdued the self-righteous Elafir city, which relied on the sea border's trade route and did not dare to act rashly. The latter was also full of ambivalence towards the Walton family's rule. They coveted the king's strong support from the central government, but were worried about their independent status as a Northland port. They want to beg with their faces swollen, but they don't even bother to offer a bowl. How can there be such a good thing in the world? That goatee doesn't have the confidence, and he's unwilling to accept it, so he can only use words like King of Dragon Cloud City in his letter to mock us. Your grandfather only laughed after reading it, and then opened up more supplies for the guilty Elafir city and resold more goods. Regent Leaspan blurted out when he was explaining the history of Northland to the Archduchess. But now the strong support behind them had not only lost its king, but was also on the verge of collapse. Thales was resolute. Elafir city's business on the sea will be affected. Duke Cullen did not speak, but Thales took a step closer, smelling the Duke's body full of exotic spices. So, you don't have to be merciful. When Archduke Gadro is troubled by domestic politics and hesitant, Thales' heart sank, and he silently recalled his intentions. When they were hesitating about whether they should abandon Dragoncloud City and turn to King Chapman, when they were waiting for Constellation to react and waiting for Black Sand region to make an offer to rope them in, the second prince said decisively, "Take the initiative to strike first. Take back the maritime interests we lost after the Bloody Year due to the power of the nation and the profits from the trade routes taken by the Northlanders' fleets. Take them all back." Duke Cullen blinked his small eyes, looking amiable and confused. Prove to those Northlanders with holes in their foreheads, and those Northlanders who think they can sail just because they know how to row a boat, who should be the boss of the sea of eradication. Thales' gaze was firm. He did not know how effective his words were today, but if they saw even a trace of Eastern Sea Territory's mercenary attitude of adding insult to injury, then Elafir City would soon understand. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. It is not too late. Even if the dragon spear is worn out and the heroic spirit is dim, but the help and support that King Nuven and Dragoncloud City can give them, no matter how many King Chapman and Black Sand region, cannot be exchanged. I believe that this is very much in line with the interests of Eastern Sea Territory. Thinking of this, Thales looked solemnly at the Duke of Eastern Sea and returned the greeting. The opportunity has come. God bless Constellation. As soon as he finished, the Duke of Eastern Sea stared blankly at the Duke of Star Lake. He was a little surprised. It was like meeting Thales for the first time. After a while, the old Duke pressed his waist quietly. TSK, take advantage of his weakness and kill him. You really hate the Northlanders, don't you? Hate the Northlanders? Thales was slightly stunned. He slowed down his pace. Thales remembered the faces of the past. First, it was King Nuven who laughed and lured him into his trap, and then King Chapman who raised a glass at him with cold eyes. There were several archdukes with prominent positions in heroic Spirit Palace, each with ulterior motives, and the Star Killer who beat him until his limbs were seriously injured, on the verge of death several times, and even left him with a permanent disability. Thinking of this, Thales rotated his slightly blocked left wrist. Fortunately, he ate with his right hand. In these 6 years, in a bad mood, Thales subconsciously ground his teeth. I really hate those Northlanders who like to bully children. The Duke of Eastern Sea was silent for a while. For some reason, Cullen looked at him with a strange expression. The Duke even subconsciously glanced at Thales' buttocks. After being noticed by Thales, Cullen coughed awkwardly and retracted his gaze. It's understandable, but maybe you should tell His Majesty about this. After all, Eastern Sea Hill is the throat of Constellation, and it concerns the entire kingdom. Thales' heart sank. He took a deep breath and chuckled. Yes, I should. Thales looked at the innocent-looking Duke of Eastern Sea. But I'm just his son, he said seriously, and you're his prime minister, and the governor of Port City, and the suzerain of the entire Eastern Sea Hill. Duke Cullen was silent for a long time before replying. But this time, he was no longer joking and acting as if it had nothing to do with him. "Thank you for your reminder. I'll keep in mind." But the Duke of Eastern Sea's gaze shifted. "But why? Why are you saying this? For serving the kingdom?" Thales put away this lame reason and sighed in his heart. "For repayment." The graceful figure who stood up and protected the Prince of Constellation at all costs when the crowd was in a state of turmoil flashed before Thales' eyes. He pulled his thoughts back to the present and smiled leisurely at the Duke of Eastern Sea. "Thanks to you coming to your senses during the national conference and voting for me, we are where we are today. This is my repayment." Duke Cullen pursed his lips. He suddenly came to his senses. These words, "Be careful, Your Highness." He still looked at Thales with a smile and patted the latter's shoulder as if he was looking at a beloved nephew. "Mindy's Hall is not like Renaissance Palace. The carpet here is very new, and every step, it's very slippery." Thales was silent. He thought of Little Rascal, whose whereabouts were unknown and whether she was dead or alive. But in the next moment, what appeared in front of him was Madame Eleanor, who was leading her silly son into Mindy's Hall, despite the strange gazes that were directed at her. "Tiny iron thorns. But this is our family tradition, isn't it?" Thales snapped out of his daze and said softly, "Not to mention that the carpet is only slippery." He looked up. "Even if there are thousands of iron thorns hidden beneath it," Thales smiled, "I have to keep my composure to walk calmly." The Duke of Eastern Sea's eyes lit up. Duke Cullen laughed and gestured for his attendants to come forward, but waved his hand to reject Thales's company. "As for their marriage proposal, Your Highness, remember, even if it's the North," Duke Cullen strode away, unconcerned. "Lust is still harmful." Thales' heart sank when he heard the other person's words that seemed to imply something else. Little Rascal. He watched Duke Cullen's receding figure and was lost in thought. "Now, the things I can do for you, that's all I can do." Wow. So that Northlander was serious when he said he wanted to introduce you to the Archduke's daughter? Doyle came forward and draped Thales' cloak over his shoulders. Thales put on the cloak absent-mindedly and hummed. Doyle pursed his lips. "Your Highness, you know, there's a saying among the 7 Jade Star attendants. Never marry a Northlander woman." Thales walked back slowly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Doyle shrugged. "It said that the wild horse Barney family fell like this. Back then, the youngest son of the old lady, Little Iron Spike, stubbornly wanted to marry a Northlander woman. Little Iron Spike strongly objected, but to no avail. In the end, they removed him from the family tree and chased him out of the family. But the curse brought by this woman still implicated the family. Look at Barney now. Stubbornly wanted to marry a Northlander woman. Implicated the family. Look at Barney now." Thales felt suffocated and said unhappily, "Why don't you look at yourselves?" Perhaps the prince's tone was too harsh. Doyle was shocked. Glover took a step forward without batting an eyelid and pushed Doyle, who wanted to relieve the prince's boredom with a joke, but was snubbed behind him. Could it be Doyle walked behind gloomily? His Highness stayed in the North for 6 years and really took a fancy to a Northlander woman? My God, what about the mission my father gave me? As a miser, his stingy father had promised him a lot of pocket money this time. At this moment, a low commotion came from outside the hall and attracted everyone's attention. Thales turned to look and was shocked. A lonely man without loyal attendants and only accompanied by vigilant guards slowly walked into the hall. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary presence, but he was alone and looked lethargic. Along with the man came the sound of metal clanking. It was out of place in the elegant and luxurious Mindy's Hall, and it was especially piercing to the ears. The people who did not know what was going on discussed. The nobles who knew a little kept quiet out of fear, but they all subconsciously made way for the new guest. Mallows received the report and hurried over from the inner hall, just in time to see this special guest. The watchman frowned and looked at the slowly approaching guest. His gaze focused on the other party's hands. There was a pair of dark-colored, floor-dragging chains locked their shackles. The guest raised his head, revealing a thin and weathered face and a beard that reached his chest. He stared blankly at the brightly lit and bustling Mindy's hall. Mallows quickly stepped forward and gestured for the guards to quickly bring him through the door to avoid the countless curious gazes. At the same time, he held down the penal officer, Gray Patterson, who led the guest in. "Gray, what's going on?" He refused. Patterson answered hurriedly with a look of exasperation and helplessness. It didn't work no matter what we said. He insisted on attending the banquet in shackles. The penal officer said fiercely, "And that beard, too." Mallows looked at the distracted guest and the headache-inducing shackles with a grave expression. "Can't you be more forceful?" Patterson shook his head awkwardly. "His Majesty has instructed that he must not have any injuries on his face to attend the banquet." "Very difficult." Mallows snorted in displeasure. "Cover him with a piece of cloth and lead him directly to his seat. Send him back when the time is up." Patterson nodded and turned to look at the new guest with a businesslike attitude. "Sir Val, welcome to Mindy's Hall. Please follow me." But the silent new guest spoke at that moment. "When your family was still prosperous, Tormund Mallows." Mallows' expression changed as he turned to face the guest. The guest's voice was clearly majestic and deep, but his tone was like an old horse that had been sick for many years. It sounded old and lifeless. "Your father once asked for the Arund family's daughter's hand in marriage for you." Mallows frowned slightly. He probably thought that Nolander would eventually inherit the family business, and that my brother had a close personal relationship with the two princes. No matter who became king, the Duke of the Northern Territory would be in high demand. As for you, with the help of the Duke's in-laws, your status among the 7 Jadestar attendants would naturally be higher. As soon as he said that, the guards in charge of escorting the guests stiffened. They looked tentatively at their officer. Mallows only paused for a moment before he put on a smile and looked politely at the strange guest. The guest smiled sadly and raised his hands, causing the metal shackles and chains to ring again. Mixed with the faint, cheerful music in his ears, it was like a touch of coldness was injected into a spring scene. "Now look at us. The family has become shackled prisoners." The man slowly raised his head and looked at Mallows, then at Mindy's Hall. His lips moved, causing his gray beard to move. "The family has become shackled guards." Shackled guards. Mallows furrowed his eyebrows and forced himself not to care about the other person's overtones. "Your Grace, we have already arranged a seat for you in the banquet hall." But the guest's words were filled with authority that had been accumulated over the years. It seemed to always be able to interrupt him at the right time. Many years ago, the man in luxurious clothes stared at the layout and furnishings of Mindy's Hall in a daze. "My brother is just like you. As a glorious royal guard, he once stood here and dutifully guarded this virtuous monarch's residence. And I passed by the garden countless times and watched that crazy girl run towards me." The man put down the chains. His gaze was dazed. "Now, Mindy's Hall has reopened, but my brother is no longer there." Mallows did not speak. The man snorted softly and looked up at the statues of the 3 Constellation Kings. The colors in his eyes grew stronger. "Mongrel King, Wife King, Bad Debt King." The man thought and subconsciously curled up the corners of his lips. But a few seconds later, the man's gaze turned cold. "And he is not the only brother I have lost." He looked at the 3 Constellation Kings and said disdainfully, "No." Mallows was silent for a while before he finally exhaled and looked at his subordinates. "Go through the side door and invite His Grace into the banquet hall. Remember to keep a low profile. Of course, be polite too." His tone was cold and his gaze was stern. Penal Officer Patterson understood his commanding officer's intention. Having had enough of being bullied along the way, he waved his hand. 2 of the guards had cold expressions and were about to step forward to restrain the man. But the man suddenly turned around, his hair and beard bristling. "I am Arund's descendant, the master of Cold Castle, the guardian duke of Constellation's northern territory. And I saw the old fatty's carriage. He entered from here, upright and aboveboard." The authority he exuded in that instant made the people around him frown. Arund stared coldly at Mallows. "If your master wants to prove to the kingdom that I am still breathing and that he is not ruthless, then at the very least, He should respect the position of a duke. Mallow's gaze turned cold. At that moment, Mallow's, a young but gentle voice rang. Thales walked in from another side door and nodded at the watchman. I will do it. All of you may leave. Patterson looked at Mallows warily. Mallows paused for a moment and looked at Glover and Doyle behind Thales before nodding at Patterson. As you wish, Your Grace. The penal officer bowed to Thales and retreated to the side with the guards. Thales exhaled and walked towards a new guest. Long time no see, Duke Val. From the moment Thales appeared, the guest's gaze was locked on the young master of Mindy's Hall. He sized up the Duke of Star Lake's figure in a daze. He was first surprised, then relieved. So you're back. Val Arund, the Duke of Northern Territory who was imprisoned after his conspiracy was exposed 6 years ago, looked at the second prince with a complicated gaze. How is Extet? How is it? The prince looked at him and sighed slowly. Cruel wind and frost, but hard to shake. Thales was also carefully sizing up Val. He could not help but notice that Val's once majestic figure had become much thinner and bearded. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Joseph, who belonged to the Disaster Swords, said when he was still in the prison of bones. This is the effect imprisonment has on a person, no matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are. They are forever lost in the lonely void, never to return. Thales' gaze focused in front of him. In the past, the impassioned and heroic Duke of Northern Territory was gone. Val was silent for a few seconds. Lampard, how is he? Lampard. Thales' heart sank. Back then, how did Val feel when he met Chapman Lampard, who was only the Archduke of Black Sand region, and worked together? 6 years later, the two of them were in completely different situations. What was he thinking? Cruel wind and frost. The prince said softly and answered word for word. Hard to shake. After the strange question and answer, Val fell silent. But then he chuckled softly and stepped forward, walking towards the banquet hall with ease. Like a wanderer returning home, Patterson and the guards belonging to the discipline division immediately followed. But when Val reached Thales' side, he stopped. Glover and Doyle nervously moved forward, trying to separate the Duke and the Prince, but were held down by Mallows again. Thank you. Thales was slightly shocked. The gaunt Duke of the Northern Territory did not even look at Thales. He only whispered, Someone told me. 6 years ago, everything you did for my daughter in Extension Territory. In Extension Territory, Miranda? Thales recalled the night of Dragon's Blood and the cold swordswoman, and his heart was filled with emotion. The imprisoned Duke turned his head expressionlessly. But please do me another favor. Val's expression was gloomy. Don't marry her. Thales was stunned. If you have no choice but to marry her. Val snorted softly, like a desperate gambler who had seen through everything after losing all his chips. And don't plant a seed in her belly. Thales blushed and immediately adjusted his expression. Mira, she was unfortunate in her early years. Val looked at the ceiling and said desolately, I've seen enough of blood. When Thales heard this, his expression froze. A second later, Thales sighed in his heart as he looked at the Duke of Northern Territory, who was lonely and looked like an old man. I promise you. Val smiled. He lowered his head, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Thank you. You're different from him. You haven't become him. Different from him. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized something. He remembered that before they parted ways in Blade Fang's camp, the former watchman of the Royal Guards, the Knight of Judgment, Zacriel had said something similar to him. This made Thales, who had been welcoming people with a smile all night, realize that the thin, weathered man in front of him, who did not care about anything, might be the only person who would tell him the truth in this night filled with laughter and chatter. Perhaps. Thales answered with a forced smile, hoping that his words could give some comfort to the man who had no hope in life. But Val shook his head. His smile was desperate and sarcastic. Just like in the past, he also thought that he was different from the master of this place. Thales' expression changed. What do you mean? Val did not answer him. He just turned his head. He looked at the noise and liveliness outside the hall. He looked at the bustling Mindy's Hall, where people came and went. It was as crowded as a marketplace. Do you see it? The Duke of Northern Territory looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and listened to the decadent music. Under the illumination of the dazzling, everlasting lamp above his head, he seemed to see a different scene. He smiled and spoke after a long time. This scene, the magnificent scene of hell. Hell! Thales could not help but frown. Val looked around with an infatuated look on his face. Some people are hypocritical and pretend that everything is peaceful. Some hypnotize themselves and deceive others and themselves. Some hide their indignation and force themselves to endure it. Some see through the ways of the world and watch from the sidelines. Under the lights of the dark night, everyone pretends to be happy and harmonious. His sneers gradually became louder, and there was a chilling tone to them. They don't know that they are already trapped. Adding oil to the fire, Mallows let out a cough that was neither light nor heavy. Thales' expression turned cold. Recalling his experience after returning to Constellation, his heart felt inexplicably heavy. He knew that his conversation with the Duke of Northern Territory was coming to an end. Thales knew that he knew what the Duke was trying to achieve by saying these words, just like so many others, and he would not be easily swayed. But Thales gritted his teeth. Val lowered his head and sneered. Boy, you are very similar to me in the past. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Similar? For example? For example, Val continued his words. His gaze was misty. For example, it seems that you have a deep relationship, have the same interests, and share honor and disgrace. Is the right time. In this life, you will never be enemies. At the right time. Thales could not help but think of what Viscount Patterson had said to him before. The kingdom is young, is the right time. But only you know. Val's words became profound. Like a traveler looking for his way in the fog, he could not see the future, and there was only emptiness. In front of you is a precipice. Behind you is a bottomless abyss. At this moment, a considerable commotion and noise came from outside the hall again. Everyone in the hall moved. Having expected it, they knew that they had to get ready to welcome the next important person. However, this time, the sound of uniform footsteps, stern orders, mixed with excited noises, all came at the same time, and it was impossible to distinguish them clearly. Mallows was slightly puzzled, and then his expression changed, until a dignified and imposing order that could not be disobeyed came from afar like an oracle from heaven, and penetrated the wall. In the name of the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar, Thales' thoughts went blank. The expressions of the people present all changed. Many muffled sounds came from outside the hall. And in the name of the Supreme Queen, Kia Jadestar, the herald's voice echoed throughout the hall. Whether it was the cheerful music in the banquet hall, the heated debate among the attendants in the corridor, or even the distant neighing of horses, all of them quieted down at this moment. Everything was silent, and only the flickering lights could be heard. My subjects, the right to breathe was completely relinquished to that majestic voice. Your Majesty the King and Queen, salute. The messenger's voice came to an end, but it echoed endlessly. It cannot be dispelled. The next moment, Mallows, Patterson, Glover, Doyle, whether it was the royal guards, attendants, servants, nobles, bureaucrats, or ordinary civilians, everyone subconsciously adjusted their posture and held their breaths. Everyone retreated to the side and made way. They solemnly and respectfully turned to look out of the hall. They knelt on one knee, pressed their hands to their chests, hung their heads, as if it was a natural instinct, unshakable, used to it. Only Thales stood blankly under the everlasting lamp. Under the gaze of the three kings of Constellation, he looked out into the deep darkness outside the hall. And you have no way out. Unknowingly, Duke Val's cold voice and the sound of shackles came from behind him at the same time and drilled into his heart. You can only make the leap. Do your best. The herald's order and the Duke of Northern Territory's voice lingered at the same time, intertwining endlessly. Thales, whose mind was in a mess, took a deep breath. A few seconds later, he took a step back with difficulty. He knelt on one knee. Chapter 544. Early morning. In the dark and empty lecture hall, a young apprentice knelt beside the podium. He stuck out his butt and tried to reach the bottom of the podium. Who came up with this design? The apprentice tried his best to reach out, his face red. Installing the sound replication stone in the hidden compartment of the podium, it was aesthetically pleasing, but it was hard on the teaching assistants who maintained the classroom. Finally, with a soft sound, he successfully removed the last precious sound replication stone. The apprentice sat on the ground, panting as he looked at the sound replication stone in his hand, which had become extremely smooth due to repeated use. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this piece is not damaged. It can still last for another 10, maybe 5 lessons. The apprentice carefully wrapped the sound replication stone, then picked up a charcoal pen and started to draw the faded sound replication spell in front of the podium. His movements were practiced and habitual, his expression serious and focused. The complex and ever-changing spell appeared effortlessly under his pen. The apprentice also corrected a few mistakes in the design of the hindering spell, making it operate more smoothly. It might even extend the lifespan of the sound replication stone. Of course, with a hint of pride, the apprentice thought in his heart, "I can't let anyone find out about this, or else I'll have to face the investigation of the Magic Law Committee again." Once he thought of this, the apprentice's pride suddenly disappeared. After finishing the last stroke, the apprentice, whose back was aching, stood up and looked at his seat. On it were 2 large stacks of parchment paper, 3 large bags of test papers, and a special equipment box for teaching assistants. The apprentice sighed. Mr. Donovan's lecture was in the afternoon. He had to quickly prepare the equipment, including the name list, nameplate, recording pen, broadcast device, mold, and the corresponding guest manual. Why do so many lectures have to be held on a boring topic? The throne of all laws has also fallen. The apprentice thought worriedly. He walked to the other side of the classroom and looked at the calendar on the wall. October 29th, Empire Year 839, Saturday. Rest Day. Era of Kings 314. Ascetic Tower. Lifelong mage, craftsman, poet, historian, swordsman, author of the legend of the Iron Blood King, Jericho Rhine Mendes, was born today. The important thing is not the choice itself, but to make the choice. Mendes. On the calendar, the colorful wizard Mendes stood at the peak of the mountains, his expression deep as he looked at the sunrise in the distance with a worried expression. It had been 3 years. The apprentice sighed slowly. Then he mercilessly tore apart wizard Mendes, who was worried about the country and the people, along with yesterday, and crumpled them into a ball. Today was revealed. October 30th, Empire Year 839, Sunday. Holy Pursuit Day holiday. In the 58th year of the era of Kings, the strategist and commander of the Holiness Exorcism campaign, King Anzac, died today. Everyone, we have left our lives here in order to leave hope for tomorrow. King Anzac. On the calendar was the back of a fully armored cavalryman, charging straight down from the icy peak towards the black mass of troops below. The apprentice expressionlessly stuffed wizard Mendes into his hand, and the more he rubbed it, the smaller it became. Why did the lectures have to be on weekends at this moment? Really? A young man's voice rang out. It was bright, light, and full of excitement. The apprentice jumped in fright. He turned around and found that there was an uninvited guest in the classroom. The guest was sitting next to his seat, taking out a stack of parchment scrolls from his teaching assistant bag. He flipped through them from time to time, reading them with great interest. The common explanation of origin theory, metasystem concept, transformation magic, and spirit summoning circle. New evidence of the prehistoric battlefield in the north. The apprentice was shocked just by hearing the first half of the sentence. Oh my God, that's... He ran madly towards a guest, but he tripped on the stairs on the way and fell flat on his face. The guest was still reading the scroll in his hand with great interest, his expression relaxed. The young apprentice ignored the pain in his palm and quickly got up. He clenched his teeth and rushed towards the guest. That's mine. Only then did the guest raise his head and smiled at him. He had long hair that went past his ears, fair skin, and was very handsome. His sitting posture was elegant, but his bearing was extraordinary. A handsome man, like a man in a painting. The apprentice grabbed the seat beside him and stopped his steps so that he did not run into the guest. Yes, I saw the signature. There's also a comment on the rejection of the manuscript. The handsome man chuckled, raised the scroll in his hand towards the apprentice, and flipped to a page of red comments. Self-gratifying, irrational fantasies and conjectures. The apprentice's face turned red. He looked at the comment, and as if his neck was being strangled, his originally confident voice instantly lowered a few degrees. The apprentice hesitated for a while, but finally said stubbornly, "It's none of your business." The handsome man smiled gently. The apprentice noticed that the other party's attire was not the usual color scheme of the tower. On the contrary, his mage robe was flamboyant in color, fashionable in design, and made of expensive materials. In the morning light, there seemed to be star-like reflections. Strange. Who was he? So you're that person? The guest continued to flip the scroll in his hand. The magic charlatan of Redhorn Tower? The apprentice was stunned. Because of the unique architectural style of the main tower, Soul Tower was also jokingly called Redhorn Tower by the apprentices of other magic towers. But they never mentioned this nickname themselves. That meant, however, when the apprentice came back to his senses, he was quickly attracted by another nickname. Magic charlatan? What kind of nickname was that? The handsome man nodded. So, you really believe it? The guest lifted his gaze from the scroll and nodded gently at the apprentice, like a spring breeze. In the Holiness Exorcism campaign more than 1,000 years ago, King Anzac opened the gates of hell and defeated the ancient orcs with the power of a mysterious devil. The apprentice blinked. He stared at the manuscript in the other party's hand that belonged to him and understood something. Magic charlatan, all right. The apprentice sighed and raised an index finger, as if he was used to this scene 1,000 times. Listen, I'm not a magic charlatan, and I never said that the ancient orcs were defeated by a devil. But the guest immediately interrupted him. But that's what the reviewer wrote for your thesis. The other party flipped to a page in the scroll and showed it to the apprentice. There was a paragraph circled in red on it, and the comment on the side said, "If you like devils so much, I suggest you continue your training at the gates of hell." The apprentice's breathing stopped, and then his face turned red. As if he was insulted, he spoke in a hurried voice. This is taking my words out of context." The guest looked at him with a smile and did not say a word. This made the apprentice even more indignant. He dodged his own thesis, flipped through it skillfully and habitually, and randomly pulled out a wrinkled page. Look, exasperatedly, he pointed to one of the sketches, covered with notes, which appeared to be a human skeleton, the latest evidence of an ancient battlefield excavated under a ruined castle. More than 1,000 bodies of ancient human warriors, with distinct characteristics of the early period of the Age of Kings. Most of the samples suffered countless blows and injuries in multiple parts. The guest leaned closer and looked at it with great interest. The apprentice spoke faster and faster. Both the extent and the number far exceeded our imagination. Some bodies even had their skulls shattered when their hearts were pierced. I guess. The handsome man smiled slightly, his long hair fluttering. This means that the ancient knights of the Age of Kings fought bravely? Fought to the death with the orcs without retreating? Suffered great injuries? No. The apprentice was resolute, trying hard to shake the scroll in his hand. This means that they suffered more than one fatal injury when they were alive. More than one. He tried hard to repeat the main points. Perhaps the superpowers of the ancients were stronger? The handsome man's tone was still teasing. Just like how the physiques of the ancient orcs far exceeded that of the modern orcs. The apprentice felt insulted. No! He raised his voice, gritted his teeth, raised his finger out of habit, and repeated tirelessly, "No human can withstand even one fatal blow like that. No, no matter how tenacious their will is. No way. No matter how powerful their superpowers are, there's no way, no way." Every time he emphasized it, the handsome man would nod with a radiant smile on his face. He seemed to understand. Then, The apprentice took a deep breath and turned to the next page. Then, I personally dug out a few corpses from the ground and thawed them from their frozen state. I swear, the flesh and blood of those things were still alive. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I have listed the specific data of the more than 1,000 corpses that our research team dug out here. But the apprentice's words came to an abrupt halt. In the paper, the parts he pointed to were circled in red, and the original contents could not be seen clearly. There were replies written in different handwriting. The statistical method is too crude. Has the selective bias been dealt with? Suggested to choose new samples. The test is unconvincing. Correlation does not equal causation, and so on. The most glaring sentence was your mathematics taught by a swordsmanship teacher? The handsome man seemed to be unable to restrain his laughter. The apprentice blushed and stuffed the paper into his bag. All in all, it's no longer something that could be explained by the edge-sharpening school, forging magic and material affinity of the alchemy tower, or the light and shadow flute and soul theory of the soul tower, not to mention the transcendent power where the will affects the body. He was still trying hard to explain. I'm guessing that even the most insane ascetic tower cannot find such a thing. The guest nodded and encouraged him to continue. So, the apprentice adjusted his breathing, and his eyes lit up. In the known historical materials, although there are not many, there are indeed a few records that mention something similar. It ignores the basic laws and completely changes the form of life from the inside out. Ignores the basic laws from the inside out? You mean, the guest pondered and said faintly, the records of religious exorcism in the Bright God Church? The apprentice's words came to a halt. The handsome man chuckled. So, it's back to demons again. The apprentice cleared his throat. No, not all of them, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the Bright God, but he tried hard to explain, but in the end, he gave up. His voice became gloomy. Yes, most of them. At least that's potential circumstantial evidence that we can refer to for now. The apprentice looked dispirited. He nudged the bag containing the paper with his elbow. I just want to say that if we are willing to put aside our prejudices and re-examine the relevant religious books and even legends, there will be, it might be helpful. The guests seem to have understood something. So, the reviewers think that you are advocating mysterious or even religious theories, such as the existence of demons. The apprentice's expression turned completely gloomy. They even asked me with a fake smile if I went to the gates of hell to listen to the sermon again. The apprentice looked at the crumpled paper in the bag gloomily. God have mercy on me. I've only been to the gates of hell once, okay? And I was tricked into going in. That big sister who preached looked so intellectual, so mature, so beautiful. But I actually liked her. The apprentice shook his head and chased away the unpleasant memories. After he smelled the blood used for the sacrifice, he immediately thought of a way to escape. Okay, I understand your topic. The guest suddenly spoke. The apprentice looked up. What? The handsome man touched his chin. A rare transformation spell that works on the level of the origin. Using the contemporary metasystem hypothesis to explain those ancient spirit summoning circles that have been despised for a long time, the guest skillfully used the terminology in his paper. You're trying to establish an argument that could be accepted by the mages from the perspective of modern magic to explain the unspeakable, mysterious phenomenon. The handsome man looked up. To make it easier to pass the manuscript, to apply for funding for the next step of research, the apprentice snorted, a little self-deprecating. Didn't it still not pass? Moreover, the archaeological excavation is over. There's no hope. The large classroom was silent for a moment. The two of them were separated by a seat, silent. After a few seconds, somewhat to the apprentice's surprise, the guest did not comfort or mock him. This was the most treatment he had received in the past month. Divine arts. The handsome man turned around and asked seriously and solemnly, "Why is it not divine arts?" The apprentice was stunned. "What?" The handsome man lowered his head, his eyes surging with light, ignoring the basic laws and completely changing the form of life. In countless religious records and legends, miracles and divine arts have shown the same effect, haven't they? The handsome man enunciated each word. Reviving the dead, regrowing the flesh and bones, restoring the broken body, creating the oracle. The apprentice paused for a long time before he said hesitantly, That's not the focus of my research. I'm not a believer of the bright god, not a quack," he said gloomily. But the handsome man looked at him for a long time and laughed. "Actually, you've thought of it, haven't you?" The handsome man's words were bewitching, and the records of miracles and divine arts are more numerous and more detailed. But you couldn't write it. The apprentice trembled slightly. After a long time, the apprentice exhaled and patted his thesis. "Just writing it like this is enough to make people think that I'm a quack." His tone was as if he had accepted his fate. "And I still want to keep my job." The guest was silent. "I thought the Soul Tower was very open." The handsome man said softly, "Here, everyone has and should have an independent and free soul." The apprentice snorted, disapproving. "No matter how independent they are still humans." He sat back in his seat and looked at the ceiling, his tone filled with indescribable disappointment. "No matter how free they are still mages. They're born to reject certain things." These words made the handsome man fall into deep thought. They don't believe that there are other paths apart from their path that can be called rational, and they condemn it as foolish by the standards of magic. The apprentice was engrossed in his words. They believe that even if it can be doubted, even if it can be falsified, even if it can be overturned in the end, they must and can only do it in their own way. Otherwise, it is just the words of fools, irrational. They believe that everything that exists in the world must be explained by logical principles that they recognize in order to be reasonable, because magic is advanced and magic is the truth. The apprentice sighed. "As mages, we are so progressive," he said listlessly, "so much so that we can no longer progress." There was another indescribable silence, until the handsome man looked up. "It's too big." The apprentice was puzzled. The handsome man casually and happily flipped his hair. "The scope of your complaints is too big, but this has nothing to do with magical ideals. And this is only about mages and only about humans." The apprentice was stunned. "I don't understand." The pretty boy smiled in an unrestrained manner, and it dazzled him. "The reason you were rejected is politics." The apprentice's expression changed slightly. "Excuse me?" The handsome man reached out his hand and tapped the apprentice's forehead. "To be precise, it is about the right to speak in magic research, leadership, vested interests, and the personnel structure of the magic tower. Politics." The apprentice stared at him blankly. What do you mean?" The handsome man pulled out the stack of parchments from between them. "Especially this argument of we should put down our pride and re-examine religious legends. The reason they rejected such arguments is because of recent events." The apprentice rolled his eyes. "Recently?" The handsome man flipped through his paper and smiled mysteriously. 3 months ago, the seat of all laws was defeated in the Northern Diocese's truth debate. The apprentice's expression changed. He knew that the seat of all laws represented the Soul Tower and did not fare well in the debate, and because of this, he was criticized by his fellow apprentices from the seat of power. However, wasn't it normal for debates to have winners and losers? What did it have to do with his paper? The handsome man continued. "Unfortunately, the Duke of the Northern Territory and the governor of the province were among the spectators. The influence was deep, and the consequences were not small." The handsome man narrowed his eyes and smiled. With the approval of the Arun family and the strong recommendation of the Bright God Church, the young bishop of the Northern Diocese was able to return south to the City of Triumph and went straight to the Supreme Palace to preach to the nobles of the imperial capital, including the royal family. It is said that he even hit it off with His Majesty and had a pleasant conversation. This has become a popular story that has spread throughout the 23 provinces of the empire. There are even rumors that His Majesty intends to make this young but knowledgeable bishop of the Northern Territories the prime minister of the empire, in order to replace Count Renato, who has been criticized for failing to suppress the rebellion. A series of inexplicable nouns and events hit the apprentice's brain full of corpses and bones. So, the handsome man closed the paper, leaned on the arm of the chair, and approached him with a faint smile. So now, not only the Red Horn Tower, but the higher-ups of the three towers urgently need to regroup, save face, strengthen confidence, and let people believe again that magic is the truth of the world, and that mages are the right path for humans. Smack! The handsome man waved the paper and gently slapped the ignorant apprentice's forehead. And at this time of all things, you submitted such a paper. You said, hey, maybe the stories written by those quacks make some sense, and you even wanted to apply for funding and set up a research group. The apprentice understood something. He took the wrinkled paper from his head and looked at the guest dumbly. If they let you pass, the handsome man snorted. Then, at such a time, when people are anxious and morale is low, what about the authority of magic in the hearts of the majority of students? What about the authority of the court mages in the various families of the empire? What if the nobles no longer believe in reason, and instead resort to mysticism? What about this entire research system, proof methods, and principles that we have spent thousands of years to obtain? What about their guiding position in the magic system? The apprentice hugged the paper tightly to his chest and blinked in confusion. What? Most importantly, the handsome man chuckled, stretched his hand forward, and tapped the apprentice's forehead. If what saved mankind 1,000 years ago was not magic, not mages, not the wisdom and power of mankind, but the illusory gods and devils, then what about the absolute advantage of faith in the church that we have built up in the hearts of the majority of the people after the Great Reconciliation? The apprentice took a deep breath, and, after sorting out the logic, he felt a little indignant. But if this is the truth, the handsome man's voice suddenly turned cold, and he interrupted him. Then this truth should be buried and never see the light of day. The handsome man's face darkened, but there was a cold charm to it. Unless this truth is beneficial to us and will not affect the absolute dominance of mages in the secular world. The handsome man stretched out his hand again and tapped the apprentice's head. He seemed to particularly like this little gesture and said, knowledge is also constructed by power. I first love my teacher, and only then will I love the truth. The apprentice shook his head, escaping from the guest's little gesture. He carefully thought about every word the other person said. One question was answered, but endless questions followed. He looked at the guest skeptically. You, who did you say you were? The handsome man returned to his seat, and his smile became even more mysterious. I didn't say, but he lifted his chin slightly, extended his right hand, and cleverly hid his arrogance in his teasing tone. Macinta Renato, the handsome man said softly, nice to meet you. The apprentice subconsciously held the fair and tender hands of a noble who clearly had not done much farm work. Oh yes, I'm happy to meet you too. Wait, Renato. The apprentice's expression changed. A mage with the surname Renato, and such a young one at that. He remembered something, and at first, he hurriedly tried to recall. The moment he thought of it, his whole body trembled. Oh my God, you're that. He pointed at Macinta in horror. The legitimate royal family of the empire, the descendant of the 6 founding stars, the playboy son of the prime minister, the fiancé of Princess Secret Blue in the royal family, the one who is obsessed with magic, but not with being an official. Macinta smiled as he listened to the apprentice count out the titles. He seemed to be quite used to it and enjoyed it. The apprentice's expression froze. That's not right. Why do I remember that the Tower of War snatched you away before we did? How did you the Tower of War? Macinta paused slightly. Yes, I am indeed an apprentice affiliated with the Alchemy Tower. The apprentice nodded. So, you're a Muslim, sorry, you were sent by the Alchemy Tower to visit. Which lecture are you here to listen to? But Macinta shook his head. No, I'm here to learn. I'm the beneficiary of the latest Horn of War Twin Towers joint training program. Horn of War. The apprentice understood. As the name suggested, it referred to the 2 major magic towers of alchemy and soul, commonly known as War and Red Horn among the mages. But Twin Towers joint training program? The apprentice looked at him in surprise. That's right. The handsome man nodded. His bright smile seemed to take away the darkness in the classroom. "I've been a joint student for 2.5 years. Oh, the apprentice scratched his head in a daze. Why does this sound so weird, as if something is not quite right? However, that's rare. According to the legends, the twin towers, who called each other musclemen and thinkers, had huge differences in every aspect, from the magic ideology to the organizational structure, from the relationship between the leadership to the competition between apprentices, and they would fight each other whenever they met." Macinta cleared his throat and put away his smile that could charm half the young ladies of the Empire and a quarter of the young men of the Empire. "Listen, I have a research project on hand." He looked at the apprentice seriously. "Perhaps you'll be interested." The apprentice snorted in his heart. "What do I say? Why would he come to an empty classroom early in the morning in Babylon? It's the magic review period. Looks like he's the organizer of some empty research project. He can't claim a large, mysterious account. So he's looking for a sucker to make up the numbers and scam the funds." The apprentice said lazily. "So what's the research topic?" Macinta smiled. His long hair was clearly under the effect of a wind spell as it fluttered freely in the air. "As you said, some subversive topics, some directions that may not be recognized, some things that require us to question ourselves, some things that require us to overturn our deeply rooted beliefs that we are unwilling to touch in order to obtain them." The apprentice replied perfunctorily. "Oh." As expected, even the research topic was baffling, until the other party's next sentence. "And our research field is under a run castle in the Northland province, in the belly of a mountain." A few seconds later, the apprentice who understood suddenly paled. He stood up abruptly and looked at Macinta, momentarily forgetting to admire the latter's peerless beauty. "Underground, belly of a mountain. You mean?" Macinta chuckled and stood up as well. "That's right. It's the same place mentioned in your paper. The ancient battlefield ruins of the era of various kings that you once participated in the excavation, that ancient underground transportation tunnel." The pretty boy walked up to the apprentice. Just a head taller than him, he looked down at him condescendingly. Nicknamed by the people Black Track, the apprentice was completely stunned. But Macinta did not let him off. He skillfully revealed a secret that even the apprentice did not know. After your Red Horn Tower was forced to withdraw from the joint pressure of the Empire's official research team, the Ascetic Tower, and the Bright God Church, the management of the ruins fell into the hands of the governor of the Northland province. And the Duke of the Northland, who is good at smoothing things over, originally only intended to block the entrance of the cave and build a monument saying, "We killed the ancient orcs." But unfortunately, I am very familiar with Duke Arun's heir, and he delegated this task to me. The pretty boy bent down and touched the apprentice's forehead. "You know, if I were to build a monument, I could use someone like you." He blinked. "You." His eyes were a deep blue, as though he had plunged into the deep sea. The apprentice could not care less about the other party's overly intimate actions. He subconsciously gulped. "You mean fake construction, duplicity, isn't that illegal?" Macinta smiled, but did not answer directly. "What do you say? Do you want to come?" The apprentice took a few steps back and eased his breathing, which had quickened due to the other party's proximity. He looked at the other party in surprise, then at his own paper. Black Track, excavation. But a few seconds later, the apprentice's expression darkened as he realized something. There were many people who participated in the excavation. The apprentice's expression darkened. "For example, my mentor, Wizard Donovan. You should look for him." Macinta stared at his expression and smiled. "Donovan? The Donovan who is only one step away from the title of master?" He scratched his chin, deep in thought. "Well, I have studied all of his works from the early days to the present." The apprentice snickered. "You sure are confident." He looked at the noble young master in front of him without hesitation. "In Wizard Donovan's career, there are a total of 163 papers and 12 books. No." Macinta shook his head and interrupted him. "To be precise, there are 192 papers and 13 books." The apprentice's expression suddenly changed. The pretty boy in front of him played it down, including some manuscripts of his exercises when he was young, and a book that has yet to be published. The apprentice was stunned. Holy shit, it's fine if this guy is handsome. After all, there's still many people in the world who are close to my looks. But he clearly looks like a rich playboy, and he's not that old? Could it be Macinda did not notice the apprentice's thoughts? But unfortunately, I discovered that the once famous Master Donovan has become conservative and backward. His latest books and papers are all cliches, reading from the book and not thinking of improving. His words revealed his deep disappointment. Master Donovan is already old. The apprentice was stunned at first, then indignantly took on the vigor of lecturing a student. Sigh, you child. But Macinda did not let him continue. And in recent years, his few interesting works, the pretty boy looked up and stared straight at the apprentice who was holding the papers. They were all jointly written with a certain unknown student cum teaching assistant of his. The apprentice froze. That's you. Macinda stared straight at him and said softly, 3 years ago, because of a serious violation of research ethics, he was demoted from a first-class apprentice to a third-class apprentice. Toros Mill. The classroom was silent. The young apprentice, Toros, was silent. A few seconds later, Toros coughed softly. Yes, but Master Donovan is still my mentor and employer. I think it's best if you look for him first. But this time, Macinda ignored his words and went straight to the point. Are you content? Toros shuddered violently. Macinda sneered, brimming with talent, but just because of a so-called political mistake, he was deprived of the right to be evaluated and promoted for life. Toros' breathing quickened. In his prime, but with a bleak future, he can only be a third-class apprentice for the rest of his life? Even when he was being evaluated anonymously, he was repeatedly rejected. In the classroom, one person questioned with his hands behind his back, while the other held the papers. Silence met. Toros struggled to regain his breath. Listen, 3 years ago, if it wasn't for Master Donovan who protected me against the pressure, but Macinda's questions came one after another, like a sword filled with extraordinary power, stabbing straight at his heart. Are you content? At that moment, the pretty boy spoke harshly, like a prophet of God, full of ambition and boundless curiosity, but can only hide behind your teacher, do chores, silently proofread manuscripts, and verify data? And Macinda glanced at the classroom. Protect the sound replication stone? Toros tightened his grip on the rejected thesis. Macinda slowly reached out. Now, you have a chance to prove yourself. His tone was full of temptation. Join me and return to the right path of magic. Tell those who rejected you that one day, they're only fit to look up at your back. Toros lowered his head. His expression was unreadable. He fell into complete silence. Macinda was in no hurry. He waited quietly and patiently. He seemed certain of the other's reaction. However, a few seconds later, Toros looked up. I refuse. The apprentice spoke with difficulty, enunciating each word slowly. I'm very happy here. Toros hugged his papers, his voice trembling. I chose magic because of my passion, not because of success. Macinda was surprised. Really? The pretty boy began to scrutinize Toros again. You know, for you, this kind of opportunity doesn't come often, right? At least, I will provide you with an adequate salary. Toros suddenly spoke, interrupting Macinda. Listen up. His expression was tense, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the papers. I'm still very busy. I have to rush to prepare the facilities for the next lecture. The apprentice did not continue. Macinda raised an eyebrow. All right. He nodded, feeling a little regretful. What a pity. The pretty boy stared at the apprentice, but the apprentice did not say a word, seemingly unmoved. Macinda sighed and could only turn around to leave. The moment the apprentice turned around, Toros, who had been silent all this while, shut his eyes tightly and bit his lower lip. It was as if he was being tortured. At that moment, Toros. Macinda did not turn around. I heard that you were born into a knight's family in Chauvinistic Hill, right? The apprentice's expression changed. Toros looked up warily. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I heard in the tower. Macinda was unhurried and did not turn around. You have a fiancé who was your childhood sweetheart. After becoming a believer, she swore to serve the gods and broke off the engagement. Became a nun who will never marry for life? Fiancé. Broke off the engagement. For a moment, Toro's thoughts froze. The papers in his arms groaned in pain. Jacinta curled the corners of his lips. Hey, muscleman. After a while, the soulless Toros stammered. This has nothing to do with you. But Jacinta was like a hunter who had chased after the bloodstains of his prey. Then, my dear Toros, you only worked hard to squeeze into the magic tower when you were over 18 years old and vowed to study the path of magic. And you're still so obsessed with using magic to explain all sorts of mysteries. Does it have anything to do with her? Toros looked up abruptly and shouted angrily. Of course not. Jacinta turned around and looked at the trembling apprentice with a subtle expression. Toros realized that his attitude was not right. He cleared his throat and tried to bring his tone back to normal. I have always maintained the direction and attitude of my research and will not be affected by anything other than work. He spoke with utmost determination. There was no room for doubt. Jacinta smiled. That's good. He turned around again and said, intentionally or unintentionally. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Your fiancée, due to her pious faith and outstanding work, was promoted by a young bishop to be his right-hand man. Toros froze. Oh, what a coincidence. It's the one I mentioned just now, Bishop Zieg, whom His Majesty the Emperor treats as a guest of honor. Jacinta's voice drilled into his ears like the whispers of the legendary devil. He could not stop it. As a holy nun revered by the believers, your ex-fiancée, is deeply trusted and bathed in the grace of God. Dedicate herself. The air in the classroom seemed to have frozen. After a long while. All right, I got it, the apprentice said absent-mindedly. Jacinta looked at him, and the corners of his lips returned to being cold. Then I'll be leaving, the pretty boy said plainly. Good luck to you and your paper. Jacinta turned around and took a step forward. He sighed and said, those preachers, their bewitchment is really strong, isn't it? His footsteps slowly faded away. No tourist thought in a daze. No, she did not become a believer because of the preacher's bewitchment. It's because, with a clatter, the paper in Toros' hands fell to the ground. Toros snapped out of his daze. He squatted down quietly and picked up the paper that he had crumpled into a mess. The last page of the paper, which was full of red words, was revealed. There was a line of approval on it. Although they were all anonymous reviewers, it did not affect Toros from recognizing his teacher's handwriting. Magic, in the end, is about the knowledge of people. Do not lose yourself in the endless pursuit of curiosity and lose your heart. Wizard Donovan. Toros' breathing quickened. The knowledge of people. He clenched his fist tighter. The knowledge of people. The apprentice's heart beat faster and faster. People. Wait a minute. Toros' loud shout rang in the classroom. The footsteps stopped. Jacinta turned around slowly and looked at the apprentice with a calm expression. Co-student, Toros breathed rapidly. He stared at the paper in his hands, and his expression changed rapidly. He seemed hesitant and remorseful. That damned research plan of yours. A second later, Toros looked up with a resolute expression. He threw away the parchment in his hands without hesitation. It was like throwing away the past. When do we start? Jacinta looked at the apprentice from afar and did not answer. The emotions in his eyes were indescribable, until he flashed a satisfied smile. Soon, my dear, very soon. Jacinta's smile was heartwarming, while Toros' expression was cold. But don't be hasty. Trust me. The pretty boy stared fixedly at the apprentice before him, his tone filled with the satisfaction of hunting prey. We still have a long way to go. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 545. When the king stepped into Mindy's hall, Thales breathed with difficulty. His knees rested on the carpet in Mindy's hall, feeling waves of coolness. Many footsteps came from the front, one of them steadily in front, the others followed in a blur. Thales could clearly hear his own breathing, and for the first time, he found it so ear-piercing. Rise, everyone! A familiar voice came, heavy as ever. This is a banquet, not an imperial conference. Those old men are annoying enough. No one dared to answer. For a moment, the Duke of Star Lake seemed to have returned to 6 years ago, when he had just arrived at Mindy's Hall in a daze. At that time, when King Kessel met him for the first time, the solemn atmosphere seemed to crush the floor tiles, forcing the little beggar to feel uncomfortable and speechless. Thales stared at the pattern of the carpet. There should not have been any iron spikes under it. The Duke bitterly realized that after 6 years of training and polishing, when the same scene reappeared, the heaviness he felt did not diminish at all. Instead, it became even stronger. King Nuvan, King Chapman, and all the other great enemies whom he was extremely wary of, none of them could make him feel this way. Why? Why was it like this? Thales still lowered his head. Whether it was guests or attendants, guards or servants, everyone bowed in a low voice, and the sound of greeting was endless. But it did not relax Thales' nerves at all. Finally, the pair of ancient but expensive boots stopped in front of him. The bottom of the staff of constellation touched the carpet, as if it had taken root. After about a century, a palm appeared in front of Thales. On it, the bronze ring that symbolized the king's authority shone slightly. Thales was dazed for a moment, as if he saw the national conference. When the Iron Hand King stepped into the Hall of Stars, the vassals of the kingdom bowed and kissed the ring on his finger to show their loyalty. The Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath. He took off his gloves and held the palm, ready to kiss the king's ring according to etiquette. But to Thales' surprise, the king held his hand in the next moment and stopped him. Thales looked up in shock, only to see a pair of deep blue eyes staring at him coldly. When you were in the north, King Kessel spoke slowly. His tone was normal, but his words were heavy. When you faced King Nuvan, the new king, and all of Ekstedt, did you bend your knees? Thales' heart trembled. He looked into the pair of bottomless blue eyes for a second and felt the determination and heaviness hidden in them. He gulped. No. The teenager added the title with some difficulty. Your Majesty. In the next second, Thales felt a weight on his hand, and he was involuntarily pulled up from the ground. Then don't have bad habits, Kessel said coldly. The dignified air seemed like it was about to turn into ice water and flow down the wall. Thales did not even have time to react or think. The king stared expressionlessly at his heir. As a Jade Star, even if both my legs are crippled, I will still be a Jade Star. I will never bend my knees. The surrounding crowd let out a fleeting discussion before returning to silence, especially when the Iron Hand King slowly let go. He looked at the statues of the 3 constellation kings on the spiral staircase, paused for a second, and then looked at the chandelier above his head and the decorations in the hall. Here, used to the low pressure around the king, Thales was a little surprised. He did not ask me to kneel, and he did not ask me to kiss his hand. In the past, the supreme king with a profound aura and heavy footsteps. Today, the people who bent their knees to greet him still had their heads bowed. No one knew what they were thinking. Thales stared at his father inquisitively, but he still answered obediently, yes. He sensed the difference in the atmosphere and tacitly added, Father. King Kessel stared at him without saying anything. He just gripped his scepter again. The interaction between the king and the prince was like an order. Only then did the people around them get up and surround the king to perform their duties. The commander of the royal guards who served beside King Kessel, Lord Adrian, bowed to Thales with a faint smile and then whispered something to Mallows. Thales was still deep in thought. King Kessel did not stop or exchange pleasantries, but simply walked past him. It was as if what happened just now was just a small episode in the royal family. Until the king stopped again and faced the only person in the hall who refused to kneel to greet him, much less put on a straight face. Valerund was like a dazzling pillar, firmly planted on the floor of Mindy's hall. He looked coldly at his old friend and did not say a word. Thales could smell the faint tension in the air. King Kessel did not speak either. He only stared at the duke silently, his gaze moving back and forth between the shackles on the duke's hands. Their gazes met in the air. At that moment, there were too many things hidden in their eyes. Their tacit silence made the attendants around them anxious and embarrassed. until a gentle and pleasant female voice broke the silence. Unbelievable. Is this little Thales? Thales slowly turned around and faced another lady who came with the king and was surrounded by many women. He could not help but feel his heart tighten. The lady's dress was luxurious, her posture elegant, but not lacking in liveliness. Her gaze as she sized up Thales was full of surprise. It's been so many years in the blink of an eye. Look at your height. Do you still remember me? Thales looked behind the lady. Gines was dressed in a standard female official's dress. Her expression was calm, and she nodded at him almost imperceptibly. The teenager smiled. With complicated and subtle emotions, he held his stepmother's hand and bowed. Your Majesty, you are still as elegant as ever. Queen Kia's eyes lit up. She sized up Thales while happily turning her head back and said to one of the women, Look, Elise. Look, Elise, he recognized me at first glance. You have to know that he was so young at that time. The queen was radiant, her smile sweet, her speech fluent, natural and friendly, leaving a good impression on anyone who saw her for the first time. If Thales hadn't met her 6 years ago, he would have. Of course. Another delicate-looking lady among the women who came with the queen also looked at Thales. Prince Thales has always been known for his intelligence. This lady was dressed in a dark dress and wore a velvet shawl. She was equally elegant, but a little more quiet. Even in Northland, Thales looked at the velvet silently. Kia held Thales' hand and sighed as she sized him up. She turned to Gines with a vexed expression. Oh, Gines, you should have asked me to bring the children. Perhaps Lydia is a little mischievous, but you should have at least brought Luther along. Let him learn from his brother and learn how to be a good prince. Hearing those two names, the smiles of the people around them froze. Gines looked troubled. She shot a glance at the velvet lady and said in a slightly hurried tone, Kia. The servants who came out of Renaissance Palace had a tacit understanding. 2 female servants stepped forward without batting an eyelid. But the queen still grabbed Thales and sized him up. She refused to let go, as if she loved her stepson very much. After all, they are both children of the royal family. What will happen when they grow up at this moment? Kia. A deep voice rang faintly, like the tightening of the city gate's hinges. The next moment, Queen Kia's excited words came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head with a somewhat timid expression and looked at the king's back. King Kessel silently extended his arm. The queen gave Thales an apologetic look, then obediently stepped forward and held her husband's arm. Val. Kia looked at Duke Val, who was standing opposite the king. Her eyes lit up. She spoke like an old friend, as if she did not see the shackles on his hands. Are you all right? The Duke of the Northern Territory, who had been staring at King Kessel, moved slightly. He looked at the queen, his brows furrowed. Finally, Val spoke quietly. His tone was disdainful. I can't be better. Duke Arun's voice trailed off. He turned around and walked towards the banquet hall without looking back. There was no need for guidance, but he was familiar with the route. Gray Patterson and a few guards, who were in charge of escorting him, followed closely behind. They remained vigilant. Let's go. King Kessel stared at the back of his childhood playmate. His tone was slightly heavy. Someone must be anxious from waiting. The king strode forward. Without needing Guard Captain Adrian's instructions, the royal guards who served His Majesty secretly followed from the side. Their expressions did not change, their posture was natural, and they were in place in time without being conspicuous. In contrast, even if they came from the same source, whether it was bearing or grace, the Star Lake guards belonged to him. Is it my imagination? Behind Thales, Doyle carefully watched the royal family's exchange of pleasantries and whispered to Glover, Or has Mindy's Hall really turned cold? Glover glanced at the faint beads of sweat on the other party's forehead and replied softly, It's not an illusion. Thales sighed. The next second, he suddenly felt his left hand tighten. Mind lending me an arm? Thales turned his head in surprise. The lady with the velvet draped over her shoulders smiled faintly and held his arm. Aunt Elise. Thales looked at the adopted daughter of a late king whom he had met once 6 years ago with mixed feelings. His gaze rested on her shoulder, and he felt a faint pain from a scar on his chest. He said against his will, "The shawl is beautiful." Elise smiled elegantly and beautifully. "Thank you. And you've grown up? You're a man now." Thales's arm was held by his aunt, and he could not help but keep up with the king and queen's footsteps. The attendants beside him followed in unison. Don't worry. Compared to Thales's stiffness, Elise's footsteps were calm, and her smile was appropriate. You'll slowly get used to it. Slowly get used to it. Get used to what? Thales sighed in his heart. Get used to his father's natural aura of an assassin, or get used to the complicated aristocratic circle in the capital. They were a few steps behind the king, and they were escorted to the banquet hall. Elise's voice suddenly became cold. Smile. Thales was stunned. If you're going to fight, be fully armed. Elise still showed her kind smile to the people around her, but her tone became abrupt. And on this battlefield, a smile is the best armor. Thales' eyebrows twitched. It sounds familiar. But before he could come up with an answer, Elise had already turned her head and looked at the person who had unknowingly followed them. I haven't had the time to congratulate you, Torment. Elise looked at Mallows gently. I'm very happy that you've become the watchman of the guards, and also Thales' personal guard captain. Lord Mallows nodded slightly. His expression did not change, and his tone was as calm as ever. Your Highness Elise. On the contrary, after Elise sized up the watchman, she was rather sentimental. Your father will be very proud, the princess sighed. His greatest wish is to see your family return to being the 7 Jade Star attendant. Mallows suddenly raised his voice and interrupted Elise. Please follow His Majesty in, Your Grace. This is your welcome banquet. You don't want to miss it. Mallows nodded at Thales in acknowledgement before he sped up towards Adrian. Thales followed the princess' pace unhurriedly, and he seemed to be deep in thought. You and my personal guard captain are old acquaintances? Elise looked at Mallows' back and nodded slowly. Before the decline, Razor Mallows played an important role among the 7 Jade Star attendants in Central Territory. His power was overwhelming, and in the genealogy, there were 3 baronial titles conferred by the royal family alone, comparable to the Wild Horse Barney family. Elise seemed to sigh. When the late king was alive, the old Viscount Mallows even asked for Princess Constance's hand in marriage for his eldest son, Razor Mallows, the 7 Jade Star attendants who played an important role under the royal family. For the first time, Thales understood the meaning of his personal guard captain's surname, and he could not help but frown. From crying and hanging himself to running away from home, Constance made a big fuss. In short, the scene was ugly and chaotic. The marriage did not go through, and the late king felt guilty, so he decided to take a step back and asked me if I was willing to marry him. Thales moved slightly. You mean? Thales looked at his aunt, and then at Mallows' back, and said in surprise, You hit him? Elise revealed a plain smile. At that moment, she actually looked a little haggard. Thales took a lot of effort to hide his surprise. In that case, Tormund Mallows, his favorite personal guard captain, almost became his uncle. Thales took note in his heart, and secretly thought to himself that when he returned, he would force Doyle to spill all the gossip about his boss. What happened after that? Thales asked. After that, I agreed, the princess said faintly. But probably because he was indignant, or maybe because he felt that a princess without royal blood did not meet their expectations. The old Viscount Mallows rejected the late king, and instead proposed to Duke Arund of the Northern Territory. Thales blinked. All right. The adopted daughter was submissive and married in place of her willful biological daughter, but was decisively rejected by the man. Putting aside this old-fashioned otaku style of fighting, how prestigious was the Mallows family back then? Thales carefully glanced at his aunt's face, but found that the latter was still smiling amiably, nodding to the guests on both sides from time to time, not at all worried about the past humiliation and sadness. The youth suddenly remembered that Elise's husband died in Red Street Market 6 years ago, and the culprit was. Thales looked at his aunt and knew that her subsequent marriage was not a happy one. When he thought of this, Thales felt a surge of sympathy. But Mallows is no longer among the 7 Jadisters today. So how did they decline? Thales cleared his throat wanting to say something to make his aunt happy. But Elise shook her head and did not look happy. The bloody year. Thales felt a chill in his heart. At this point, Elise did not want to say more and changed the topic. Speaking of this, Thales, you've been in Northland for many years. Have you noticed any good girls? Thales paused. In Northland for many years. Good girls? Yes. Elise smiled and nodded. When you came back from Northland, the capital city was talking about this a lot. Thales suddenly remembered the little girl who foolishly hid in the library, covered in dirt. And a long time later, the Archduchess who held King Nuven's ring, roaring like a young lion in the Hall of Heroes, and ordered the troops to be sent out. But when he thought of how her expedition was not going well, and her life was uncertain, Thales' mood fell to the bottom of the valley. That girl, she will hold on, right? He immediately perked up. Of course. Thales raised his head, his expression unchanged. Miss Jenny is beautiful, lively, cheerful, and interesting. She's also very close to me. I like traveling with her the most. Princess Elise's footsteps suddenly stopped. The people around them also fell silent. Jenny? Elise frowned and repeated the name. Very close, traveling together, and a Northland girl. Doyle cast Glover an evil look that was first surprised, then understood. Unsurprisingly, the latter ignored it. Princess Elise gave the eavesdroppers around them a warning look. You should not answer directly. This will bring about a lot of consequences. The servants, guards, guests, and the whispers of discussion rose like a buzz and spread further and further with the shuffling of footsteps. There was no doubt about the seriousness of this news. His aunt tightened her grip on Thales' arm, but could not help but lean over cautiously and whisper, So, which family in Northland is it? Jenny? At the same time, even though they were firmly separated, the eavesdroppers around them turned their ears to this side, completely ignoring the displeased shouts of the royal guards. But Thales raised his voice. He did not care and did not have any intention of hiding his romantic history in Northland. I don't know, he said carelessly, causing another round of whispered discussions around him. But based on her posture, the color of her coat, her gait, her appetite, her defecation, and how picky she is when it comes to her feed, her stable, and her coachman, Thales recalled the main points of judging a horse during Nicholas riding lessons. She should be of noble birth. His aunt was stunned for a second. Coat color, stable. Elise narrowed her eyes and slowly reacted. Jenny is a horse? Thales turned his head and laughed heartily. A good horse. The next moment, the people who paid attention sighed in disappointment and dispersed. Thales looked at Elise's strange gaze and the disappointed expressions of the people around him with satisfaction. Yes, Jenny is a good horse, no way. She knew how to break free from the rope in the middle of the night and sneak out to eat the night fodder in other mangers, causing the entire heroic spirit palace to be nervous and search for the thief. Only when Ida came back from stealing a drumstick in the middle of the night did the truth come to light, fierce and domineering in front of Waya and Ralph, obedient and innocent in front of Thales and Nicholas, bad-tempered when she saw a coachman with a whip and harness, friendly and approachable when she saw a coachman with fodder and brush. Is there any part of Miss Jenny's body that can be associated with the word good? In a stable in Northland, a beautiful mare sneezed. She raised her head warily from the manger, and with a light kick, she chased another indignant warhorse back to the corner. Then, she continued to snatch its night fodder. A few seconds later, Elise smiled in relief. Very good. Even if you touch a sore spot, you deal with it calmly and humorously. She stared at her nephew, who was not related to her by blood. Now, you are fully armed. Touch a sore spot. Thales' heart tightened. Elise only smiled faintly and did not expose him. She just held his arm and continued forward. How nostalgic. Elise looked away from the portrait of the three constellation kings emotionally. In the past, your little aunt often dragged me here to play. Little aunt? Thales was slightly moved when he heard that. Constance, what kind of girl was she? The two of them were silent for a moment. Elise's gaze was bleak as she looked at the past that could not be returned to. Constance, She was not a girl who knew her place. Every time she came here, she would either jump off a building or demolish the house. I could only pretend to be sick to avoid her enthusiasm. So much so that the considerate brother Midier specially prepared an exclusive ward for me. Constance, jumping off a building, demolishing the house. Thales thought of the urns of cinerary ashes in the Jade Star family tomb and frowned. When she rejected the marriage, Elise giggled. She ran away from home 4 times. She ran away from home 4 times, and she even wanted to bring me along with her. In the end, she was caught twice by Lord Zacriel, once by Gines, and the last time, even Brother Midier personally came. The late king could not bear to hit her, and he also did not dare to hit Madame Ida, who secretly helped her. So, he could only let Lord Zacriel whip Kessel, who was in cahoots with her. Elise paused at this point. She looked at the king in front of her, sighed, and continued. Now that I think about it, running away from home with her and starving on the streets together, sigh, it's actually not that bad. Thales was a little dazed as he listened. Constance sounds like, Thales said faintly. She's a very lively and adorable girl. Lively and adorable. Elise laughed involuntarily. You haven't experienced her pranks, including when she painted cute kittens on the back of Horace's armor. The entire military camp saw it, but no one dared to say anything. It was a captive who reminded him. Because she was afraid that third brother could not find a wife, she used Bancroft's name to send love letters to all the future sisters-in-law she had her eyes on and arranged dates. Because she thought Herman was too smug, she secretly changed his perfume to dog urine when he had a cold and could not smell it. Interested in adult sex, she secretly followed Kessel to Red Street Market. Eves dropped on him and even came out from under the bed to ask him about his thoughts. Thales could not help but laugh as he listened. The only person who could discipline her was Brother Midier. Elise shook her head helplessly. But even so, Constance's plan still worked once. She successfully applied a delayed effect pepper spray on Midier's wheelchair, and he looked like nothing had happened. He attended the Imperial Conference for an entire day without batting an eyelid. Thales was still laughing, but he suddenly realized something and froze. Annalise, you just said, Thales frowned and said softly, Midier's wheelchair. The atmosphere between the two of them sank slightly. A few seconds later, Elise frowned slightly. You don't know. Thales narrowed his eyes. That's true. Elise sighed slowly. It's a long past, and it involves the deceased. It's normal that you don't know. The Duke of Star Lake subconsciously turned his head. He realized in hindsight that all the stairs in Mindy's hall had slid down a considerable proportion. It seemed like it was not just for decoration, and Elise spoke faintly, her gaze focused on the void. At this moment, she seemed to have cut off the noise of the outside world and was immersed in the past. Although his smile is always the most gentle, caring, tolerant, and caring for everyone, although his shoulders are always the toughest, supporting, and protecting everyone, although his shoulders are always the most tenacious, supporting, and protecting everyone. But even though he was so understanding, gentle, and considerate, no one could truly understand his pain. Thales turned around and looked at her in surprise. That's right. When Brother Midier was young, he encountered an accident on a trip, Elise said faintly. Since then, his legs have been disabled, and he can't walk, with a wheelchair as his companion for life. What? Thales was stunned. Midier Jade Star, the former master of Mindy's Hall, the former heir to the supreme throne, the wise prince that everyone praised. It's actually this, the wheelchair-bound crown prince? Thales suddenly remembered the scene when Kessel pulled him up from the ground just now, and his cold words. As a Jade Star, even if both legs are crippled, never bend your knees, especially in here. In the next second, without any pause, they followed behind the king and queen and walked into the banquet hall. They welcomed the surging tide of people and the cheers of the mountains. Chapter 546. Thales did not know the order of the Constellatiate nobles' banquets, but at least from this royal banquet, which was hosted by him in name, the Constellatiates' table etiquette was much better than that of the Northlanders. The banquet was still at the seating stage, but the people exchanged pleasantries in an orderly manner. Men and women sat intertwined and interacted appropriately and naturally. The servants and attendants came and went in an orderly manner. The guards kept a low profile and almost invisible. Even the clowns and minstrels played appropriate music and performed in moderation. They never crossed key areas and disturbed the guests. Thales could not help but recall the banquet hosted by King Nuvan in Heroic Spirit Palace. He could not help but feel sorry for Little Rascal for a second. But then he remembered that Little Rascal's life and death were unknown. So his teasing moment of silence turned into complete gloom. His Majesty is here. Long live the king. Long live the queen. The king's entourage entered the hall. The originally quiet Mindy's hall burst into an uproar. Greetings and discussions came one after another. May you be healthy. God bless Constellation. Congratulations on your reunion with His Grace the Duke. It was as if there was a huge whirlpool in the banquet hall, with King Kessel at the center, full of power and irresistible. It sucked in all the guests, from honorary counts to hereditary barons, from invited officials to honorary conscripts, out of their seats like ants. It was only when they entered a safe distance and bumped into the unpretentious royal guards that they snapped out of their daze. Many guests in the front row bowed respectfully and knelt down to salute, but proper etiquette could not hide their impatience. The Leckmary family of Donna River greets you. Your Majesty, I represent all the members of the East City Police Station. Move forward a little. Try to let His Majesty see us, but not too deliberately, lest we embarrass ourselves in front of His Majesty. Your Majesty, do you remember Hazard from the Battle of the Altar? Thales watched all of this. He watched the guests surrounding King Kessel scramble to see him. They bowed from front to back, like rows of harvested straws. Wherever the scythe touched, the straws fell. Thales suddenly remembered the Dark Knight Temple's play he watched when he was young. In the scene where the calamities descended, the actors who played the roles of kind people on the stage also acted the same way. In the plot of the calamities destroying the world, they followed the tense and heavy backstage accompaniment and fell one after another in front of the strangely dressed calamities. The only difference was that after these straws fell, they slowly rose back up and tilted towards Thales in a barely discernible manner. They brought with them a restrained but complicated gaze. King Kessel's expression was as usual, and his steps were steady. Beside him, Queen Kia nodded gently and smiled. Just like that, one silent and dignified, the other amiable, they walked forward hand in hand, step by step, towards the top of the 2 steps, facing the entire banquet hall, which was also the highest seat that belonged solely to the royal family. Of course, not everyone was sucked into the vortex caused by the king. The Duke of Eastern Sea cum Prime Minister Bob Cullen sat at the long table on the 2nd step with a smile, surrounded by the nobles of Eastern Sea Hill who were on good terms with him. There was an endless stream of central officials and important nobles who came to greet the Prime Minister. They exchanged cordial greetings and toasts as they patiently waited for the arrival of the king and prince. From time to time, they would exchange a few words of praise and exclaim that after the kingdom was gone, Constellation would prosper. Duke Zayn Covendier sat opposite Prime Minister Cullen. Many of the junior bureaucrats and newly wealthy merchants who came to the long table with anticipation but could not muster the courage to meet the Prime Minister chose to express their respect to the young nobleman who owned South Coast Hill. Under the Duke's encouragement, they gradually relaxed and chatted happily. When they left, they repeatedly praised the approachable, noble, and sincere master of iris flowers. In stark contrast to this table was another long table on the same step, but much more secluded. The shackled Duke of the Northern Territory, Vala Rund, with his hair hanging to his shoulders, sat quietly at one end. He ignored the curious and probing gazes of those around him and drank by himself. Behind him stood a few royal guards who never left his side. Other than old acquaintances, only a few upright Northern Territory nobles and honorary conscripts who had fought alongside him dared to come forward to greet him. At the other end of the long table sat the casual Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Coaster Nanchester. The owner of the great antler deer had a cold and gloomy eye as he sized up the commotion caused by the king. From time to time, he would raise his glass at Duke Val, who was sitting opposite him. Many nobles with deep family backgrounds and close ties with the Northern Territory and the Land of Cliffs came forward to greet him. But compared to the Prime Minister and the Duke of Iris Flowers, this table could only be considered deserted. In contrast, the third step of the table next to the Duke's long table was much more harmonious. The people sitting here may not be as noble as the guardian dukes and appointed counts, but they were still more important, such as the central political figures of the Imperial Conference, the various bureaucrats in Eternal Star City, and the important heads of the industrial and commercial industries, and the hereditary landlords of the Central Territory, including the 7 Jade Star attendants. There are so many people, isn't there? Baron Stone looked at the king expressionlessly. There are 4 dukes alone. Baron Stone paused for a moment. He saw the young man who came with Princess Elise and laughed softly. Sorry, the 5 of you. Indeed, forget about the iris flower and the sun sword and shield. As for the great antler deer and the white eagle, as well as many people, at the same table, Viscount Adrian of Swan County expressed his agreement and sighed at Mrs. Barney across the long table. But his eyes were focused on her son and the toy in his hands. I thought I would never see it again in this lifetime. The return of the young lord, the stability of the kingdom is naturally unprecedented. Congratulations, Mrs. Barney responded with a smile that was watertight. She also urged her son, who was lowering his head to play with a 9-pointed star badge, in a low voice. Luther, listen to your mother. Put away the Duke's gift first. Look, there are so many fun things on the table. On the other side, Doyle's father, old Baron Doyle, turned his head and excitedly introduced to a market bureaucrat at the next table. So, this year's grain harvest in my territory is bountiful, and the granary is full. But, cheap grain hurts the farmers. If you can follow the law and do things according to the rules, when outsiders come to buy grain, set the local market price of agricultural grain higher. Set a little more reasonably. Oh, I see, I understand. After all, you have to do things according to the rules. By the way, do you see the 2 guards behind the Duke of Starlake? Pay attention to the more handsome one. Hey, that's my son, Daniel Doyle. He guards the royal family, is loyal, and is deeply trusted by Duke Thales. So, with him here, every time I come to Mindy's Hall, it's like going home. The big, serious-looking man next to him, that's Caleb Glover, a close friend of my son's who served the Duke together, a brother. He's also Viscount Glover's half-brother. Which Glover? Oh, the Viscount of Lake Mountain County, Lozano Glover, one of the 7 Jade Star attendants, the mainstay of the kingdom's Department of Finance. Oh, what? You've changed your mind? You also think cheap grain hurts the farmers? You want to go back and recheck the relevant laws and adjust the pricing? Oh my lord, I really did not misjudge you. To be honest, I'm a man of noble character, and I don't usually look up to those mediocre and vulgar people. It's rare to see a good person like you who worries about the country and the people and does things according to the rules. Come, let's drink. As the king and his entourage approached, the lords at the noble long table stopped talking. They were not like many guests who were so excited that they rushed forward one after another without caring about their manners. But they still stood up from the long table and respectfully saluted the king. There's no need to bow, everyone. Thales watched the king walk through the center of the hall, up the slow stairs, from the most common seat to the Duke's long table, and listened to him speak slowly. If I wait for all of you to kiss my ring one by one, then we won't be able to start until dawn. The king's tone was indifferent, but the weight in it lingered in the hall. However, it made Thales' heart tremble. He subconsciously touched the back of his hand. There was no ring there. Pay attention to your behavior. Beside him, Annalise noticed his abnormality. Although she was smiling as usual, her tone was unusually stern. Perhaps giants can ignore it, but you... Thales only felt a tightness on his arm. You're a prince. Facing the entire kingdom, your demeanor, expression, gaze, tone, Every move will be infinitely magnified and overinterpreted. Annalise held his arm, but her words were full of power. Thales could not help but straighten his back and adjust his bearing. Put on your armor, or, as Gines would say, raise your shield. Thales took a deep breath and tried his best to make his smile natural. Under the guidance of Baron Quinton, the chief of palace staff, and Adrian, the captain of the royal guards, the king held the queen's arm and stepped onto the highest table with great familiarity, then sat down leisurely, facing the guests and overlooking the hall. Thales, on the other hand, sat down at the long table that was one level lower than the king's, under Mallow's and Gilbert's instructions. Annalise and Gines sat on his left. Both of them cast him a concerned gaze. A few meters away, at the next table, Zayn Covendier gave Thales a meaningful smile. Countless gazes looked up and focused on the few people at these few tables. The guests had different expressions and reactions, all of which could be seen from his point of view. Of course, from the king's point of view, Thales' actions were presumably the same. Thales listened to his own heartbeat, but very unprofessionally spaced out for a second. He suddenly remembered the memory from his past life. The moment he stood on the podium, all the flukes and fantasies you once had as a student would be completely shattered. It turned out that for thousands of days, the teachers could clearly see all the little things you thought were hidden, low-key, and undiscovered on the podium and under the table. But they still pretended that nothing had happened and continued to lecture patiently and smilingly. It seemed that the students below the podium were good children who were listening attentively, weren't they? At this moment, Thales maintained his smile as he quietly looked at the good students in the hall and suddenly had a realization about the height of the king's seat. Damn it, zombie, sit there a little, or else the beautiful maids. I mean, the attendants will not be able to pass when they deliver the food. Doyle's gritted teeth came from behind him. This place is too narrow. Is it really prepared for the prince? Even the banquets in the Barney family's manor are wider than this. Or do the attendants have no human rights? Next door, Mallows, who sat at the same table as Gilbert, glared at Thales. Doyle's whispered complaints immediately disappeared in Thales' ears. The banquet hall slowly turned from noisy to quiet. The master of Eastern Sea Hill, come Prime Minister, Duke Cullen, stood up from the table with a smile. He first reached out to stop the music and then bowed to the king. His huge belly almost pushed the heavy long table back a few inches. Your Majesty, Eternal Star City has not had such a large royal banquet for a long time. This is a national event, but Kessel V just waved his hand lightly and nonchalantly stuffed the Prime Minister's words into his mouth. I know why you are here. You also know why I am here. The king's cold voice reverberated in the hall, and just like the countless imperial conferences he had attended, the temperature absent-mindedly dropped. There is no need to waste time. Prime Minister Cullen, who had obviously prepared a lot of opening remarks, choked. King Kessel leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "Let's eat." In the hall, the guests who had come to attend the rare royal banquet and were looking forward to the festivities and enthusiasm were all stunned. At that moment, whether it was the composed nobles, the well-dressed ladies, the performers who were trying their best to make a name for themselves, or the guards and attendants who were trying their best to maintain order, everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads and faces. The hall was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Princess Elise, who was beside him, sighed, while Gilbert, who was next door, furrowed his brows. After a few seconds of silence, the hall began to fill with endless whispers. The guests whispered to each other, almost like buzzing bees. Duke Cullen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and somewhat at a loss. Thales felt the atmosphere around him and could not help but turn his eyes and subconsciously lowered his head. Damn it, Father Kessel, I've underestimated you. You're the strongest atmosphere killer in the kingdom. But, speaking of atmosphere killer, if only Duke Fakenhaz was here. As boring as he was, he would definitely know how to answer. Amidst the noisy buzzing, the guests had their own discussions. You know, Kessel wasn't like this before. Aunt Elise leaned close to his ear and explained awkwardly in a low voice. Maybe it's because the royal family hasn't held a banquet for too long. At the table of the 7 Jade-Star attendants, the old Viscount Patterson ignored the horrified looks of his 2 nephews and snorted disdainfully and disrespectfully. No matter how many years have passed, even with the crown on, that kid's speech is still terrible. I guess when he's about to bed a woman, this is what he says: "Let's do it." These words made the guests at the same table a little embarrassed, and they all laughed without saying a word. That was until Viscount Adrian responded appropriately. Concise, efficient, and straightforward. His Majesty is indeed our role model. Viscount Patterson snorted softly, his voice sarcastic and unclear. Us. On the other side, Baron Stone turned around and nodded expressionlessly. Us. At the distant table of foreign guests, Administrator Jorge from the northern Deer City had a gleam in his eyes. "This king has guts," the bearded man chuckled, ignoring the gazes of the people around him. "Damn, I'm starting to like him." The scene lasted for a few seconds, until Duke Cullen sighed and coughed violently a few times to quell the situation of the gradually rising discussion and began to earnestly persuade again. "Your Majesty, but according to convention, you need to make an opening toast at the beginning of the banquet." King Kessel slowly raised his head, as if he had just woken up from his contemplation. "Is that so? I almost forgot about it." Duke Cullen nodded and smiled. "That's right. Think about the banquets you attended when you were young, right? Many of them were held here." The king narrowed his eyes, his voice as heavy as ever, making people unable to help but look serious. "But it wasn't my turn to give a speech then, was it?" The Duke of Eastern Sea shuddered. "Your Majesty, this..." His face was pale, his lips opened and closed, but he still could not continue. Thales could not help but sympathize with Duke Cullen, who had to pay attention to his public image while also taking care of the king's reputation, and was left speechless. When he thought about how this poor fat grandpa was actually the prime minister, and how he would probably be put in a spot by King Kessel at the Imperial Conference every day. "All right." King Kessel snorted softly. He let the poor prime minister off the hook and looked at the table one level lower. "Child, you're here." Thales met the king's gaze and, subconsciously, according to his instinct from his etiquette training, nodded at his Majesty in response. The etiquette was perfect and the smile was appropriate, to show one's loyalty. But after a few tenths of a second, the young Duke of Star Lake came back to his senses and his smile froze. "Wait a minute. What did he say? Come what?" The next moment, everyone in the hall turned their gazes towards him. They were like countless swords that shone with a cold light, and they were all over Thales' body. Duke Cullen exhaled and sat down shakily. The king lowered his head again and played with the glass of wine in his hand, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Thales was aware of the current situation. He turned back numbly and saw Queen Kia's expectant gaze, Jine's surprised and worried gaze, Gilbert's anxious expression, Mallow's thoughtful expression, and countless. Thales. The smile on Princess Elise's face did not diminish. She was as calm as ever, but she pushed his arm under the table, and a few syllables as weak as mosquitoes emerged from her lips. "Quick, don't hesitate, give a speech. Anything." After a few months of training, Prince Thales instinctively stood up without anyone's reminder. Thanks to Jine's etiquette lessons, his posture was elegant and his expression calm. Only Thales himself knew that it was all fake. At this moment, the sin of Hell's River was desperately helping him stabilize his body's reactions, from his joints, muscles, blood vessels, heartbeat. He was like a pitiful plasterer who was panting and running back and forth, tearing down Peter to repair Paul, but still could not stop the house from leaking. Thales took a deep breath, desperately maintaining his calm smile, and frantically racked his brain. "No, a speech? What speech? Is there such an item in the program?" It wasn't mentioned during the banquet rehearsal. Thales twisted his neck stiffly, but in the eyes of others, he appeared to be calm. He raised the wine glass beside him that was filled with wine that he did not know what it was, and he did not have the time to know. He looked at the pairs of eyes in the hall that were filled with all kinds of emotions: doubt, curiosity, anticipation, fanaticism, schadenfreude. The sin of Hell's River was a little at a loss. It kept changing back and forth, but it still could not figure out what its master wanted at the moment. Explosive power? Speed? Endurance? Agility? Senses? Balance? Or the courage to fight to the death without retreating, kill everything in front of you, and only stop? Thales tried his best to suppress the sin of Hell's River, which gradually became fierce because it could not find its target. After all, this was not a battle of life and death. Thales smiled worriedly, raised his wine glass, nodded slightly, and cleared his throat to stall for time. No, this is much more difficult than fighting. Fighting? Taking care of opponents like the Star Killer, the Raven of Death, the Legendary Wing, and the Knight of Judgment? That's a piece of cake, okay? End of this chapter. Chapter 547. At the Duke's long table, Prime Minister Cullen sighed with lingering fear. Zayn smiled coldly. One-eyed Dragon was expressionless, and Duke Val continued to drink as if no one else was around. Banquet speech, Thales muttered desperately, but his mind was blank. It was like the deadline for handing in homework at midnight, but the document in your hand was still empty until 11:50 p.m. Wait a minute. Banquet speech is not without reference, is it not? The next second. My lords, welcome to Mindy's Hall. Thales raised his wine glass with one hand and slowly walked out of his seat so that everyone could see him. Out of politeness, the guest stood up. He looked around the hall slowly and unhurriedly. Quick, what should I say next? Thales' inner monologue. His voice reverberated and could be heard clearly. Our door is filled with honored guests and distinguished friends. I've only attended such a grand banquet once in my life. Thales lowered his head, as if reminiscing. He paused for a few seconds. He looked up and smiled. You know, in Dragon Cloud City, King Nuven wants to thank me, for killing his son. Laughter rang in the banquet hall. Except for the Northland guests. All of them looked livid. Thales shrugged helplessly. Banquet. At that moment, King Nuven's bold and boorish appearance inevitably emerged in the teenager's mind as he raised his wine glass. The Born King's powerful and shocking voice from a Northland welcoming banquet also came to mind. Come on, eat, drink, fight, F***CK, do whatever you want. Until you're lying, rolling, limp, crawling, and being carried out of my palace. Bastards. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He quietly glanced at the guests from Constellation, who were all well-mannered. He decisively kicked the roaring King Nuven out of his mind. Trust me, you don't want to be there. Thales sighed. The food in Dragon Cloud City is terrible, and the wine is terrible. It's torture. Some of the guests chuckled. Thales shrugged, and his eyebrows danced. I guess this is why he wants to thank me, for killing his son. The laughter in the hall rose and fell again. Elise glanced at Thales with a strange expression, worried about his boldness. Mallows comforted the nervous Gilbert in a soft voice, telling him that this was the Duke's way of complaining over the past few months, and that he just had to get used to it. Jorge snorted in displeasure. Yes, this is also why, when the Archduke of Black Sand Region sat on the throne and drank Dragon Cloud City's terrible special wine, Thales swirled his wine glass. He regretted it. The laughter in the hall became the norm. King Chapman hated me and imprisoned me for 6 whole years. Thales looked at everyone and was rather puzzled. But I really can't help him. The Duke of Starlake shrugged at the hall, his expression helpless. I can't possibly kill every king of Extek, can I? The laughter in the hall grew louder and louder. Unexpectedly, Duke Val was among them. He stared at his wine glass and did not bother to hide his laughter. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. Thales took a deep breath and pressed his hand to stop the laughter in the banquet hall. All right, many of you may know me. At the Duke's table, many people had mixed reactions. That's right, I have just ended a 6-year journey. Thales faced the guests with a straight face and was satisfied to see that they were also sitting upright and still. He raised his glass and said, civilized, elegant, peaceful and peaceful. Some of the guests could not help but laugh. But Thales's tone immediately took a sharp turn for the worse. And my return must have brought many surprises, because I can see in your eyes doubt, wariness, alienation, hostility. The last word made the originally relaxed and cheerful atmosphere in the banquet hall turn cold. The one-eyed dragon and the Duke of Iris Flowers stared at Thales, deep in thought. Thales turned halfway to avoid looking at the king's expression. This prince who suddenly appeared 6 years ago, what has he become after returning from the enemy country? What will he bring to you? What will he bring to the kingdom? Will it be stability or turbulence, stability or change? Understandable, because I have the same suspicions. Thales's expression was solemn. Some are happy, some are confused, some are observing, some are hesitant. Of course, there may be some who do not want to see my appearance. Even the entire hall became completely silent. But I remember 6 years ago, when I was about to leave the kingdom and head north, a lord warned me. Thales looked at the wine glass in his hand with a serious expression. Go to Extet, to the place between the north wind and the dragon's children. Go to another angle, another world, and see another star. Maybe I will gain something. The way the Duke of Nanchester looked at him changed. I have indeed gained something. Thales raised his head and raised his eyebrows. Most importantly, don't drink Extension wine. The guests roared with laughter again, but Thales quickly got back on track. But I'm still confused. This time, the Duke of Star Lake's eyes were no longer teasing. Jokes aside, there is no doubt that Nuvan VII was a great king. He was decisive, far-sighted, generous, heroic, and wise. Even a born king like him could not avoid his own misfortune. He could not save Dragoncloud's city from the disaster, and he could not stop Extet's decline. Many of the guests began to whisper. Thales looked like he was in deep thought. This makes me suspicious. Living next to them, how do we live? How do we rule? How do we move forward so that we do not end up like this and leave no regrets? Thales paused for a few seconds to let the guest discussions ferment. Then he raised his head with a straight face. To be honest, I do not know, Thales said loudly. But when I stepped into this hall, I think at least I know where the answer lies. Thales raised his wine glass. Today is not just about me. 3,000 years ago today, the ancient kings marched north with their entire army. They staked everything on one throw and fought against the orcs. They traveled 1,000 miles to pursue the Holy One. Thales recalled the Errol World History class. Not just King Anzac of Rock Ridge, but Rooter, Shaywin, Northland, Thornland, Faraway Mountains, Carinza, Saltlands. It was the countless nations, and cities of that era that united as one. They were selfless and fearless. Only then could they create miracles and write epics. Thales raised his voice. They stood on the glaciers, stepped on the skulls of the orcs, and announced to the world that as long as they worked together, humans would be invincible. Many of the guests looked serious. They raised their wine glasses and returned the toast from afar. On the contrary, Thales' expression darkened. He carefully looked at each guest. The innocent-looking Duke Cullen, the gloomy Zayn, the thoughtful Koster, the silent and dazed Val. Division leads to decline. Internal strife leads to weakness. Selfishness is despicable, and mutual destruction leads to the end. Thales' voice became deep. He looked around and said in an unquestionable tone, "Believe me, I have seen how the descendants of Rikaru the hero lived. King Nuvan's domineering and tyrannical ways brought about suspicion. King Chapman's tyranny made him countless enemies. The Archduke's wild ambitions caused the kingdom to be in turmoil, and the Northlanders' fanaticism, blindness, and self-righteousness since ancient times worsened the situation until it was irreversible." He said solemnly, "So I understand, whether it is the Holiness Exorcism campaign or the kingdom today, only by overcoming these weaknesses, only by being united, and only by working together can we have a foothold on the earth and look up to the heavens." Thales said loudly, "Just like today, just like yesterday, just like tomorrow, just like the countless days and nights that I and all of you here will be loyal to each other until the end of our lives." Gilbert and a few of his friends had strange expressions, as if they were surprised by the prince's impromptu performance. In the next second, Thales raised his wine glass over his head and shouted angrily, "To Constellation!" Thales said in a long voice, "To bask in her light for the past 700 years, to be grateful for her greatness, to shelter her wings, and to share her glory." There was a second of silence. Then, the shackled Duke of the Northern Territory, Valerund, unexpectedly raised his glass and shouted in response. To Constellation! The one-eyed Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Coaster Nanchester smiled and raised his glass as well. To Constellation! Immediately after, Queen Kia also raised her glass expectantly and cooperatively, leading a large group of guests who were not used to it to raise their glasses. Soon, under the urging gaze of the queen, the king also snorted softly and raised his glass nonchalantly. With a precedent, the guests were stirred up. They raised their glasses in unison and echoed, "To Constellation!" The hall immediately boiled over, and the sound shook the dome. Jorge and Levi Trentida, who were sitting in the corner, looked around. In order to fit in, they still raised their glasses awkwardly. Thales sucked in a deep breath and chased away the anxiety in his heart, which made him feel like a duck on a perch. To the king. Thales turned to King Kessel and raised his glass from afar, trying not to read the complicated meaning in the latter's eyes. For him, in the face of danger, to turn the tide, to work hard for decades, to protect the kingdom with unwavering determination. The guests in the hall gradually got used to it and echoed in unison, "To the king." Thales' words became smoother. He turned around, looked at the entire hall, and turned his glass around. "To ourselves. For all of you here and our ancestors, for us who have worked together for hundreds of years to carry the burden forward, and for the great cause of mankind's most glorious past, and for us to be as unstoppable as ever." The guests raised their glasses in response, like a flash flood. "To ourselves." Thales breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled and looked to the north again. And Thales roared with all his heart, "You're right. F***CKU. Chapman Lampard." There was no need to remind them, and no one seemed to think. Many people followed without hesitation and shouted, F***CKU. Chapman Lampard. After shouting this, many people were stunned at first. Then they reacted and roared with laughter. This time, the guests from different seats and backgrounds were in unison, including Northerners like Jorge and Levi. They shouted without any grudges and with sincerity. But at this moment, a different shout pierced through the crowd and rang loudly. To Duke Thales. Thales was slightly surprised. It was an ordinary-looking young noble dressed in ordinary clothes. He stood among the foreign guests and resolutely raised his cup and shouted, "Let's go." To his open-mindedness, wisdom, breadth of mind, courage, and youth, everyone was stunned again. But soon, many people responded one after another, yes. To the Duke of Starlake. To Prince Thales. To Jade Star. The sound of agreement rose and fell in the hall, and it was loud and powerful. However, many people were regretting their decision. Why didn't I speak first? Thales listened to the echoes in the hall and took a deep breath, ignoring the king's expression behind him. Everyone. Thales' expression was firm, and his gaze did not waver. He raised his glass and shouted the last toast with a drawn-out tone. If Constellation were here, there was no need for anyone to remind them. The guests, whose emotions had been stirred up, reacted in unison and shouted the second half of the sentence that they knew by heart. "The Empire shall live forever." Thales struck while the iron was hot. He raised his glass, and in order to make it look heroic, he even spilled quite a bit. Fortunately, it was not Northland's rye distilled wine. It was Constellation's local grape wine. Thales lowered his head. When he saw that the guests were almost done drinking, he laughed and said, "Very well, then let the banquet." In the next second, Thales instinctively lowered his glass. "Let's begin." But this time, Thales did not hear the heart-stirring sound when the heavy Northland wooden wine glass collided with the dining table or the stone bricks, which he was very familiar with in the past few years. Instead, crack. Thales shuddered. The sound, it was crisp, pleasant, pure. It made people heartbroken. Everyone was stunned. The banquet hall suddenly fell silent. The Duke of Star Lake lowered his head with difficulty and looked at the expensive wine glass that had been smashed to pieces by his feet. *T. Thales immediately realized that he had gotten into trouble. He moved his feet expressionlessly, intending to leave the crime scene. But when his boots stepped on the glass shards, it made a terrifying sound. This caused even more gazes to be focused on the prince. The guests of the royal banquet looked at each other. Many of them were still holding their wine glasses that they had just finished drinking. They looked at the Duke of Star Lake, who had just committed a grave crime of murdering a wine glass in front of the entire kingdom. They were at a loss, until Administrator Jorge from Elefir City, who was seated at a remote table, finished his wine. He was in high spirits and smashed his glass downwards without any hesitation. Crack! The sound of glass shattering shocked everyone again. But in the next moment, Gilbert was the first to react. Without hesitation, he spilled the wine that he could not finish, and similarly smashed his glass on the floor. Crack! Beside him, Thales' personal guard captain, Lord Mallows, was expressionless, but he also smashed his glass hard. Crack! With such a precious gem in front of them, many of the observant Constellation guests reacted one after another. They came forward one after another. Whether they were familiar with it or not, used to it or not, liked or disliked it, they all raised their hands high and smashed their glasses hard. Crack! Crack! Bang! Rip! For a moment, it was as if solid ice had cracked in the banquet hall. Silver bottles exploded, and the crisp and sharp sounds of shattering rose and fell, echoing each other like a marching concerto. Even the high and mighty Queen Kia threw her hand excitedly. She watched as the queen's special wine glass flew in an arc and landed on the floor, dismembered. Not only that, Gilbert gave the chief of palace staff a meaningful look. The latter reacted and quickly waved his hand. Musicians, clowns, and minstrels came forward one after another. They played music and danced. The servants shouted at each other in a flurry. Their thick soles stepped on the glass shards all over the floor, and they came forward in unison to serve the food. The banquet began. Music and performances, food and wine. The atmosphere in the banquet hall finally became lively again. The guests' conversations, discussions, and laughter finally rang out without restraint. It overshadowed the uproar, shock, abruptness, and awkwardness caused by Thales' passing action. It was only then that Gilbert exhaled. The Foreign Affairs Minister touched his forehead. It was already covered in cold sweat. His Highness, the culprit, the instigator, the Honorable Duke of Star Lake, Thales, stepped on the shattered glass on the floor with a lifeless look on his face. He returned to his seat mechanically while the dual music rang in his ears and under his feet. Thales! Elise calmly dragged her legs and swept aside the half a glass that she had not smashed into pieces due to her inexperience. She asked hesitantly and doubtfully. "What's the matter?" She asked hesitantly and doubtfully. "About what happened just now, I know. I'm sorry. It's my fault," Thales said with a fake smile. Remembering his aunt's teachings, even though his heart was filled with shame and awkwardness, he maintained a calm expression on his face, as if he was born this way. "I'm just used to it." At the highest seat, King Kessel was expressionless as he gently put down the undamaged wine glass in his hand. In the entire hall, in addition to toasting each other at the beginning of the banquet, many guests were also discussing, such as the seating of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Is this a Constellation banquet or an Extet banquet? Baron Stone frowned. Viscount Patterson snorted softly and looked at Prince Thales, who acted as if nothing had happened. "Is that important?" "Ha! Liveliness is good," old Baron Doyle laughed. "Liveliness makes people love you." The rest of the people were silent, but some people did not think so. As the chief steward of the palace, Baron Quinton, who came to Mindy's hall to help arrange the banquet, was dumbfounded. Trembling, he ordered his servants, clean. Also, send a message to deliver a new batch of royal goblets. But he quickly reacted and stopped his servants. "Wait." Remember, double the amount. Baron Quentin gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. He looked at the hall full of debris and said to the confused servant, "Spare." Just as the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively, and everyone was immersed in the food, wine, or conversation, and had no time to care about anything else, in a remote seat that no one noticed, a solemn guest had a dazed look in his eyes as he forked the goose meat on his plate intermittently. In the next second, his ribs twitched. The guest's expression changed slightly. He wanted to turn around, but a familiar, experienced voice slowly drifted into his ears, causing his movements to freeze. "Don't look back," the experienced voice said slowly. "You should know how difficult it is to bring this in." The guest stiffened, but he still put down his right hand and quietly took the thing from the other party under the table. "Why?" the guest asked, puzzled. The experienced voice seemed to be faintly discernible, as if it did not care. "I know what you're going to do, but obviously this is more effective. If you have really made up your mind." The guest's thoughts tightened. He looked at the forks on the table and said with difficulty, "Why?" But the experienced voice did not answer. It only said slowly, "Remember, find a target. You only have one chance." The guest clenched his teeth. "I don't understand. He clearly rejected me. Why?" But the experienced voice no longer answered. It was as if it had never appeared. The guest took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stuffed the thing under his ribs into his clothes. "Fine, target." The guest slowly raised his head and looked at the top of the banquet hall, at the seat of the king. Sitting there was a calm and unruffled man with an extraordinary status, a teenager. The guest breathed in a daze. His gaze gradually changed from pain, suffering, indignation, jealousy, and hesitation to unshakable determination and viciousness. He stared at the high-spirited young duke and gently pressed the stranger's gift under his clothes. The skin on his hand felt cold. He knew that it was a short sword. Excellent quality. The blade was cold and sharp. Merciless. End of this chapter. Chapter 548. Thank you. I will remember your kindness. Please thank your daughter for her concern on my behalf. Happy 11th birthday, Baron Bourbon. Thales politely raised his glass in his seat and sent away a guest who came up to toast him. He then refocused his attention on the liveliness of the banquet. As it turned out, the Holy Pursuit Day banquet was more relaxing than Thales had expected after the initial awkwardness. Amidst the melodious music, not only were the guests enjoying the banquet and chatting enthusiastically, the servants of Mindy's Hall were also constantly serving dishes and serving food. Many of the attendants of the guests were shuttling between different long tables, either helping to serve wine or passing messages on behalf of their masters, completing service and social tasks time and time again. Just like in Ekstedt, there was an empty space in the center of the banquet hall. It served as both a stage and a dance floor. Minstrels, clowns, acrobats, instrumentalists, and dancers took turns to perform their respective skills. For example, at this moment, a bard was pacing around with his zither in his arms. He had already begun his performance. This song is a new piece inspired by my years of visiting the Western Desert. It tells the story of King Kessel leading his army deep into the desert 11 years ago and killing the enemy chieftain in the Battle of the Altar. This was familiar to Thales. When he was a child beggar, there were often such bards in Sunset Pub, but their clothes were never so neat, and their singing and zither skills varied. As the bard sang in a melodious and grand manner, the dishes were constantly refreshed. They were served on the long tables in order. There were no less than 5 kinds of cheese soup, vegetables and fruits, roasted bird eggs of strange sizes, sturgeon soup, oatmeal, pig blood sausage that did not look good, smoked beef, roasted chicken with sauce, venison stew, all kinds of unknown poultry and game, raw and cooked seashells, terrifyingly large meatballs, dozens of different styles of bread, pancakes, pies, and all kinds of magical dishes whose original ingredients could not be identified, of course, that included all kinds of indispensable alcohol. How should I put it? Is his dad really rich? Thales sighed. All right, Constellations do have a way with food, at least compared to the Northlanders in Dragoncloud City, who only know how to roast, and stew Dragoncloud City. At the thought of this, Fail's mood became gloomy. What's wrong? Not used to it? Aunt Elise, who was beside him, noticed him. No, it's just that there are too many choices. Fail stared at a plate of beans absent-mindedly. I don't know where to start. Princess Elise elegantly divided the vegetables on the plate and seemed to sigh with emotion. You should go to the Dragon-Kissed Basin. The nobles in Amlinzo are very strict with their food. Of course, I can't get used to their taste. Once you get used to a place, it's hard to get used to the delicacies of another place. Fails forced a smile. In the end, he imitated his aunt and extended his claws to a plate of seemingly fresh lettuce. Someone poked him. Fails turned around and saw that it was Doyle, who was sitting on the vice table behind him. His cheeks were puffed up. Your Highness, you can. Doyle swallowed a mouthful of food and ignored Glover's disdainful gaze. He pointed at Fail's table and whispered, Can you pass me the seasoning salt? Oh, right, and the plate of beef on your left. Fails frowned. Isn't there any on your desk? Yes, but I always feel that the food served on your Highness's table is especially delicious. Fail sighed. He looked around and found that no one was paying attention. Then he quietly leaned forward, pushed the plate of beef behind his armpit, and stuffed it to Doyle. You're really not polite. Doyle took the food the prince gave him in a well-practiced and tacit manner. He smiled obsequiously. Because his lordship is not here. Ahem. I mean, because you're the most kind and gentle prince in the world. Fails rolled his eyes and continued to deal with his lettuce. Doyle sent the beef in Glover's direction, but the zombie just turned his head away in disdain and continued to drink his beer. Doyle shrugged indifferently and ate by himself. Your loss. As time went by, the music was played round after round, and the performers changed again and again. However, the guests became more and more interested, and the atmosphere in the banquet became more and more enthusiastic. More and more guests left their seats and took the initiative to talk. But fortunately, Fail's burden was not too heavy, because most of the people were diverted to the highest table, to his father. It was a rare royal banquet for more than a decade, and there were many guests who wanted to use this informal occasion to pay their respects to the king. King Kessel still looked calm, but he could not finish his meal for more than a minute. Every time, guests of different backgrounds and classes, either with friends or alone, respectfully and expectantly came to pay their respects to the king, interrupting his pitiful rest time. It also affected Guard Captain Adrian and Chief Quinton, as well as important ministers of the royal family, such as Gilbert and Kirkman, who had to rush over frequently to offer toasts and divert the king's attention. Although the Iron Hand King had a cold temperament, on this occasion, with a face full of boredom, he had to raise his cup frequently, nod his head in response, and say a few warm words from time to time. Queen Kia, on the other hand, was at ease. It could be seen that she was skilled in this field when she was young. In just half an hour, there were 20 to 30 groups of guests who came to pay their respects to the king. Fails clicked his tongue in wonder. Don't laugh. Annalise was indifferent and ruined his mood with one sentence. You'll be the same in the future. Fails sighed. With something on his mind, he could not enjoy his meal in peace. So, while abusing his lettuce from time to time, he summoned the sin of Hell's River to strengthen his senses and pay attention to his surroundings. Compared to the Northland nobles' banquets, where only male guests were present, and other than eating and drinking, the occasions in Constellation were much more open. Not only were there no restrictions on men and women, and because of this, the banquets appeared much more elegant. When they were drunk, restless and eager men could often be seen leaving their seats to toast the well-dressed and dazzling ladies. There were even many young, beautiful, lively, and energetic women who would take the initiative to leave their seats, ignoring the supercilious looks and hostility of the men and their families, and leave their surveillance to chat and laugh with the person they liked, exchange drinks, and even enter the dance floor together when the dance music played. It was joyous, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. But was that really the case? Fail's heart stirred, and the conversations from all directions entered his ears through the filtering and strengthening of Hell's senses. Oh, is that so? Persuade my father to propose marriage? Oof, that's what you said last time. Do you think that after you said this, I'll sneak out at night to let you F***CK me for free like before? By the way, I'm getting engaged and the child in my womb isn't yours. This was obviously an awkward conversation between a couple who had a grudge against each other. A marriage proposal in the land of cliffs? That's right, the other party is from a noble family, but I'd be blind to marry my daughter there. Those conservative mountain barbarians still believe in a heretical evil god called the Master of Mountains. I visited him once 2 years ago, and until now, I still can't forget a small village in the mountains. Their campfire mating custom is comparable to that of primitive people. This was from a local noble in Central Territory. Thales maintained his smile. What he heard from Hell's senses was mostly all sorts of gossip and social chatter in the capital. However, the guests were talking about different things in different directions and on different long tables. The contents of their conversations were quite different. After the bloody year, everyone realized that the 20,000 farmers recruited from the farms with 1,000 gold coins were not as useful as 200 professional soldiers trained with 1,000 gold coins. Do you still remember the scene where the Duke of Star Lake? Oh, the previous Duke of Star Lake's army of 2,000 chased tens of thousands of rebel soldiers all over the mountains and plains. This was the long table of honorary military soldiers. Their topic was rather fierce. I was thinking, since the prince is back, shouldn't we head north to take revenge? If we fight a war with your qualifications, you can at least be a deputy general of the guards, right? You must know that after the horse slayer Dyra retired, he climbed up to a higher position and became the director of the police station. My son is learning grammar, theology, and mathematics. This was from a government bureaucrat at the next table. He was talking to his colleagues about his son's future. He's ambitious and wants to stay in Eternal Star City. Maybe he wants to become a civil servant in the government office. Maybe he wants to earn a noble title. But I hope he goes back to his hometown to look for a job. After all, South Coast Hill is far away from war. It's well governed, and Jade City is prosperous and comfortable. It's even better than the capital. I'm so envious. My nephew is my heir. He's determined to learn martial arts and join the army. He dreams of becoming a legitimate knight. But you also know that unless you're born with a good family name, the title of a knight is a joke. What legitimacy is there to speak of? Look at the 3 generals. They're knights in name, but one of them is a Northlander, one is a tomboy, and one is a disgusting gigolo who relies on his face to make a living. Thales sighed. He sympathized with the legendary Wing, who is said to be able to unify the Western Peninsula with his face. Yes, Extet has no hostages, and it has increased the risk of war between the two countries. In addition to their endless internal strife, believe me, the northern trade route has come to an end, and the potential business in the future is all concentrated in the west and south. If you're interested, why don't we find a place to talk in detail? This was the long table of the head of the line and the merchants. The conversation was more practical and business. It's been 20 years. A new round of franchise sales should be put on the agenda. Maybe we should find the next scapegoat. He has to do this. His family's loan from the royal family's bank is almost due. If he doesn't bet on this long-distance fleet, he can only transfer his fief to make up for the deficit. Thales did not really understand this business, so he turned his attention to the table of the central politicians. No, the riots at the border of Western Desert a few months ago were just local incidents. It will not affect the kingdom's policies. The local nobles' reaction is just their own private actions. The relationship between the royal family and Western Desert is very good. What? No, of course, this is not the official statement of the Foreign Affairs Department. It's just my personal opinion, although I do work in the Foreign Affairs Department. This was Gilbert. A suzerain has ordered the abolition of military service. He asked his subjects to pay with money, or else they have to give up their land. No, in fact, His Majesty didn't say anything. This was Kirkman, the Minister of Finance. Of course, the saying, abstinence and purity is the will of God, is already outdated. On the contrary, if your fief's market is prosperous and there's an abundance of goods, it can attract more money, and you can make more beneficial policies. Presumably, it will also be in line with Sunset's edict. This was Vicar General Stylianides. Yes, a baron of Blade Edge Hill died in the plague, but he only had one illegitimate child. That illegitimate child promised a large sum of money so that the Duchess would acknowledge his right to inheritance. The baron's subordinates and vassals obviously had different opinions, so they came to Eternal Star City to ask His Majesty to make a decision. At this point, the situation became complicated, and no one dared to take up this case. The sin of Hell's River roared, sending more and more conversations from the table into his ears. Thales listened absent-mindedly. He tried to figure out the main points of attention of the guests and the circle in the capital city, while trying to figure out the kingdom's current situation from these words. But he suddenly had a strange feeling. In Dragoncloud City, be it banquets, state affairs hearings, archdukes, or counts, the private conversations of the extension nobles were always methodical and sharp. Fiefs, feuds, power, marriage. The way of Northland, it was often gloomy and heavy, cold and threatening, like dark clouds pressing down. But here, in Constellation, what era are we in? There are still people who believe that a marriage contract and the unification of two surnames can form a family alliance? Come on. In the past, the union of two families meant greater territory and power. But now, it will only bring about huge maintenance costs, sky-high land assessment fees, and title recognition fees, as well as division and strife within the family. Your Grace, are you still thinking of exploiting the peasants and collecting taxes to get rich? Sunset, you should really broaden your horizons and learn from your peers in South Coast and Eastern Sea Hill. From trade guilds to buying shares in the Chamber of Commerce, from operating franchises to monopolizing the market, we should make good use of our status and power. In this era, we have too many ways to profit and become famous. Don't talk to him. This guy used to be crude and stupid. Even after he became a suzerain, his mind hasn't changed. His way of ruling is the most primitive and uncouth way. I'm telling you, within 2 generations, he will decline. Thales listened quietly and began to understand. In Eternal Star City, the social interactions and conversations of the Constellatiate nobles were so restless, fiery, constantly changing. Thales took a deep breath and suddenly had a more direct understanding of Constellation. Mindy's Hall. Thales looked at the royal manor and sighed. Mindy's, look at the good things you've done. But before he could finish sighing, Jorge's voice drilled into his ears. F***CK. I'm telling you, at that time, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The dying Born King grabbed your Polaris and our young dragon. He put their little hands together, and before he died, he said, only true love, whose hearts are connected, can summon the true dragon to come and save this city. Thales' expression darkened, and he looked around. In the foreign guest seats, Jorge of Elifure City was drunk, and his spittle was flying everywhere. The king passed away, and the young dragon trembled with anger. She faced the calamity and howled at the sky. Dragon clouds do not perish. The Waltons will avenge this. Polaris held her hand and stood side by side, unafraid of death. If you are determined to fight, Jadestar will follow you to the end. The next moment, there was a bang. Guess what? Whoa, they summoned a true dragon. In the blink of an eye, the true dragon fell from the sky and killed the calamity on the spot. Damn it. Thales listened for a while with a gloomy face, and his mood worsened. He simply turned to listen in another direction. But he quickly realized that he was the main character in many of the conversations. I think we should choose a prince consort who is not of high birth, just like Queen Kia. It's best if she has some affinity with the commoners. After all, things are different now, and Prince Thales is not the mid-year of the past. I heard from the merchants in the north that Prince Thales is someone who dares to fight the Northland barbarians and dare to duel with 5 archdukes at such a young age. So he personally experienced the calamity attack and survived? No, it's not a calamity. I have gossip. In fact, back then, it was a conspiracy by a secret cult trying to control the political situation and subvert Ekstedt. Don't believe these gossip. I have an insider in Dragon Cloud City, and I can be considered to have a better understanding of the situation. First, let me lay out the conclusion. It was a major earthquake. After the disaster, the upper echelons of the Northland barbarians wanted to shift the focus and avoid public criticism, so they made up the excuse of a calamity invasion. What did the Great Dragons say? It was also made up to boost morale and win over the hearts of the people. Think about it. The timing of the Great Dragon's birth, the timing of the king of Ekstedt's death, the timing of Lampard's proclamation as king, and their act of detaining the prince. Sigh, with this, the truth is about to come out, right? What truth? I can't go on. Think about it carefully, and those who understand will naturally understand. In short, we can't look at a problem in isolation. We have to look at the pretentious bullshit. Do you understand? Pretentious bullshit. Look at the big picture. In the pretentious bullshit of a national strategy, everything is linked together. I see. Sir, you have great foresight and know how to pretentious bullshit. As expected of a professional, you flatter me. Thank you for the invitation. I was in Ekstedt a while ago, and I just got off the carriage. See, you asked me the moment I arrived. Thales could only snort softly in his heart. But why do I feel that the prince and Lampard are in cahoots? Look, they sowed discord among the Northlanders, got rid of the Archduke of Beacon Illumination first, and then joined forces to get rid of King Nuven. I can guarantee that our secret intelligence department is definitely involved. Thales' expression changed. Don't talk about national affairs. Just think about it, and you'll know. What kind of existence is Constellation? There's so many things that we can't handle every day. Why would we do this kind of thing? 2 words, not worth it. I heard that the prince seduced the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City so much that she would die for him. Come to think of it, that's true. That woman only knows boorish men from the north. When she sees us constellatiate men who are handsome, elegant, knowledgeable, and gentlemanly, won't she immediately fall in love with him? She won't be able to stop herself from marrying him. Hearing this, Thales' cheek twitched. Perhaps Constellation and Ekstedt have something in common, more than I imagined. But Saroma, Thales clenched his fists. You don't drink? Thales came back to his senses and realized that it was Princess Elise beside him. The beautiful aunt was swirling the wine glass in her hand, tilting her head and looking at him playfully. Drink. He looked at the new wine glass in his hand and thought of an archduke who had invited him to drink. His heart felt stifled. The Duke of Star Lake was slightly distracted. Children don't. I don't like to drink. Elise looked enlightened. Drink a little, a few sips is good. There was a slight blush on the princess' face. She was obviously enjoying the wine in her glass. According to the rules, it's best not to let others see the pattern of the royal family's eating habits. Yes, I heard about it. Thales sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He looked around the lively banquet hall. Fortunately, we're sitting high. No one is looking at me. Elise chuckled and stared at the wine in her glass. Yes, no one is looking. The princess swirled the glass. Her voice changed a little, and her gaze was profound. But I bet that by tomorrow, you'll feel that everyone is looking at you. Thales saw that his aunt was a little drunk. He smiled and did not answer. Are you used to it? Elise looked him up and down. This is the first banquet after your return. It's probably the first one the royal family has held in more than a decade. Everyone has to thank you. Thales paused for a moment. He looked at the increasingly lively banquet and curled the corners of his mouth. I think it's pretty good. It's safe and peaceful. Thales exhaled slowly. There are no dozens of nobles pointing out in unison that you're an illegitimate bastard. And there's no damn king forcing you to find his son's murderer. Or a bunch of ferocious northern men yelling that they're going to chop you into pieces. Thales was a little lost in thought. If I omit the part about meeting and exchanging pleasantries, it's been a long time since I've seen such a peaceful and festive gathering of nobles. Thales was silent. He suddenly felt his wrist heat up. It's okay, Thales. Thales snapped out of his daze and realized that Annalise was holding his wrist under the table. She said gently, "It's okay." The princess stared at him quietly. The gentleness and pity in her eyes was a little unbearable for Thales. At this moment, Mallows appeared beside them. "Your Highness," the watchman bent down and whispered, "you should go." Elise let go of Thales' hand and frowned. "Your Grace?" Mallows lowered his voice. "The Queen needs to return to the palace now." Elise turned in the direction of the Queen and immediately reacted. "Oh." Thales narrowed his eyes. Beside the king, Queen Kia's face was pale and she was mumbling. Gines was holding her wrist tightly, and the maids beside her were methodically getting ready to go. Thales then heard the voice over there through Hell's senses. "Where are my children? Luther is still young. He needs to change his diaper." His heart dimmed. Some of the guests noticed the Queen, but most of them looked away and ignored her. Mallows nodded. "The Queen needs your help." Princess Elise sighed slowly. She gave Thales a helpless smile and got up. Mallows thoughtfully put a cloak on her. Thales could only say goodbye to her. But just as he turned to leave, the princess suddenly spoke. "Tormund." Hearing his name, Mallows suddenly froze. Elise looked at the Queen, tightened the cloak on her body, and said faintly, "Have you ever regretted it?" Thales frowned when he heard this, and his hand that was picking at the lettuce froze. Mallows frowned. He paused for a moment before he repeated, "That's right. The Queen needs you, Your Highness." "I know." Elise smiled and glanced at the watchman, her eyes hazy and sad. "I have regretted it." Mallows was stunned. In the next second, Elise floated away and joined the Queen's party. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the extremely awkward silence, Thales cleared his throat, looked at the back of the guard captain who stood extremely stiff, and tentatively said, You and Aunt, don't ask." Mallows did not turn his head and sat down gently beside the prince. "You're still my favorite duke." His tone was respectful and expressionless, but Thales felt a chill in his heart for no reason. Fortunately, someone appeared in time. How unlucky. Behind him, Doyle, who had returned from the toilet, patted Glover's shoulder and sat down casually. "As the prince's personal guards, we have to fill our stomachs in advance. We can't go down to the banquet. We can't dance with the girls. We can't. God, it's so boring. I really miss the past." Doyle yawned. "You can do it." The watchman turned his head from his seat and glanced at Doyle faintly. "You can do it like before. Go down and join your father's table. Join the banquet, dance with the girls, and tease." Doyle shuddered violently. Under Glover and Thales' sympathetic gazes, he then discovered stiffly that the person who was sitting in Princess Elise's seat was his superior. Lord. Doyle realized that a disaster was imminent and forced an ugly smile. Mallows snorted coldly. "You know, I can let Vladivostok take your place so that you can enjoy the banquet." Doyle said shakily, Take my place?" "Yes, don't you know?" Mallows looked at him expressionlessly. "In Mindy's hall, no matter when or where, I can always find someone to take your place. Be it today, or the rest of your life." Mallows said gloomily, "You can? Do you still want to go to the banquet?" Doyle looked at Glover and Thales in horror, but they shook their heads at him sympathetically. "This is not your fault, child." Doyle gulped and immediately reacted. He shook his head and put on a serious expression. No, sir. What you said is wrong." Mallows raised his eyebrows. "What?" Doyle raised his head and crossed his arms. He looked awe-inspiring and generous. "This body will either be buried in the throne's resting place, or be buried in the middle of the Emperor's life. There is no other end." Doyle said with a righteous expression, "Banquets and whatnot. As royal guards, we should be loyal to our duty. How can we be selfish?" Glover looked at him in disdain. Thales snickered. "Really? But there are quite a number of socialites and noble ladies here tonight. Many of them are good, unmarried girls." "Hey, don't mention this again." Doyle waved his hand. His expression was firm and unmoved. "Since I have you by my side, Your Highness, why would I need any more girls?" Thales had just elegantly pulled out a piece of lettuce from his plate and could not help but tremble. Mallow's lips curled up. He was about to say something, but he shuddered slightly. The next second, Mallows turned his head abruptly and looked at the hall. At that moment, Thales shuddered. He suddenly had the illusion that the watchman before him had turned into a sharp blade. Mallows stared at the entire banquet hall and said coldly, "Doyle, go to the banquet immediately and blend in with the guests. Doyle, go to the banquet immediately and blend in with the guests. Pay more attention to them, especially those who have cautious expressions and stiff movements." Doyle still had a straight face. "No, I want to protect His Highness here." But Mallows turned his head around, and his expression became stern. "I'm serious." His appearance startled the three of them. "Glover, inform Captain Adrian and ask him to escort His Majesty away quietly. Then gather the men." "Sir." Glover looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Amidst the melodious and light music, Mallows looked at the lively banquet below again with a vigilant gaze. Just now, someone glanced up from below. Glanced? Thales frowned. "Who?" "I don't know." Mallows shook his head. "But I recognize that gaze. It's the resentment and despair of facing death with equanimity." Thales was stunned. Facing death with equanimity? Resentment and despair? What does it mean? In the banquet tonight, under the trio's surprised and bewildered gazes, Mallows slowly pressed down on the longsword at his waist and expressionlessly came to a conclusion. "There's an assassin. No matter how I write it, it doesn't feel right. It makes me feel despair." End of this chapter. Chapter 549. The music was melodious, and the candlelight was romantic. The banquet entered the next stage. On the dance floor in the middle of the hall, many men and women began to hold hands and dance passionately. Except for Thales. "No, my lady, your boldness and straightforwardness really amazed me, and even brightened up this banquet." In his seat, facing a young, lovely, lively, and adorable noble girl in front of him, Thales dryly said some polite words, which could probably only deceive Ida. "It's just that my identity is sensitive. This is a serious matter, and I cannot act rashly. Especially the first dance after returning to the country. No matter who I dance with, it will not be fair, and the others will resent me." Thales noticed from the corner of his eyes that Mallows had ended his communication with his subordinates and was walking towards him. The watchman's eyes were filled with urgency and vigilance at the same time. Thales understood what he meant. Do it quickly. So, for the stability and balance of the kingdom, for the prosperity and peace of Constellation. Thales braced himself and looked kindly into the girl's sparkling eyes. He gently held her palm and held back his disdain for himself. "I can only bear with a great sorrow and give up the beauty of dancing with you. This breaks my heart." The girl in front of him bit her lower lip. Her eyes were resentful and hurt, but she lifted her skirt and bent her knees with slight annoyance. She glanced at Thales sadly, then turned around and left. She didn't seem sloppy, but she was graceful and graceful. People could not help but look at her. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and felt exhausted. This was the 9th lady who invited him to dance tonight, as well as the 44th, or was it 54th? He could not remember clearly. Guess who came to visit him? "So you just got rid of Lady Eno Shah." Mallow's voice came from behind him. "Well done. So that's her name, Eno Shah?" Thales sighed and said, "I feel guilty looking at her expression." Mallows denied it decisively. "There's no need for that. Lady Eno Shah is not only bold and straightforward. She also knows how to use her charm to capture spoils of war. Many young and handsome men are willing to go through fire and water for her." The watchman sat down at the secondary table and was as calm as water. "Believe me, you do not want to duel with someone in the first banquet, especially when there are assassins around." Thales felt a headache coming on. "Oh, right. According to Mallows, at this very moment, there was a damned assassin hiding somewhere in the banquet. This was going to be big news. The king, his father, and countless nobles were all present, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. The prince sent off the next guest who came to visit him while exchanging pleasantries. Only then did he remove his perfect smile, put down the wine glass that had been on his lips countless times, and relax the muscles on his waist. "Are you sure, assassin? Just because of a gaze?" Mallow's voice was still calm. "I'd rather believe it." Thales turned his head and glanced at him before he turned his head back. "All right, so a certain guy of high status, who was qualified to attend the royal banquet, tried to assassinate me crazily without caring about his own life and reputation, in front of everybody and under strict guard." Without changing his expression, Mallows raised his glass and toasted a friend at the next table. "Or your father, or my father." Thales readily accepted the advice, but he still felt gloomy and indignant. "But why? I've only just returned to Constellation. What grudge do I have against you? Did I snatch his wife or kill his father?" Mallows sized up the guest with a vigilant gaze, but he showed a rare dry humor. "Or both." Thales glared at him in annoyance. "Anyway, don't let a guard down. We haven't found him yet," Mallows said softly and continued to make arrangements. Thales exhaled. In front of him, the 10th young lady walked forward with trepidation and curtsied to him. But as a prince, he had to remain calm and put up with countless people's gazes. He had to consider the impact and maintain his composure. He had to brace himself to deal with the guests who greeted him with all sorts of motives, including the young lady who invited him to dance. She was only about 11 or 12 years old. The nervous expression on her face reminded Thales of Little Rascal when she was young. Oh, and Saroma. That girl was caught in the flames of war in the north, and he was still thinking about how he could help her at this banquet, even though she was thousands of miles away. Thinking of the Archduchess, Thales felt uneasy again, and the only thing he could do was smile. "Thales, on this battlefield, a smile is the best armor. When you grow up, my lovely lady, I will definitely be charmed by you and dance with you. But now, we have to be responsible for your father and brother." Thales squeezed out a smile and sent away the teary-eyed and aggrieved Miss Number 10. Without waiting for him to rest for a few seconds, the 56th guest, Levi Trentida from Reformation Tower in Northland, squeezed up to him with a smile, his face full of flattery. Polaris? We agreed. Me and you, that oh." Thales covered his eyes and rolled them in his palms. What was that saying again? "Speak of Little Rascal, and Little Rascal arrives?" I know. The prince put down his hands, endured his exhaustion, and put on his armor again. "Just do me a favor, little pot lid." "Little pot lid?" Levi froze for a moment and subconsciously touched his pot lid. "Just sit down and smile," Thales said with a headache. "Take whatever you want to eat, including what's on my plate. There's only one, don't talk." Levi froze again. But the look in Thales' eyes forced him to swallow his words. The guest from Reformation Tower understood tacitly. He sat down and giggled at Thales as he ate, while stealing glances at a certain bureaucrat below. The prince smiled gently at him as a sign of friendliness. In the eyes of an outsider, it was like a meeting between bosom friends talking about anything. They sat facing each other in silence for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, no assassins appeared. Fortunately, no one came to invite him to dance. "All right, it's almost time. They must think that we're about to get gay," Thales said listlessly. He ignored Levi's strange gaze and enjoyed the rare break. "By the way, Levi." Levi put down his wine glass and listened with an open mind. "Duke Nanchester of the Land of Cliffs, he told me." Thales closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead hard. "He found out that you bought food from Constellation and smuggled it from his territory." Levi's expression changed drastically. Thales said with interest, "It looks like One-Eyed Dragon Coaster is very unhappy." "You mean smuggling?" Out of his expectations, Little Pot Lid's expression changed extremely quickly. "What? There's actually such an outlaw in our territory." "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll be strict when I go back." "Don't be nervous." Thales waved his hand nonchalantly, his face tired as he lied without any burden. "I convinced him. The One-Eyed Dragon will turn a blind eye to you, in case Lampard becomes arrogant. You can continue to transport supplies." Levi's eyes widened. He tried to squeeze out a smile and found the right words. "Ah, Polaris, you're really, Really that? A blessing from the heavens? Thales found the right words for him. But you have to think about it more. But Thales just wanted to end it quickly. He waved his hand and interrupted him. If this route is discovered by Black Sand region in the future, or even if the fact that you came to me for help is exposed, then King Chapman will only think that you've long been in cahoots with Constellation and have ulterior motives. And you know how much he hates me. Little Pot Lid's eyes began to turn. You have to hurry up and find internal reinforcements to fight against the Kinslayer. Thales sighed. At the end of the day, Extet's affairs can only be resolved from within. Internal reinforcements, internal. Thales felt that he had made himself clear enough. The two of them were silent for a while. Your Highness' priceless advice. Levi became serious. I'll keep it in mind. Thales shook his head. Of course, the one-eyed dragon isn't a good guy either. The teenager raised his glass and clinked it with Levi's. If he goes back on his word behind my back and cuts off your supply route, or tries to blackmail me. Thales' gaze turned cold. Remember to let me know. Levi's expression was solemn, but he only nodded. Lastly, your previous promise. Thales was nonchalant. Levi was resolute and decisive. I will definitely do it, for your highness. Just like that, the Polaris sent off the troubled little pot lid. Thales exhaled heavily. He was tired and did not like it. It was as if even the sin of Hell's River had dried up. But the benefit of rest that Levi brought was only these 5 minutes. Soon, Thales had no choice but to put on his armor again and greet Miss 11, fully armed. After sending her off, he tried to focus and looked around. There was still an assassin to worry about. During this time, his, or Mallow's, Star Lake guards had already begun to move, going into battle lightly and quietly. The former police officer Commodore, who had sparred with Thales before, the fierce-looking and muscular Bastia, Franzuk, who was as tall as a flagpole, and Ferry, who seemed to be in a daze, gathered quietly. They either hid in the shadows of the corridor in the entrance hall, or pretended to be servants serving wine, or pretended to be on duty. They stood guard not far away from Thales, vigilantly scanning the people who approached the prince. In the Vanguard Division, Johnvold, who was a left-handed swordsman, Vladivostok, who helped Thales train with his shield, the young and vigorous Ness, the unprepossessing Oscarson, Supa, who had foreign blood, and Morgan, who had fought in the war, were scattered in the hall, each occupying a different spot. They guarded the high platform, the servants' passageways, and the entrances and exits, keeping an eye on the people coming and going. As for Praka and the other people from the logistics division, under the prince's strong request, they went to search the fireplace and other hiding places in Mindy's hall. There was once an archduke. He did not pay attention to the fireplace, and then he became king. Prince Thales, who was extremely serious. Mallow's direct messengers, Toledo and Tang Exon, went back and forth between them inconspicuously, as if they were on routine patrol. In reality, they were passing orders and communicating information. They were also paying attention to the prince all the time. Looking at all this, Thales felt even more pressured. The king, the banquet, the guests, the assassin, Constellation, Extet, Saroma, the Star Lake guards, and the damned Mindy's hall and the title of duke. He felt like he was chained up by countless chains. The other end of the chain was firmly fixed to every pillar in the hall, rendering him immobile and on the verge of death. Thales' smile had long since turned into eyes, as if he was wearing old armor. The prince looked at the lonely and shackled Duke Val from afar, and actually felt a sense of envy from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he was even luckier. At least, after tonight, he would not have to endure all this. At this moment, Doyle, who had gone to gather information among the guests, returned. Commanding officer, your highness. He was full of energy, radiant, valiant, and high-spirited. This was a perfect contrast to the mentally and physically exhausted Thales and the troubled Mallows. Thales and Mallows narrowed their eyes at the same time and leaned forward. Both of them stared at a suspicious red lipstick that was vaguely revealed under Doyle's collar. Doyle noticed their gazes and adjusted his collar without batting an eyelid. About this, it's intelligence work. Some senior informants charge a very high price. Mallows coughed. Doyle? Apologies, commanding officer. Doyle's expression became stern, and he returned to the topic at hand. If you ask me, almost all the unmarried ladies between the ages of 9 and 39, including their male relatives, are either overtly or covertly sizing up your highness. Every 10 seconds, they would glance up and enthusiastically discuss your highness's status, appearance, figure, clothes, love life, achievements, character, and character. The importance of your highness is decreasing. There are also quite a number of people who ask me about your preferences and habits, betting on who can capture your heart. How would they know that His Highness likes? Thales frowned. Apologies, Your Highness. Doyle saw that the situation was not good and quickly changed the topic. Forgive me for being blunt, but those people's enthusiasm in gathering information about His Highness and the way they look at His Highness, regardless of whether they are men or women, they look as if they want to eat him alive. They are more like assassins than assassins. Doyle spread his hands in resignation. Thales was stunned and looked towards the center of the banquet. But wherever he looked, every guest was immersed in their own little world, either chatting or exchanging cups of wine. They were elegant, civilized, and polite. All of the young girls were radiant and beautiful. Some of them were enthusiastically flirting with their friends. Some of them were invited to sing and dance. Some of them were quiet and elegant beside their elders. But no one was deliberately staring at His Royal Highness's table. Even if there were ladies who met Thales' eyes, most of them lowered their heads politely, nodded shyly, smiled at him, or gracefully returned his greeting. They looked natural, dignified, and virtuous. They were not bothered by the prince's status at all, just like the lady named Leno Shah or Yanessa just now. It made people feel respect. Thales swept his gaze around. Why don't I feel that way? Doyle smiled mysteriously. That's because you are inexperienced, and they are experienced and used to scouting out the enemy before launching an all-out attack. Mallows cut him off at this moment. That's enough. Glover is back. The three of them turned their heads in unison. Glover, who went to contact his superiors, appeared in the shadows of the corridor. Behind him was another royal guard with a calm expression and an outstanding temperament, but Thales did not recognize him. Doyle's expression changed immediately. Oh no. Thales looked at the guard. Who is that? Doyle stood up and whispered in Thales' ear through gritted teeth. That's the bad guy, Your Highness. The bad guys are the guards, the real villains of Renaissance Palace. Thales was stunned. I am Vobel Talon. The newcomer raised his wine glass and walked to Thales' table. He bowed elegantly, more like a guest than a guard. Your Highness Thales, the second commander of the Royal Guards, and also the chief flag bearer. I wish you good health and happiness. This Vobel Talon straightened his back and glanced at Glover and Doyle. The latter too bowed reluctantly and stepped back. The second commander, Thales, who had already maxed out his armor, smiled and raised his glass, as if it was a perfectly normal social etiquette. In that case, you are the vice-captain of the Royal Guards? Captain Adrian's second-in-command? And your surname is Talon of Ice River City? The teenager racked his brain, trying to quickly switch between the guest's title and surname. Yes, Your Highness, Vobel resolved his confusion. My uncle is the Count of Ice River City. Thales' gaze swept past the pentagram pattern on his cuff. Talon of Ice River City, a distant relative of the Jadestar royal family, one of the 13 distinguished families, a capable helper in Central Territory, the Talon family with a pentagram as their emblem. Coincidentally, their ancestor happened to be one of the Dukes of Star Lake in history. But Thales muttered the other party's other title. Chief Flag Bearer. He suddenly thought of Samuel, the former royal guard who joined the Disaster Swords. May you enjoy the night. Vobel did not say anything else. He bowed, came to the secondary table, and sat next to Mallows. The latter clinked glasses with him. It looked like an old friend having a drink in the corner. Lord Talon, good night. Mallows' expression did not change, and he spoke in a businesslike tone. I believe you have brought the captain's orders. Oh, Tormund. Vogel called Mallows' name gently, but Thales noticed that his smile was polite, as if there was a layer on his face. Regarding the matter you reported, We look forward to your explanation. I believe Glover has explained it very clearly. The watchman said calmly, for safety reasons, we are now, clearly. Vogel swirled his glass gently and interrupted Mallows politely. Are you sure it was an assassin? Mallow's pupils contracted. Thales frowned as well. A few seconds later, Mallows said slowly, very likely. Vogel put down his glass, and his tone slowly tightened. Likely. Dear Tormund, do you really know what you're talking about? Glover and Doyle sensed the tension in the air and looked at each other. This is the first formal banquet of the royal family in more than a decade after the war. It took a long time to prepare. The guests are of great importance, and it is of great significance. The vice captain's tone became serious. Everything that happens here will spread throughout the kingdom by tomorrow. It will have a far-reaching impact. He turned to stare at Mallows, as if he was staring at a criminal who had broken the law. Whether the banquet is interrupted, or the nobles are hastily arranged to leave, or the Jadestar royal family is cowardly, nervous, and searching for the assassin. Vogel narrowed his eyes. Just because a certain fellow glanced at you? Sounds like a scene from a village tavern, Tormund. The contempt in his tone was clear. Thales could not help but look at Mallows. Precisely because this banquet is so important, the captain of the Duke of Star Lake's personal guards was not angry, and his tone was as calm as ever. So, if the assassination is real, the trouble will only get worse. Vogel snorted coldly. He stared intently at Mallows' profile, but the latter only looked ahead silently, as if he was not looking at him with a knife-like, suspicious gaze. After a few seconds, Vogel exhaled. We've already taken action. Vogel turned around and returned his attention to his wine glass. They will keep a close eye on anyone who tries to approach. His Majesty, His Highness, and other important nobles will be safe, but a strong shield cannot defend against a sharp spear. Mallows did not even look at him. He continued to observe the situation in the hall. The best way is to avoid accidents before they happen. Perhaps we can temporarily withdraw some of them. But Vogel's gentle tone suddenly hardened and cut into Mallows' words like steel. He even changed the way he addressed Mallows. For Sunset's sake, Mallows, please don't educate me. He spoke very slowly, but very seriously. There was a sudden silence between the two. In that instant, whether it was Doyle, Glover, or Thales, they all felt the tension. The music gradually subsided, and the ball came to an end. The bards took the stage again and sang the tragic song of the king of Blade's expedition to Dragon-Kissed Land, but died in a foreign land on the eve of his success. Thales resisted the urge to interrupt and try not to look at the two men behind him. He forcefully cut open a plate of lettuce, and at the same time sent away the next guest who came to greet him with a smile. After a while, Mallows' voice came again, still calm. I wouldn't dare, sir. Vogel was silent for a while. When he spoke again, he had returned to normal. We can't chase everyone away just to avoid accidents. This is Mindy's Hall. Its opening symbolizes the return of the kingdom's heir and the return to prosperity and stability. Thales sighed in his heart. Return to prosperity and stability. Vogel looked around cautiously to make sure he did not attract too much attention. Be on high alert. The banquet will proceed as usual. He got up and prepared to leave. But this is also the Duke of Star Lake's Mindy's Hall. If anything happens, His Highness Thales will be the first to bear the brunt of the blame. Mallows turned his head slowly and looked straight at Vogel. My men are the ones who bear the responsibility. He spoke very slowly. Vogel paused in his movements. The vice captain let go of his arm on the table and sat down again. Your men. This time, Vogel snorted coldly. His tone was no longer polite. Mallows, I think, you and your pampered team, you need to clarify your position. Glover and Doyle's expressions changed at these words. Thales frowned too. The young master squad. Mallows listened expressionlessly, while Vogel's gaze was unquestionable. Even if you've changed stations, you're still royal guards. And I'm your superior. Just like Mindy's Hall, which belongs to Renaissance Palace. Thales shuddered at these words. Mindy's Hall belongs to Renaissance Palace, Vogel's words were bone-chilling. Never, never forget that. Watchman. Mallows did not react, just like Thales did not either. Time seemed to stop for a few seconds. In this corner of the sky, Glover and Doyle seemed to freeze. Only Mallows took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Of course, sir. I dare not or forget, he said respectfully. Vogel nodded lightly, looking satisfied, until Mallows calmly said his next sentence, which seemed to be emotionless. But if I remember correctly, in a state of emergency, the inherited watchman of the guards is of the same rank as the vice captain. Is that so, sir? This time, it was Vogel's turn to change his expression. For a second, Thales thought the temperature had plummeted and the air had stopped flowing. A few seconds later, the vice captain stared coldly at Mallows and said in a mocking tone, "That's right. According to the top-secret watchman's command in the Praetorian Covenant, in certain states of emergency, the watchman can and should make independent decisions. And I have no right to interfere." Thales shuddered. The top-secret watchman's command, in a state of emergency, the watchman can and should make independent decisions? Thales' heart clenched. Vogel lowered his voice. His tone was cold. But, the last time the Royal Guards invoked regulations during a state of emergency, they activated this secret command and gave the watchman great authority independent of the command division. When did this happen? At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. He suddenly thought of Zacriel, who was nowhere to be found. The Night of Judgment. The person who should really bear the crime of colluding with the enemy, but despicably concealed the truth for 18 years. That shameful, sad, hypocritical, disgusting, self-righteous, sanctimonious, hypocritical fellow is me. Thales was stunned. Vogel's pupils focused. He raised his wine glass, put it close to Mallows' ear, and lowered his voice. And you've really thought it through. Are you going to forcibly declare a state of emergency here, in front of me? Activate the watchman's command? Mallows and Vogel stared at each other in silence. Glover and Doyle did not hear Vogel's words clearly, but this did not affect their judgment of the tense relationship between their superior and vice captain. Both of them did not even dare to breathe loudly. After an unknown amount of time, Mallows finally smiled. Of course, in an instant, the coldness in Vogel's eyes intensified. Glover and Doyle faces were ashen, until a few seconds later, the watchman lowered his head gently and chuckled. Chapter 550. Glover and Doyle exhaled deeply. For some reason, Thales also breathed a sigh of relief. But Mallows changed the topic. But since we cannot reach an agreement, should we leave it to the captain or his majesty to make a decision? Vogel grunted angrily. Enough. He addressed them by their titles again. Watchman, do you think that you can do whatever you want with Captain Adrian's indulgence? This time, Mallows was still calm and docile. No, I think you must have misunderstood something, sir. I was just saying, I said, no matter how well-mannered Vogel was, he could not conceal his displeasure. Don't educate me. Thales knew that he could no longer pretend to be dead. Lord Talon, perhaps you don't understand it very well. Thales turned his head and raised his glass as he happily inserted himself into their conversation. But honestly speaking, the number of people in this world who have a grudge against me, who have a conflict of interest with me, or who simply dislike me, can form a line from here to Dragoncloud City. Vogel looked at him. The coldness melted like ice and snow, leaving only a smile on his face. You are outstanding, Your Highness. Naturally, you will be hated and envied by petty people. You don't need to worry about it. While Thales thought to himself, this guy's armor is even harder than mine, he tried to smooth things over. Therefore, Lord Mallows' worries are not unreasonable. Of course you're right. This banquet is very important. Why don't we both take a step back? Lord Mallows does not have to be radical and hastily interrupt the banquet, and you can investigate the hidden dangers in a more leisurely manner to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Thales' smile was elegant, and his eyes were burning. The words, "Give me some face," were written all over his face. Mallows was silent for a moment before he bowed respectfully. Vogel took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. "Of course, Your Highness." The atmosphere finally thawed. Thales then turned around and exchanged greetings with the next bureaucrat, who came to reminisce about the past. "Do you recognize me? I am the city gate officer who guarded the city gate on the day you went on a diplomatic mission." That look, or the look you claim to have, Vogel adjusted his emotions and said softly, "Is it against Prince Thales or His Majesty? Or is it someone else? I don't know." Vogel's gaze turned cold again. Mallows narrowed his eyes. "Because from the angle below, His Majesty and the others are also in this direction. I only know that it was a man." "Men? That's great," Vogel said sarcastically as he looked at the crowd at the banquet, which was getting more and more unrestrained because of the alcohol. "At least a quarter of our suspects are gone. So it's best to let His Majesty evacuate first." "Impossible," Vogel rejected flatly. "Maybe your family has stayed away from politics for too long, Mallows. But do you think that banquets are only about having a meal?" Mallows was stunned. Vogel slowly raised his head. At some point, the Blade King's Crusade song had ended, and the background music had become long and majestic. With the announcement of the Chief of Palace Staff, everyone shifted their attention to King Kessel's throne. There, a few nobles who had come from afar knelt down sincerely, and one of them, an older man, was excitedly saying something. The king nodded and comforted them with gentle words as he rose from his seat and walked towards them. Thales felt his heart skip a beat. King Kessel walked up to a young man kneeling on the ground. The young noble straightened his back, raised his hands in excitement, and placed his palms in the king's hands. King Kessel asked a few questions, and the young man answered them one by one. Then, the king announced loudly to the four thrones that this person had inherited his father's glory and authority, and was officially a baron of a certain territory. Thales had no choice but to raise his glass with the ministers to congratulate this grand occasion. "It's the controversial, illegitimate son of Blade Edgehill. He actually bypassed the Duchess and came to the capital on his own to ask for a title and recognition." A whispered conversation at a long table was transmitted to Thales' hell senses. "Looks like His Majesty has made a decision. Duchess Lyanna must be very unhappy. What nonsense! The Duchess and Renaissance Palace are of one mind. Will his father's vassals obey? That depends on the illegitimate son's methods. They won't dare to disobey. Think about it. Even His Majesty's heir is an illegitimate son raised by Lord Mon. Sure, it's fine if you drink too much, but don't talk too much." Thales' expression darkened. Behind him, Vogel whispered to Mallows, "Did you see that? Appearance, title conferment, audience, commendation, reward, reprimand. On this rare occasion, His Majesty has too many things to do. We can only ensure that he doesn't stray too far from his seat." But Mallows was very dissatisfied. "So during this period, there will be many people coming forward to interact with His Majesty at such a close distance." The watchman put down his glass and frowned. "Whose idea was that? Are you crazy?" Vogel scoffed. "Don't push your luck, watchman. This was His Majesty's own decision, after he knew about this assassin you saw." Mallows choked. Vogel snorted and looked in the direction of the king again. "Look carefully." Thales narrowed his eyes. The next noble came forward and knelt. The chief of palace staff announced that this person was of noble birth and had sufficient merits. According to tradition, he was about to receive a gift from the king and become a royal knight of the kingdom. King Kessel extended his arm. Behind him, two members of the royal guards came forward with a sword and a ribbon respectively. Mallows' gaze froze. The person holding His Majesty's sword, that's Thales hurriedly looked at the person holding the sword. It was a middle-aged guard who was not tall, but had a stocky and kind demeanor. "Chief Vanguard, Baron Stanley?" Mallows said in surprise. "He's personally holding the sword for His Majesty's conferring ceremony." Glover, who belonged to the Vanguard division, looked at Stanley and pursed his lips. He looked even more solemn. Vogel snorted. seemingly dissatisfied with Mallow's slow reaction. There's also Chief Protector Bridge and Second Protector Mariko. Their elite guards are already secretly in place, guarding the left and right sides. Doyle's expression changed when he saw the people from the Vanguard Division, as if he remembered something unpleasant. Vogel narrowed his eyes. Commander, Vanguard, and Protector. The core 3 wings of the Royal Guards are all here. The elites are all out. Everyone who comes forward is being closely watched. Assassins can't hide from more than 30 steps away. Mallow's expression returned to normal. Thales tried hard to search for something among the guests, but could not see anything. Only when he switched to Hell's senses did he see dozens of different powers of eradication shining in the crowded banquet. If this is still not enough to reassure you, Vogel lowered his voice, but could not hide it from Thales' senses. His Majesty's secret protector, also known as the Royal Assassin, is also present. No one noticed that the wine in the prince's hand spilled a few inches. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the assassin hiding in the dark was no longer scary. He raised his head and looked at the huge, empty pillar. He looked at the shadow cast by the light, but he was no longer nervous. Coupled with Stanley and Mariko's strength, no one can go against His Majesty. Vogel glanced at Thales. Or against the Duke. Mallows did not speak, but pursed his lips. As long as the nobles are safe, even if the assassin appears, we can react immediately and suppress it, turning it into a civil case of drunken misconduct or jealousy, a topic of conversation at the banquet. Vogel scoffed. Of course, the premise is that the assassin exists. In addition to my men making inquiries, the logistics division and the chief of palace staff are also checking the guest list, checking the guests' luggage and gifts, while the inner city police station is on the periphery, clearing out the area within a 5-mile radius. The vice captain spoke more assertively. It is reported that the kingdom's secret intelligence department is also mobilizing manpower to gather intelligence and try to find a suspect, if there really is one. There are even more people on the move. It can be said to be mustering a large force. Just because of your... maybe. Vogel stared at the watchman in displeasure. Mallows was silent. See? As soon as he received your report, Captain Adrian led the entire guard team to respond and took adequate security measures. Don't make it sound like you're the only one dedicated to the country, and we're all villains who do nothing. Doyle and Glover looked at each other. At this moment, Mallows spoke slowly. This is the captain's decision? Vogel glanced at him in displeasure, but did not deny it. I don't know why he trusts you so much, whether it's the watchman's selection or this. Even if it's some bullshit like someone glanced at me. Thales could feel Mallows' breathing quickening. Of course, maybe he thinks you're born to be unlucky and attract trouble. Vogel said sarcastically, be prepared to clean up the mess. Mallows was silent for a moment. When a third person was conferred, he squeezed out a sentence. Thank you. Vogel shook his head in disdain and turned to leave. But he immediately turned back. Also, you'd better pray that the assassin is real, because if not, the vice captain approached Mallows and said threateningly, you should know, Watchman. Vogel's gaze turned cold. You won't be the only unlucky one. Mallows was as silent as ever, unmoved. See you later, Torment. Good night, Your Highness. Vogel bowed respectfully to Thales and left discreetly, sticking close to the wall. The Duke of Star Lake's dining table fell silent. Thales exhaled and looked at the lettuce that he had unknowingly chopped into powder. See? Doyle, who finally dared to breathe, did not dare to look at his superior's expression. He shrugged at Thales. Bad guy. Glover spoke cautiously. My lord, since Renaissance Palace has taken action, then what we should do next? Mallows suddenly looked up. Gather everyone. Set up the alarm and defense as usual, the watchman said with a dark expression. That's right. Our colleagues in Renaissance Palace have taken action, but this is ultimately our territory. Doyle and Glover exchanged glances. Mallows turned around and looked at the curious Thales. We'll take care of ourselves. Doyle and Zombie quickly left to carry out the order. Thales and Mallows were left behind. Fortunately, the conferment of the Royal Knights continued and attracted most of the attention. fewer people came to visit the prince. Thales stuck his head out and looked at Mallows, who had been frozen for a long time. For some reason, looking at this personal guard captain who had always been unpredictable, Thales had an illusion. He was in a good mood. So, your relationship with your superiors, especially the second in command of the guards. Thales looked at Vogel, who had returned to the king's side. Not bad? Mallows tilted his head and looked at his favorite, Highness the Duke. In life, there are always things you don't want to do, but have to do. Mallows' expression did not change, as if he did not hear Thales' sarcasm. We call them work. Thales snorted strangely. Just like your work under my hands? I didn't say that. Thales was silent for a while, then forced a polite smile. All right, but that's what you think, right? He lowered his head and continued to work on the lettuce. But Thales watched as the next royal knight kissed his father's ring excitedly. Just now, the bad guy said, "Her pampered squad?" What do you mean? Mallows looked up. Thales looked at him and blinked. We may have an assassin hiding among the guests, the watchman said coldly. But you're taking it easy. My favorite Highness the Duke? Oh, my favorite personal guard captain. Thales looked at him thoughtfully and shook the fork in his hand like a pointer, deliberately acting like an elder who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. If you grew up like me and experienced what I went through. Mallows looked back at him and frowned. Thales shrugged and tapped the plate with his fork, his expression joyful. This lettuce tastes good. Mallows snorted and turned his head away. Just as Thales thought this guy was as stubborn as ever and could not resist teasing, Mallows spoke. Doyle and Zombie and the others. They did not join your guards without a reason. Mallows looked at guard captain Adrian, who was next to the king from afar. The Doyle family has been away from power for a long time, unwilling to be just a rich man. They racked their brains to seek the king's favor, but failed to return to the center of the 7 Jade Star attendants. The master of the Glover family holds an important position in the treasury. He serves the king loyally and trembles in fear. He wishes that he could stay away from all those with ulterior motives to show that he is noble, pure, loyal, and pure. Thales' expression froze slightly. In the capital, family background is not only a bargaining chip to ride the wind, but also a burden that binds one's hands and feet. Mallows' words were filled with the vicissitudes of life. It all depends on your choice. Thales was silent for a while. A bargaining chip to ride the wind, a burden that binds one's hands and feet. His gaze shifted to the 9-pointed star pattern on his cuff. Lord Mallows, Thales said faintly, I was thinking that perhaps you should come for etiquette lessons and let Madame Gines continue to guide me in martial arts. More than I could wish for. Unfortunately, the king's orders cannot be disobeyed, Mallows replied with a light snort. This made Thales even more certain that he was in a good mood. Thales did not want to let go of this opportunity. What about you? The prince moved his eyes. Why did you join my guards and even become the leader? Mallows paused for a moment. You know, Mallows glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He was as indifferent as ever. Work. Thales twitched his eyebrows. Damn, so that's what you're thinking. Then, when will you introduce your family to me? Thales said as if he was not paying attention. Let's see what Razor Mallows' family, who is qualified to marry the princess, wants. Are they your burden or bargaining chips? At that moment, Thales could not help but tremble. Just now, the sin of Hell's river seemed to have jumped. Thales looked up in surprise. Mallows' posture remained the same, and he looked at him with a frown. What's wrong? Thales looked at him and smiled awkwardly. I did not mention the grudge between you and my aunt. All right, I'll mention it now. Mallows frowned. Thales shrugged and teased him in a tentative manner. So, am I still the Duke you like the most? Mallows stared at him for a long time. It was not a normal stare, it was the kind that made Thales' hair stand on end. In horror movies in his previous life, ghosts would unknowingly appear in the scene and stare at the protagonist. Just as Thales could not help but turn his head back, Mallows spoke. Another day, Your Highness. Thales was puzzled. Another day? Mallows nodded and regained his composure. Another day, I can take you to the East Mountain Cemetery on the On Hill outside the Eastern District to introduce my family to you." "Sure." Thales agreed readily, but immediately felt that it was inappropriate. "Wait, did you say cemetery?" Mallows nodded and smiled in a refreshing and natural manner. "Yes, my grandparents, parents, uncles, brothers, and sisters." Mallow's voice was rather deep. Coupled with his smiling gaze, Thales felt a little creeped out. "In the Mallows family, all my blood relatives that can be found in the genealogy. Everyone, they're buried there." Mallow's tone was very calm. It was as if he was talking about someone else, except that he kept staring at Thales, unblinking. "Shall I introduce you to each other?" Thales chuckled and turned around stiffly. The prince pushed his plate and said awkwardly, "This lettuce is really good." Thales knew that the watchman's good mood ended there, just like his luck that night, because 10 minutes later, a man came uninvited and sat down next to Thales, smiling at him. "Do you remember the first time we met? It's quite a coincidence. At that time, I happened to meet you being chased by an assassin and happened to save your life. Now that I think about it, maybe it's fate?" Thales looked at the man helplessly. He waved at Mallows, who was looking over, to indicate that everything was normal, and asked him to calm down. The Starlight guards were on guard around them. "Why this guy of all times? I'm a little busy. I don't have time to reminisce about the past and the present." The prince did not hold back and called him by name. "Zayn." However, the master of iris flowers, the Duke of South Coast, Zayn Coventier, raised his glass at him and smiled. "Is that so? That's a pity. I thought that you, who have gone through so many life-threatening situations, would be particularly concerned about the current situation of your former enemy. I just got the information recently." Thales was stunned. "Former enemy?" "Zayn, he mentioned the assassination when we first met, and the enemy who tried to assassinate me." Thales subconsciously looked at Duke Arund. "Oh no, not the Duke of the Northern Territory, and it's clear what his current situation is." Duke Zayn put down his glass, his eyes shining. "I'm talking about that cunning, unpredictable, crazy, and vicious." Thales was stunned. "He has nothing, and is a fugitive," Zayn spoke softly. "Yet he still managed to catch you and me off guard with just a wave of his hand, causing us to be disgraced." The Duke snorted coldly. "Lady Serena Corleone." Thales was confused for a second, followed by a daze. In an instant, a sudden sense of unfamiliarity and long-lost familiarity struck him at the same time. "Serena." Thales' expression changed slightly. A blood vessel on his neck began to ache, just like it had many years ago. Zayn deftly turned the glass in his hand and was also slightly lost in thought. "What do you think, Your Highness, about this name?" At that moment, the Duke of Iris Flower's gaze was filled with dread and coldness. Chapter 551. Indeed, Thales had not thought of this name for a long, long time. Serena Corleone. He even had to admit that most of the time, he deliberately sealed it in the depths of his memory. He did not want to think of it, and he hated to think of it. But when it rang again, he still felt the discomfort from the bottom of his heart. Betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance. As the memory became clearer, just as that face was about to reappear in his mind, Thales suddenly looked up and focused his attention on what was in front of him. "What do you want to do?" The prince looked at Zayn suspiciously. "Why mention her?" In the center of the hall, the coronation ceremony was still in progress. From time to time, nobles walked up the steps and knelt in front of the king's seat. The Duke of Iris Flowers smiled slightly and raised his glass to the youth. "About this, Your Highness, you might as well consider it a banquet gift from me." Thales did not move, his gaze cold. Zayn waited for a while, but the youth had no intention of raising his glass in response. He did not take offense and put down his glass with a smile. But Zayn immediately frowned and looked around. "Is this my illusion, or are your guards really much more nervous and strict than usual? Why, are you suspecting me of plotting against His Highness?" Thales' heart tightened, but his expression did not change. "My personal guard captain does things seriously and is strict." Thales smiled at Mallows and Glover, and repeatedly gestured to their men not to be nervous. The Duke of Star Lake turned around, his eyes burning. As for suspecting you, well, you can't really blame them. You know, I still haven't digested the gift you gave me 6 years ago. Zayn's lips curled up. Then you need this gift even more. It will help you digest the last one. What do you think? Thales snorted sarcastically. With indescribable emotions, they looked at each other silently for a few seconds. Finally, Thales said faintly, "So, Serena, where is she?" Zayn smiled. He raised his hand gracefully and called for a waiter. Under Thales' displeased gaze, he ordered a portion of beef. Then, amid the soft clatter of cutlery and plates, he spoke unhurriedly. Ever since 6 years ago, that ruthless and ambitious schemer from the Night Nation has been recuperating in the Star Realm for a period of time, after bringing great losses to both you and me. It was as if this was just an ordinary conversation. Thales pondered for a moment. You really have guts. You've caused so much trouble and provoked so many people. Thales remembered the threat and harm she brought him and snorted coldly. She actually dares to stay in Constellation? But Thales immediately paused. He looked up and stared at Jen in disbelief. Zayn picked up a piece of beef and looked back at him with a smile. Thales understood something. You. With slight surprise, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. I'm guessing that when you completely broke off relations with the Corleone family, that ugly woman, Serena Corleone, who betrayed the family, became your natural ally? Zayn only tasted 2 pieces and did not continue. He maintained his smile and wiped the corners of his lips with a napkin. After you chased Lady Serena away, I did, offer her some shelter. True enough. The surprise on Thales' face slowly faded. I still remember someone telling me. The youth looked at him disdainfully. If you're in the same boat as a jackal and wolf, there's always the risk of your boat capsizing. At that moment, Zayn's expression froze for a moment, especially before you and Serena Corleone were so lovey-dovey. Half sincere, half sarcastic, Thales snorted. Believe me, this is from experience. Zayn was silent for a moment, but in just a fraction of a second, the Duke of Iris Flowers looked up and returned to a decent smile. Yes, indeed, he said, bowing politely. I found it myself afterwards. Zayn's eyes were slightly cold, especially after she broke free of her shackles, sucked a few of my men dry, and left without saying goodbye. Broke free of her shackles. Thales looked enlightened. It seems that the shelter you gave her was limited. But, since it's Serena, put shackles on her. Yes, little Zayn. The prince gave him a silent thumbs up in his heart. Well done. In the hall, the conferring ceremony finally came to an end. The music started again, and the performers returned to the stage. Liveliness and noise became the main theme of the banquet again. Perhaps due to the passage of time and the effects of alcohol, the guests were either calling their friends or in groups of 3 to 5, becoming more and more unrestrained and free. Thales also saw many male and female guests disappear from the same place one after another and did not return for a long time. King Kessel returned to his seat, but the queen was long gone, and he looked a little lonely. The king's eyes glanced briefly at Thales before looking away. The royal guard around him were as solemn as ever, but Thales, who knew the inside story, could clearly feel that they were relieved. The assassin did not appear. This was a good thing, but also a bad thing. Zayn raised his wine glass, his gaze subtle, dragging Thales back to the current conversation. The sea routes in the Eastern Peninsula are very profitable. The Duke of Iris Flowers smelled the wine. Since the misfortune 6 years ago, the Covendier family has been looking for an opportunity to mend their relationship with the Corleone family and make up. So I think the family criminal they are after may be a breakthrough. Thales raised his eyebrows. Make up? After you tried to use the Night Queen's hand to kill the Prince of Constellation? The prince revealed the truth without any psychological burden, his tone sarcastic. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. We have to try. Zayn smiled again, perfect and elegant. Better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. Thales shook his head disapprovingly. But there was a small voice in his heart. No. If the Covenanter family really tied up that ugly old witch and sent her to her sister as a gift, Thales retracted his gaze from Zayn and frowned. Perhaps they might actually reconcile. Fortunately, Serena broke free of her shackles and was not caught by Zayn. Yes, an ugly woman. Thales secretly nodded for his nemesis. Well done, the prince thought as he put a piece of lettuce into his mouth. But you said you have the latest news about her. Zayn nodded. Anyway, after that, we paid extra attention to Lady Serena's whereabouts. In the past 6 years, the Night Kingdom's exile politicians' whereabouts have been uncertain. From Raval City to Samlast, she has been seen everywhere. Until a few days ago, someone saw her in the Alliance of Freedom. Since Thales froze for a moment, then immediately looked up. Where? Zayn smiled. That's right. The desperate Alliance of Freedom is doing everything possible to survive. They do not care about their dignity or the price they have to pay. Regardless of their origins or past, they're urgently asking for ambitious people from all walks of life to join the fight for justice. From criminals to mercenaries, from gangsters to thugs, they accept everyone and want everyone to resist the unjust invasion from Extet. And Lady Serena is one of them. She is even treated as a guest of honor. The ugly woman is in the Alliance of Freedom, helping to resist Extet. The news that Gilbert brought about Extet's defeat and the unknown whereabouts of the commander-in-chief flashed through his mind. Saroma forced herself to endure. Her resolute and unyielding face also appeared before his eyes. But what followed was the increasingly clear image of Serena Corleone, who simultaneously possessed seriousness and cuteness, beauty and viciousness, 2 faces, one big and one small. Thales' heart sank, and his chest was in chaos. No way. Old witch, it's you again? His neck, his wrist, the parts that had been bitten by the blood clansman, felt strange again. Of course, this involves Extet. Perhaps you know more than I do. What do you think? Zayn took a sip of wine. Thales stared at the other party's wine glass and shook his head in disdain. Quenching thirst with poison. Anything that old witch has been involved in, no matter what, is bound to be bad. Zayn raised his eyebrows and did not deny it. Thales fell in a deep thought. Zayn did not say anything. The two of them sat in silence for a while, until Thales came back to his senses. That's it? Nothing else? Zayn looked up at him. That's it. Thales pursed his lips and nodded, intending to send him off. Then, at this moment, Zayn raised his arm and pointed at a noble in the crowd whose nose was red from drinking but was in high spirits, accepting the crowd's congratulations. Look, that's the Lazanet family. After 2 generations, they've finally become hereditary vassals. Zayn's tone was a little drawn out. I just don't know how long it will last. Thales frowned slightly and pondered the other party's intentions. But the next moment, the Duke of Iris Flower's words surprised him. Thales. Zayn looked at Lord Lazanet in the crowd with a deep gaze and a faint tone. Do you know how the relationship between a lord and a vassal came about? Thales was a little taken aback. This was the first time the other party had called Thales by his name tonight, without any title or title. The prince looked at the other party in confusion. The guardian Duke of South Coast seemed to be deep in thought. When humans had just emerged from the age of ignorance, when kings stood side by side and empires had yet to be born, the world was not peaceful. In the age of chaos and war, the weak would attach themselves to and surrender to the kings who had power, armies, and territory, seeking protection. And the people who were protected, in exchange, had to go to the land belonging to the king, leave their family and friends to farm, graze, work and produce, and work for the king in exchange for safety. Zayn turned his gaze and looked at the groups of guests who came forward to see the king. Cheryl, Northland, Rock Ridge, Rooter, Faraway Mountains, Thornland. All the ancient human kingdoms were built this way, without exception. Zayn narrowed his eyes and looked at King Kessel in the distance. Safety is the king's duty and the vassal's right. Safety. Thales suddenly remembered the oath King Chapman swore in Heroic Spirit Palace when he was crowned. As a Northlander, I will bear this heavy responsibility. As the king of the entire territory, I will rely on my breadth of mind and wisdom to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. As the king of the entire territory. Stand at the forefront of the kingdom. Is that so? Thales remembered that day when Chapman wore the blood-stained crown and looked down from the crowd who were shouting, "Long live the king." Labor is the vassal's duty and the king's right. Zayn chuckled, seemingly disdainful. See, the essence of the monarch and vassal order is actually just a transaction. I work for you, and you protect me. He stared at the banquet hall below, at the guests who were drinking to their heart's content. If the vassal can no longer work, serve, or pay taxes, then the king has the right to drive the vassal away and take back the land. He turned his head again and looked at the highest point of the banquet hall, at Kessel V, who was looking down indifferently. If the king can no longer defend against foreign enemies and ensure safety, then the vassal has the right to abandon the king and look for another master. Thales frowned hard. He knew what the other party was going to say. Zayn turned his head and stared at the prince silently. This right and this matter is a matter of course and custom. Thales had the illusion that the Duke of South Coast, who was originally amiable and approachable, was showing off his abilities at this moment. Vassals and their vassals, suzerains and their people, all of them are the same. This is the cornerstone of our rule, the contract, and more importantly, the covenant. Zayn said softly, two sides, two sides, two sides, two sides of the scale, two ends of the road. But when the scale tilts, you must increase the stakes on one side and return a balance. Zayn stared at Thales. His tone was calm, his gaze indifferent, but for some reason, Thales still felt like he was being locked on. The prince looked at the lively banquet hall, listened to the decadent music, and slowly inhaled. I can't say that you're wrong. Thales looked back at Zayn and said seriously, at least, not completely wrong. Zayn stared at him for a few seconds before he chuckled. It was unclear whether he was laughing at this sentence or at Thales himself. The Duke of Covendere, who had a strict demeanor and a rather good reputation, turned his head and raised his goblet. His attitude slowly became casual and undisciplined. What's interesting is that compared to us, in many places in the East, from Hanbol to Mainyi, from Ligerstad to Deshang Khanate, the rulers there truly have absolute power. Their monarch alone is supreme, close to godlike. He took a sip of wine and said faintly, even better than the empire. Thales exhaled. I remember now. You said that you once traveled through the Eastern Peninsula. Yes, I'm a Ritter-Knee. Zayn snorted and swirled his wine glass. Thales looked at Zayn's unusual casualness and raised his eyebrows. So? Zayn's eyes sparkled as he continued. From what I've seen and heard, the subjects, they're simple and kind, but they are numb and tolerant. From top to bottom, they tremble in fear of supreme power and are full of awe and even worship and appreciation. From when they were alive to when they died, they believed that the king who ruled them was incomparably holy. They believed that it was important to obey the traditions of their ancestors, and that as subjects, they only had the obligation to submit to adversity, or should I say, glory? Zayn's fingers squeezed the wine glass tightly. Among them, the widely respected morality is to hope that the high and mighty monarch is virtuous and benevolent, and to hope that the bureaucrats who ruled over the land are perceptive. If the ruler is not benevolent, the subjects will at most remonstrate with death, move the heavens and earth, and make the ruler change his mind. Their books are full of such stories as a model. Someone told me that this is determined by their history and tradition, their nature and habits, and it has its reasons. Although I think most of the time, it's just helpless self-deception. Thales did not speak. Zayn turned his head. This time, he left his distant memories and looked seriously at Prince Thales before him. During the days of traveling, I couldn't help but think, in that kind of place, once the king goes against the law to the extreme, once the court is dark and filthy to the extreme, then the dissatisfaction of the subjects and servants is due to tradition and lack of evidence. So they become gentle, weak, and non-threatening. His tone turned cold. Or is it because they have been repressed for a long time and have nowhere to vent, so they become more violent and bloodthirsty, leaving no leeway? Thales shuddered. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to Ghost Prince Tower, and the person in front of him was the repulsive Fakenhas. A fierce horse will not succumb to an iron whip, and the rider will not give up whipping. Is it better than us? Or worse? Zayn stared at him, as if demanding an answer from the prince. Us than them, which is more in line with the future of the world. Thales was silent for a long time. During this period, he even forgot that he was still at the banquet, that the king was still at the table, that his loyal subordinates were still diligently investigating a possible assassin, and that thousands of miles away, the girl he once went through life and death with might still be in prison. Zayn just waited quietly for him, his gaze deep and his intentions unclear. Finally, Thales took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I don't think we are qualified, and we don't need to judge and compare, let alone talk about the future. Zayn frowned, as if a little disappointed. But Thales raised his head and looked at the endless stream of people coming and going in the banquet hall. He said seriously, but I believe that all things happen for a reason. I also believe that all things change and are not confined to one another. I also believe that all things come in different shapes. Zayn's frown deepened. I believe even more that no matter when, where, what, and who. Thales looked at him, his gaze was firm. History itself will choose the most suitable future for itself. Zayn thought for a moment and then smiled. History? You make it sound like it's a person and can decide for itself. Thales raised his eyebrows. Isn't it? Zayn seemed puzzled, but Thales just gently picked up a lettuce and looked at it attentively. The age of ignorance is over. The era of kings and the calendar of the empire have long become a thing of the past, he said in a seemingly casual manner. As the number of vassals increases and the land they rule expands, basic government affairs become more and more complicated. No matter how powerful a king is, it will be beyond his reach, let alone be able to take care of everything. Thales suddenly thought of King Nuvan. However, he was not the domineering, experienced, and ruthless-born king. Instead, it was the old man who sat on the steps with him after the duel, holding a cup of aged wine, lonely and dispirited. So many things on the land require the vassals to put down their shovels and make their own decisions. Thales said quietly, and after the vassals die, the king does not have the energy to take back every piece of land, big or small, and infect them again. The prince looked up and gradually became serious. So, the land that was originally entrusted to the vassals gradually became inherited after the death of the father, passed down from generation to generation. The matters of the fief were decided by them themselves, and it gradually became a tradition. The property of the fief became the private property of the suzerain and could not be easily stripped by the monarch or seized by others. Thales looked at the Duke of Iris Flowers. Vassals and suzerains like you then stepped onto the stage and became the protagonist of history, competitive, pioneering, and enterprising. So the kingdom developed, layers upon layers of jurisdiction, civilization expanded, and governance improved. Thales said seriously. Then Constellation came to be today. Zayn's expression also became serious. But the Duke of South Coast did not know that at this moment, Thales was not thinking of Constellation. He was thinking of Extet. If back then, when Raikaru the hero founded the kingdom, he did not infect the power to rule the kingdom to the other 9 knights who were both talented and ambitious, and let them raise their flags and go out on their own to expand their territory in different directions, and spread the name of Northland, would Extet still have its vast territory and illustrious reputation today? Would there even be a kingdom? Zayn snorted softly. Interesting. So you think that the autonomy and independence of us vassals is natural and natural? He looked at Thales with interest. Thales came back to his senses and smiled. I'm not done yet. When the private property of the fief became a consensus, the power of the vassals reached its peak, Thales said slowly. Some of them were even able to stand up to the king of a country. The scene of King Chapman's coronation appeared before his eyes again. The Kinslayer king stood with his head held high. His eyes were like ice, but there was a fire burning in them. The dragon scale crown stood firmly on his head. But Thales looked up and pursed his lips. In that scene, the one standing quietly in front of Chapman Lampard was not the former King Nuven. Instead, it was the one towering at the peak of Dragon Cloud's mountain, which had not fallen after thousands of years of wind and rain, deep, dark, magnificent, heroic spirit palace. Thales felt his breathing stagnate. In front of it, King Chapman, who had once been incredibly terrifying, looked lonely, thin, and insignificant from the back. Thales clenched his teeth. But it was precisely because of this trend that authority gradually collapsed and tradition slowly changed. The fief was no longer a rigid entrustment in the hands of the king. It was liberated and turned into a title deed that could be circulated and changed in the hands of different people. It could affect the livelihood of countless people who had taken root in it, and incite endless disputes around power and interests. So the vassals had their own selfish desires, the people had their own masters, the suzerains fought against each other, and territories and borders were exchanged. What flashed before his eyes were Archduke Pofrit, whose neck had been broken in a duel, and King Nuven's head in a pool of blood. There was also Chapman Lampard's cold and sparkling eyes. When the land disputes in the kingdom became more and more intense, when the boundaries between king and vassals became blurred, when the contract of safety and labor gradually became invalid, and when the last bit of traditional dignity disappeared, the kingdom on the land fell into a crisis. He took a deep breath and continued. Just like that, the tradition and system that you said was born for the sake of safety, overdoing it is as bad as falling short, and harming itself, put an end to safety. In his mind's imagination, Thales quietly watched the terrifying king who faced heroic spirit palace alone. His footsteps were firm and never wavered, let alone weak. But, Chapman Lampard, you have to face. But in the next moment, Thales was shocked. For a moment, the scene before his eyes seemed to have changed. The figure standing in front of him was no longer King Chapman. Instead, it was another young man whom he had clearly never seen before, but was extremely familiar with. The young man was tall and straight, but he was alone. Thales was stunned. He saw that on the other party's head, there was a glittering silver crown adorned with 9 stars. And in front of the young man, Thales turned his gaze with difficulty. He saw the domed thing in front of the young man. It was a black pyramid that rose from the ground and reached the sky. It was quiet but dead silent, vast but heavy, magnificent but cumbersome. Thales stopped breathing for a moment. It was the one that endured and lay dormant under the starry sky, took root under the setting sun, and stood firm under the storm, Renaissance Palace. Chapter 552. Are you okay? Zayn looked at him in confusion. Thales tried hard to adjust his disorderly breathing so that he would not reveal any clues. Yes. Thales forced a smile and pushed the plate of lettuce away from him. It's just that I'm full and can't take it anymore. Zayn was silent for a moment, his gaze sharpening. So in your opinion, a vassal like me is still the main culprit? Is he the source of the country's chaos because of his selfish desires? Thales neither admitted nor denied it. He looked at the Duke and tried to forget what he had seen in his mind. Maybe, but this is not an accusation, because you are powerless. There was nothing he could do. Zayn savored the words for a while. He opened his mouth expressionlessly. Based on what you're saying, everything is inevitable. There's no room for negotiation between us. Thales stared at the Duke for a long time. He suddenly remembered the first time they met. At that time, they encountered the assassins sent by Arund. According to Stake, they were from Shadow Shield. If the hidden assassin jumped out at this time, wouldn't Zayn become the shield for him again? He was silent for a while before he shook his head. Who knows? But now that the crisis has arrived, new demands must originate from it. Thales was a little lost in thought. I think when history gets tired of repeating itself, when people get tired of disputes, when countries get tired of internal strife, When the time comes, the absolute soul and supreme power of the monarch will be called upon again, needed, and pushed to be the protagonist of history. Zayn frowned. Just like in the past, after the kings, who always said what they wanted, fell from the peak of their power. Thales pointed at the man and smiled. The vassals split up the land and expanded the territory, becoming the main characters of history. Zayn pondered for a few seconds. Does this mean that the protagonist of history is first a king, then a vassal, and then a king again? He looked at King Kessel in the distance, then back at the prince. Only these two? Nothing else? Thales snorted. King or vassal? One or many? Congregate or disperse? Exclusive or complete? Central or regional? Bureaucrats or squires? Unified or divided? Centralized or autonomous? Hierarchical or absolute power? There are many names and many manifestations. Call them whatever you like. He shrugged. But just like what you just said, duality, bidirectional, two sides of the scale, two ends of the road. Zayn scoffed. It looks like we've gone around in circles and returned to the starting point. Thales shook his head in disapproval. You look like you're spinning on the spot. Maybe it's because you're standing in the wrong place, choosing the wrong angle. Jin looked at him. If you only stand in front of history, or if you fall behind it, then yes, it does look like it is spinning back and forth. Thales forgot the scene he saw in his mind just now, and his tone became relaxed. Up and down, back and forth, from a low place to a high place, and from a high place to a low place. But if you go in three-dimension, move your noble ass, climb higher in history, and look down. Thales said slowly, perhaps you will discover that from this angle, under countless factors, in the unknown details, history is always moving forward and making new choices. Never walk in circles. Zayn frowned and thought for a long time. Just as Thales sighed and was about to continue, Zayn suddenly spoke. Like waves on the sea? Waves that rise and fall when viewed from a distance. Rise and fall when viewed from a distance, but are actually always moving forward. Waves. Thales was surprised at first, then he smiled. That's right. He was going to say a common spiral rise, but since Zayn had such a high level of awareness, Thales leaned back in his seat and looked silently at the king and the duke on the steps, as well as the various guests below. It doesn't matter whether it's a king or a vassal. Apart from going up and down, going back and forth, in history, every time they fight, every time they take over, and every time they clash, perhaps there will be new sparks. Thales' words became clearer. From the rise of ancient chauvinism to the divided governance of the kings, from the coexistence of city-states to the conquest of the empire, from the rise of warlords to the final empire, from the battle of eradication to the establishment of constellation, from the enfeoffment of the king of Renaissance to the reform of the virtuous king. Under the sun, everything is new. He thought of the old crow and felt a little emotional. Zayn carefully pondered Thales' words. History moves forward like waves, and we're like a small boat on the waves, drifting with the current most of the time, but occasionally riding the wind and breaking the waves. Thales paused. A small boat on the waves, a very interesting way of putting it. But unfortunately, I think this metaphor is both self-righteous and belittling. In the face of this contradictory answer, Zayn cast him a puzzled look. Thales turned his head and smiled. I think we are the water, and even more so the waves. Thales' expression was extremely serious. We are history itself. Zayn's expression changed slightly. This time, he turned his head back and was silent for a long time. Not far away, Mallows, who had been busy all night, met up with Glover, who had just returned from outside. Still nothing? Glover rubbed his hands that were red from the cold. He put on his gloves and shook his head. Nothing. The guests were carefully searched before they entered, and nothing that could be used as a weapon or poison was found in the gift storage room. The guests who approached His Majesty and the Dukes tonight, that's nearly 100 people, were all checked, and all of them were people of status. There were no imposters, and there was nothing suspicious, at least nothing particularly suspicious. Mallow's expression became more and more tense. Outside the hall, the police officers sealed off the roads for the whole night and found nothing. Inside the hall, the royal guards, whether it was Renaissance Palace or us, also kept a close watch for a few hours and did not find any assassins. Also, Glover hesitated for a moment and said, I heard from my acquaintance in the Vanguard Division that even the people from the kingdom's secret intelligence department came and used some taboo methods to detect threats. The kingdom's secret intelligence department. Mallow's eyes flashed. Glover continued, but in the entire Mindy's Hall, there was neither high-energy crystal drop resonance nor high-concentration refined eternal oil reaction. At least, none of the guests were hiding unknown alchemy balls or mystic guns. But Mallows suddenly reached out and put his arm around his shoulder. Glover was startled. Mallows lowered his voice and looked serious. What about other indicators? Formation interference? Incantation fluctuations? Law anomaly? Origin mutual rejection? Phenomenon of balance? Traces of unusual descent? What about other indicators of magic detection? What did the Secret Intelligence Department say? Glover was dumbfounded by a few unfamiliar terms. Magic? I didn't say that much, Mallows frowned. Unexpectedly, another voice came from behind and answered him. None of them. Under their wary gazes, the vice-captain, Vogel Talone, walked coldly from behind them. There are no long-lost methods of wizards. At least it's not a magical assassination. Glover looked worriedly at his two superiors. But Mallows was still deep in thought and did not say anything. Patterson caught a few disheveled lovebirds in an empty room in the side hall. Dodd yawned, looking exhausted, and walked over from the other side to report. Also, Stone caught a few naked men and women chatting in some of the carriages. Bastiat caught a few lazy fellows in the servants' passageway. There were a few people stealing food in the kitchen, but it's not a big deal. The basement and the fireplace were also empty. Also, 2 men were caught in the washroom. They were acting as 4-legged beasts in a single room. You know what I mean? Old Leather wanted to report them, but I stopped him. Ahem. Anyway, we have an extra sum of money this month, so we can improve our meals. Doyle smirked and shook his head, until he saw Vogel. In shock, he tensed up as if he had been electrocuted. Tea Talon, sir. Vogel glanced at him, concealing the disdain in his eyes. Doyle coughed violently and became serious again. Reporting, sir. Many of the elderly important guests have left. Count Casso can't hold his liquor. Baron Garth and his widow lover have gone home early. Duke Arun will be escorted back to his cell soon, and it's said that Prime Minister Cullen has also asked the Chief of Palace Steward if he can leave. He turned his head and looked at the guests in the center of the hall who were getting more and more hysterical. Only these youngsters are left. Mallows frowned as he watched a guest snatch a bard's lute, sing a love song to himself, and confess his love to a troubled lady. Aren't you tired after a night of eating, drinking, singing, and dancing? Doyle narrowed his eyes and watched as the guest was stopped by another angry young man. The two of them exchanged a few harsh words and then came to blows, acting out a scene of 2 brothers fighting over a woman's affections. Stop fighting. A girl with a tired expression, until they were successfully stopped by their sweetheart waving a handkerchief. The one I really love is actually your father. A girl with a face full of affection. That depends on who you're dancing with. Vogel snorted. So, we have to be prepared to work through the night? To wait for your assassin to appear? Glover and Doyle both glanced at Mallows, but the latter did not respond. You should be thankful that His Majesty has few matters to attend to tonight, and they have all been completed, Vogel said unhappily. Captain Adrian is persuading His Majesty to cancel the secondary arrangements and leave early. Can we put an end to this farce? Mallows pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Perhaps the assassin is still biding his time. Still biding, Vogel said disdainfully. After His Majesty and the dukes have left. Mallows looked up. That will take away a large number of guards and make the rest relax. The watchman looked up at the prince's seat. There, the Duke of Iris Flowers and Prince Thales seemed to be in the middle of a heated conversation, as though no one else was present. He frowned and brings the target closer. Beside Thales, Zayn raised his wine glass again and watched the amorous anecdote that had attracted the attention of the crowd in the banquet hall. A green-faced old baron was quarreling with an old friend of many years, accusing him of seducing his daughter, whom he had planned to marry to his son, in spite of his age, his honor, and the friendship between the two families. Zayn retracted his gaze. King, vassal, and then king. Count Casso just proudly told me that your teacher in the north was Merrill Hicks. This was his teaching. Hearing the familiar name, Thales was in a daze. Half of it, he said wistfully. The old crow provided me with a lot of historical materials and details. I have to thank him for his persistent questioning, forcing me to think about every possible or impossible answer. As if the previous life was not enough. Zayn raised his glass to him. What about the other half? Thales shook his head. That's another person's. I guess it's a way of thinking. Zayn looked puzzled. 3 stages. Thales was a little absent-minded. Affirmation, negation, negation of negation. Looking at Zayn's puzzled expression, Thales smiled. Or you could understand it this way. King, vassal, and then a new king. Zayn immediately understood, but he still frowned. Way of thinking? Who said that? Thales sighed. Hegel. I don't remember. Who is he? Thales shook his head. You won't know. To be honest, he was a very, very, very long ago. The prince thought for a moment and smiled. Probably a wizard. Zayn was stunned. Wizard? He looked at Thales. The seriousness in his eyes deepened. I see. The Duke of Iris Flowers said faintly. Very enlightening. Zayn's gaze froze. No one knew what he was thinking. Thales looked at Zayn's thoughtful look and suddenly smiled. You know, according to this logic, Thales felt something in his heart. You have an apple. I also have an apple. If we exchange, each will still have an apple. Zayn looked puzzled. Thales raised his finger. But you have an idea. I also have an idea. When we exchange, Zayn seemed to have understood something and continued. 2 ideas? But Thales shook his head. No, more than that. He was a little lost in thought. That way, we will have an unprecedented third. New idea. Zayn was silent for a long time. At this moment, Thales suddenly saw King Kessel get up from his seat, and his attendant Stanley draped his cloak over his shoulders. The entourage of the king began to move. Some guests noticed the king's actions and came forward to bid farewell. But King Kessel did not seem to want to be high profile. He just waved casually and disappeared from the side door, surrounded by the royal guards. Queen Kia and Gines were not there, and Kessel's back looked even more lonely and cold, and the royal guard around him looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Thales' heart tightened. If the assassin wanted to make a move, this was the last chance. He ignored Zayn's sizing gaze and looked around warily. However, a minute passed. Even when the king's huge entourage walked out of the banquet hall, no one jumped out with weapons and shouted slogans to assassinate the king. Thales watched the last person in the king's entourage disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, he did not expect the other party to say, "Son, I'm leaving." The prince subconsciously broke his perfect sitting posture, stretched, and hurriedly sat up straight before anyone could correct him. For some reason, without the king present, Thales felt much more relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Obviously, Thales was not the only one who felt this way. The biggest evidence was that after the king left, the music in the banquet hall grew louder instead of weaker, and the crowd's agitation increased instead of decreasing. But what if the assassin's target was not the king? Thales touched the knife on the table, turned his eyes, and confirmed with Malos. Fortunately, the Starlight Guards guarded the main roads around him very well. His Majesty left just like that. Zayn frowned. Yes. Thales turned back, and the absurd idea of Zayn taking the hit for him popped up in his mind again. There are other guests present. I think it's time for you to, but Zayn interrupted him. Your opening toast today was not bad. To God, to the country, to the king, to others, to faith. Zayn's gaze focused on Thales, clearly not wanting to leave. But few would say, to myself. Zayn said lightly, to myself. Thales frowned slightly. He felt that Zayn's mood had changed. Because of the king's departure, there were more guests who wanted to squeeze to the Duke of Starlake's side, but they were all stopped by the Starlake guards. The reason was ready-made and obvious. His Highness Thales was having a pleasant conversation with Duke Zayn and was not to be disturbed. "Tell me, Thales." Zayn once again addressed the prince by his name. He swirled the wine glass in his hand and said softly, "Have you ever thought?" The Duke of Iris Flowers raised his head from his seat and looked at the huge pillars in the hall with a serious gaze. "Back then, if that Lady Serena had not taken you by surprise and abducted you to Vine Manor, making you and I enemies from the beginning. Later, if she had not sneaked in your convoy and attracted the Night Queen's pursuit, then today, we would be in a different situation." Thales stared at Zayn, his expression turning serious. "What do you mean?" But the Duke of Iris Flowers smiled slightly. "Jade Star and Covendier, Enneagram and Iris Flowers. We actually don't have to be enemies. You and I, we can let bygones be bygones and stand together." Zayn stared at him, emotions churning in his eyes. "In the future, in this crumbling world, achieve greatness." Thales' gaze shifted. Zayn slowly approached him, raised his wine glass for the third time, and revealed his signature, refreshing smile. "As long as you are willing to accept peace and no longer be my enemy." Thales was stunned. Zayn raised his eyebrows, moved his wrist, and gestured at Thales' wine glass on the table. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. At that moment, Thales felt like he had returned to many years ago. Back then, in a Northlander's military tent, another much rougher man did the same, pushing his wine glass to the then prince and inviting him to drink with him. Thales quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Zayn's expression and smiled. "Let bygones be bygones and stand together. This sounds familiar," the prince said playfully. 6 years ago, when I was on a diplomatic mission to Ekstedt, didn't you say something similar?" Zayn's expression darkened. Thales looked at the other's expression and remembered what Duke Fakenhas said in Ghost Prince Tower. "But you have to be more careful and vigilant. The powerful nobles and suzerains will scramble to find you and rope in the prince who has just returned to the kingdom. They will do everything they can to win you over to their side and turn you into the vanguard of Renaissance Palace." Thales stared at Zayn's expression and chuckled. "I'm sorry, but maybe you should say, Jade Star and Covendier, let's just unite by marriage and become one family. In the future, our bloodlines will blend, advance and retreat as one, and share the constellation throne." At that moment, the prince clearly saw Zayn's expression turn cold and his breathing quicken. It was like a warm spring breeze suddenly crashing into a cold air mass. On the periphery, Doyle, who had returned to stand guard, yawned and nudged the honest-looking guard officer Ferry beside him. What did His Highness and the Covendier family talk about? Are they so close? They haven't left after so long. Speaking of which, Ferry, don't you think that although many ladies try to get close to him tonight, His Highness, he prefers to stay with men? Perhaps not expecting Doyle to answer him, Ferry, who was staring at the guests loyally, froze for a second. I think so." Doyle looked puzzled. "Why do you think that is?" Ferry answered without hesitation. "Because His Highness is also a man." Doyle was stunned, feeling that something was wrong. He pondered for a while, but could not find a flaw in this sentence. In front of Thales, the Duke of South Coast gently put down his wine glass. "Our past conflict were caused by accidents or forced by circumstances, but they were never intentional or personal grudges." Zayn took 2 deep breaths, as if adjusting his mood. "But this time, I'm serious. This time, it's just me and you. It has nothing to do with the families behind us. There's no need to involve them." The Duke of Iris Flowers' tone was stiff, as if he was forcing himself to endure. "It's just you and me. It has nothing to do with the families. This time, I'm serious." Thales chuckled in his heart. What's with this scumbag script of déjà vu? Chapter 553. As for what Zayn said, caused by an accident, forced by circumstances, definitely not a personal grudge. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at Zayn, who was trying his best to control himself, but the Duke of Western Desert's words rang in his mind. Before accepting their kindness, please remember, they're only against your father, not truly loyal to you. Oh, is that so? Thales said coldly. In that case, 6 years ago, you lent Vine Manor to Serena because of an accident. You were also forced by circumstances, so after putting on a good show, you let the Night Queen come after me. Zayn's expression immediately turned ugly. What a coincidence. Thales sat upright and sneered. Do you know what lesson Lady Serena, who came to me thanks to you, taught me? Zayn's gaze stopped in the air and trembled with his breathing. But this is what you said. Times have changed. We have to look forward. But Thales shook his head slowly and enunciated each word. No, Your Grace, I reject your offer, because I don't believe you at all. The two faced each other in silence, their postures normal and polite. However, the atmosphere was so tense that no one could imagine it. The Duke of Iris Flower's brows struggled for a while. He seemed to be struggling to enunciate his words. I tried my best. I suggested it to you in a friendly manner. I even begged you, Thales, at least, but Thales did not care about the other party's acting. He interrupted him with a smile. Quick question and quick answer. Back then, why did I go to Ekstedt? Zayn looked up. For sightseeing? To broaden your horizons? To freeload? To find a wife? Thales shook his head. None of those. Oh, right, I remember now. Thales' gaze sharpened and his tone tightened. Because a group of domestic vassals joined forces to kill the Ekstedt diplomat group, but they were used by someone else and incurred King Nuven's wrath. And we need a sucker to clean up the mess and clean up after them. Zayn did not speak. But why did they attack the Ekstedt diplomat group? Thales leaned forward towards the other party, his expression dark. Why would you do that? Duke Zayn Covendier? Zayn's eyebrows twitched. You have been a prince for 6 years, and now you are the Duke of Starlake. No matter how stupid the Northland barbarians are, they should have taught you that some things are beyond our control. The Duke of Iris Flower's gaze had turned completely cold, and his tone was no longer polite. What happened back then is a separate matter. It shouldn't have continued until now, and it shouldn't have implicated others. One thing is another? Thales smiled. The prince's expression darkened, and his gaze turned cold. Tell me, Zayn, even now, have you ever thought, back then if I had not appeared, or if I had simply died in the hands of the vampires or the Extensions? Thales gestured at the banquet hall with his chin. Then today, with this title, occupying this manor, sitting in this position, watching the endless stream of guests below, will it be you? Zayn looked up abruptly. Thales, this is the last time. Think carefully about your decision. The Duke of Iris Flowers gritted his teeth and hinted at a threat. I have given in enough, and my proposal is sincere enough. Don't force me to be your enemy. You won't think of that. But Thales responded with a sneer. The last time? Give in? Thales shook his head. If you don't cooperate with me, I will be your enemy. You call this giving in? Zayn stared at him. The Duke of Iris Flowers, with a friendly smile, was long gone. I have never forced you, Zayn. Your so-called forced, Thales said coldly, is just a choice you made yourself because you could not withstand the outside world's wavering. On the contrary, from the past to the present, from the beginning to the end, you have been the one forcing me. Thales' tone carried a warning, and everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. At this moment, the two of them stared at each other, and the temperature seemed to drop to the extreme. Zayn snorted angrily. When you were young, maybe you had no worries. But when you grow up, experience more, and have more, maybe you will understand that friends are much more important than enemies. Zayn spoke softly. Better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. But Thales laughed. Do you know, when I first arrived in Dragon Cloud City, that insufferably arrogant Nuven VII also threatened me like this. Either cooperate obediently or die obediently. Zayn's gaze shifted. Thales' smile turned cold. Guess what happened to him that night? Zayn Covendier. How much harder is your skull than his? Zayn did not speak, but in the next second, the anger on his face melted like ice and snow, turning into a faint smile. It was as if the elegant, civilized, gentle, and friendly Duke of Iris Flowers had returned. But at that moment, Thales only felt a surge of coldness in his heart. "Tell me, Your Highness." Zayn's smile did not diminish as he enunciated each word. "You went to the north and lived in peace for 6 years. Did you really become strong, fearless, and tough?" Thales frowned. "No, the truth is, you know it very well. In the past 6 years, you were alone in the enemy's country, but you were still able to return safely without fear. You were even able to gain today's glory, fame, and fortune because of the powerful backing you relied on, because of his supreme crown and scepter." Thales' heart trembled. Zayn's dangerous smile made Thales extremely uneasy. "And now, as the heir to the kingdom, you have escaped danger, returned to the kingdom's shade, returned to the shadow of the throne, returned to the vision of royal power." The Duke of Iris Flowers chuckled. "Guess what that powerful backing gave you was still unreserved protection and support due to the situation between us and the enemy. And you can dare to repeat the masterpiece that you relied on to become famous, like rejecting King Nuvan, like confronting King Chapman head-on. Rejecting him, confronting him head-on? At that moment, it was as if some kind of power had tightly bound Thales from the inside out. It made his chest feel heavy, and he could not move. The second prince? The Duke of Starlake? The royal bloodline? Ha! You know it very well, and are even more afraid." Thales breathed with difficulty. As if he could smell what Thales was feeling, Zayn's tone also began to tighten. "Believe me, in Constellation, you could be hurt much more than in Extet." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "And the people who can hurt you are also much stronger than the archdukes in Northland." Thales stared at him without saying a word. "How does it feel, Your Highness? And when it happens to me?" Duke Covendier clicked his tongue. "This feeling of having your disguise and concealment torn apart, your vital parts pressed down, unprotected, and threatened?" Thales used all his strength to resist the urge to turn his head away and fly into a rage out of humiliation. Threatened? Thales knew that he could not show weakness, let alone reveal any clues. His tone was calm. "No, Your Grace. You are not threatening me, but the Jadestar royal family and my father." Zayn chuckled. "Then go tell him." The smile in his eyes made Thales very uncomfortable. "Tell him that the Duke of South Coast is not on good terms with you. When everyone loves you, fawns over you, and expects you, he dares to speak rudely and threaten you maliciously. Look at your father. Look at our king, who loves his people like his own children. Is he inclined to stand up for his son to achieve you, love you, and guide you? Or is he more willing to see me as a good axe in this kingdom to beat you, threaten you, and suppress you?" The chill in Thales' heart reached its peak. It did not diminish at all. It was an unbearable, bone-chilling chill after his mask and disguise. Armor and clothes were completely torn apart. "As I said, this has nothing to do with our family. There is no need to get involved." Zayn shook his head gently. "But you insist on being stubborn and stubborn." Thales looked at him sharply. "Then what can you do?" The Duke of Star Lake gritted his teeth, but he knew that this counterattack was futile. Send another female vampire to kill me? Kill his heir? Let's see how my father will react. Zayn responded with a sneer. "Didn't we try it once?" Zayn Covendier clicked his tongue. "You're injured, and he benefits. Isn't he quite satisfied with that?" Thales held his breath. "So, is this a declaration of war?" The prince said through gritted teeth. Zayn stood up gently, still amiable and friendly. "No, of course not." Zayn replied with a beaming face, which then turned into a biting chill. "Next time, and believe me, I can do far more than that." Thales clenched his fists. "Then, have a pleasant evening, Your Highness, Duke of Star Lake." The Duke of Iris Flowers, Zayn Covendier bowed gracefully and made his final farewell sarcastically. "May you rather die because of your friends then perish because of your enemies. Thales looked at Zayn's receding figure and tried to return to being the qualified master of Mindy's Hall. But he found that it was not that easy. Zayn Covendier. What the hell is wrong with this guy? At the banquet, following King Kessel's departure, elderly people, such as Prime Minister Cullen, also left. But most of the guests were still present, drinking and laughing without restraint. Due to the departure of the elders, the banquet hall became even noisier. The laughter and shouts became crazier and more unbridled. The people from the flag-bearer division urged Duke Arun to leave, but the latter dilly-dallied, obviously not very cooperative. Most of the 7 Jade Star attendants remained in place, seemingly determined to show their attitude towards the Duke of Star Lake. The only thing that made Thales happy was that because the revelry in the banquet hall had reached a new stage, no one came to disturb His Highness. Mallows finally had a chance to report to him. You and Duke Covendier seem to have a good chat. Thales snorted softly and tried to suppress his emotions. Very good. We're old acquaintances, old friends. Old enough to explode at the slightest provocation. Mallows looked at Zayn's receding figure thoughtfully. Then, Your Highness, if you have any questions, you might as well consult your police officer friend. Police officer friend? Thales was stunned. What? You mean Cohen? Mallows nodded. The Caribbean family of Walla Hill has always been a pillar of South Coast. They've been on good terms with the Covendier family of Jade City for generations. I know them very well. Especially, Mallows looked at the expressionless Thales, then at the Duke of Iris Flowers in the distance. Ease the enmity and mediate the peace. Of course, when I said consult, I meant to contact Police Officer Cohen Caribbean's father and consult him again. Not that big blockhead. Ease the enmity. Thales was shocked. He quickly pinched his face to make sure he did not show any hatred or anger. Is it that obvious? No. You've done very well. You've improved since the last time, Mallows said calmly, confirming that his senses were still sharp. It's just that, I'm more sensitive to the emotions and atmosphere around me. Thales sighed. All right. Speaking of which, where's the assassin? Mallows was silent for a while. We're fully prepared and have been waiting for him to reveal himself. The watchman was still unperturbed, but Thales, who had been with him for a long time, could sense that Mallows was not too happy. But, until His Majesty left, Mallows said calmly, to be honest, if he didn't show up, even I would have started to wonder if I was being overly anxious. Oh, that's a rare display of self-awareness, Mallows. Both of them turned around at the same time. Vice Captain Vogel walked up with a frown and bowed to Thales. Your Highness, although His Majesty has left, I've been instructed to stay with some men until the end of the banquet to ensure your safety. Thales forced a smile. Thank you. No need to thank me. Vogel looked at Mallows with displeasure. I have to thank someone for his selfless advice and diligence. Mallows was expressionless. Both Glover and Doyle returned, but their report was still that everything was normal. Maybe he gave up after His Majesty left. Thales rubbed his forehead tiredly. From Saroma to Zayn, his head was now packed to the brim. He did not feel like talking about the assassin at all. It's okay, it's a good thing. Or he's still waiting, including for His Majesty to leave. Mallows looked around the banquet, seemingly dissatisfied. And now is the perfect time to strike. Vogel snorted sarcastically through his nose. Thales could only fake a helpless smile. After His Majesty leaves. So you mean he's here to kill me? Or one of the dukes present? Mallows did not answer. Thales looked forward to it with all his heart. For example, the one with the surname Covendier? On the other side, Duke Zayn returned to his seat. He greeted everyone with a warm and amiable smile. As always, he was impressive. His old butler, Ashford, poured a glass of wine for his master without a word. It was Zayn who spoke first. Ashford, when you go back, check the library in the house. I mean the banned books, no matter how old they are. Ashford nodded expressionlessly. What do you want to check? A wizard, Zayn said calmly. His name is Hegel. Ashford frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Wizard. Magic. Zayn was secretly disdainful. Damn the Jade Star royal family. They really dared to teach their children everything. Zayn thought as he looked at the Duke of Star Lake. Coincidentally, Thales was also looking at the Duke of Iris Flowers at the same time. Their gazes met in the air. One was friendly, the other indifferent, but equally complicated. Both of them felt suffocated. As if they had a tacit understanding, they smiled at each other and nodded at the same time. And that mysterious assassin struck at that moment. Chapter 554. Bang! Thud! A few muffled thuds came from the banquet, along with the crowd's cries of surprise. As he was prepared, Thales did not panic. But the moment he instinctively stood up, Mallows, who was beside him, mercilessly shoved him. The force was so strong that he almost suspected that his personal guard captain was the assassin. Thales fell into Glover's broad arms. Before he could react, 3 burly men from the Star Lake Guards Guard Division, Bastia, Franzuk, and Ferry, appeared out of nowhere and pounced on Thales. Together with Glover, they formed a wall around the Duke of Star Lake and pressed him tightly against the wall, leaving no room for escape. Highest alert. Guard Division in position. Vanguard Division reporting. Mallow's voice came from the gaps between the 4 burly men. Forget about what happened. Protect His Highness and escort him to safety. So the 4 walls supported him as he stumbled and moved unstoppably. Thales, who was covered in sweat, felt his vision go dark. Half of his face was pressed against Bastia's sturdy abs, and it hurt through his armor. For a whole 5 seconds, he could only struggle to spread his arms and create a path between the 4 thick walls of human flesh. Give me some space. In his ears, he could hear the commotion in the banquet getting louder and louder. From time to time, he could hear the muffled thuds of tables and chairs, the shouts of male guests, and the screams of female guests. Oh my God! Pull them apart. No! Baron! Damn it, what's going on? Fortunately, Thales had barely moved a few meters in frustration when Vice Captain Vogel's anxious voice rang out. Damn it, Royal Guards, calm down. That's not an assassination at all. It's very far away from us. It was the sound of a lifesaver. Thales felt his feet stop. Wait a minute, Mallow's voice rang out. Let's take a look. The next second, light reappeared in front of Thales' eyes. Although he was still surrounded by several guards, he, who had regained a right to breathe, held on to Ferry's shoulder and stood up with much difficulty. What happened? As the Duke of Star Lake had the advantage of having a higher seat, Thales looked towards the center of the commotion. The guests in the banquet hall stood on their tiptoes and gathered around curiously. In the middle of the crowd was an empty space. A long table had long been overturned, dishes and cutlery were scattered all over the floor, and many guests had fallen and were helped up by the people around them. What the hell? Thales did not understand what was happening at the banquet, but he could see that the Duke's table was also tense. The royal guards escorted the unhappy Zayn to a corner, but his butler calmly followed with his master's wine glass. The one-eyed dragon, Koster, angrily pushed away the 2 guards who wanted to take him away. The latter dared not say a word despite his anger. Duke Arund received the same treatment as Thales. He was immediately surrounded by the guards of the Flag-Bearer Division. The 2 commanders of the guards present looked solemn, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Mallows nervously communicated with the Star Lake Guards, while Vogel ordered the men from Renaissance Palace, but the latter kept sending men out, while the former kept gathering men back. Hurry up and find out what happened. If it's drunken sex, suppress it no matter how big it gets. We'll talk about it tomorrow. This was Vogel. Maintain the highest level of alert. Mallow's voice sounded, full of vigilance. Protect His Highness well. This may be a disturbance caused by an assassin, looking for an opportunity to strike. Doyle was annoyed at not being able to squeeze into Thales' protection team of 4 immediately, but after hearing this, he said confidently, "Leave it to me, sir." He tried his best to move to Thales' side. "With me here, even if the entire Mindy's hall blows up, no one can touch a hair on His Highness. But at this moment..." Hey, Franzuk, who was the tallest and had the best view, stared at the restless crowd and said hesitantly, "That looks like your father." Doyle was stunned. "What?" He hurriedly squeezed out of the formation of the guard division, stood on his tiptoes, and grabbed onto Franzuk's shoulder. Not only Doyle, but everyone else was stunned as well. Franzuk, who saw the truth, stuttered. "He's probably drunk and fighting with someone?" Thales narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, a figure that bore some resemblance to old Baron Doyle was knocked to the ground and dragged, screaming nonstop. Someone tried to rush forward to stop it, but it did not seem to work. Around them was a screaming crowd. They kept retreating as the center of the conflict shifted. "Oh no, this is an occasion." Doyle saw the situation clearly, stomped his feet in anger, and scratched his head anxiously. "Stupid old man. I really King give up." Doyle pressed down on his weapon and was about to charge down instinctively, but Mallows pushed him back to Thales' side with a furious expression. "Stay at your post, Dennis Doyle." Doyle snapped out of his daze and awkwardly returned to the formation. Indeed, it's that slippery, greedy, opportunistic old baron. Vogel came to Mallows' side and frowned. "He can actually fight with someone?" A few servants rushed over, trying to maintain order while helping the guests affected by the conflict. But the next moment, the man dragging old Baron Doyle turned around and threw the two servants a few meters away. "Oh, sunset. Stop fighting. Good. Good fight. Keep fighting. Hit him. We Northlanders support you. Help him. Step back. There's nothing to see." A number of guests of higher status and character tried their best to maintain order and get everyone to step back. The crowd yelled and moved a little further away. Mallows and Vogel frowned at the same time. All right, Thales did not know if old Baron Doyle could fight with someone, but he could tell that the Baron's opponent was really good at fighting. Doyle was extremely anxious as he watched. "Pass the word down. Continue to maintain the highest level of alert," Mallows ordered after listening to the report. Clearly, Vogel was no longer in the mood to point fingers at Mallows. He was equally serious. "Stay focused and watch out for suspicious people. This is a good time to fish in troubled waters and protect the other dukes and nobles. Let the emergency team take action. No matter what it is, whether it's jealousy or a drunken brawl, suppress it immediately. But no, Lord Talon." Mallows stared at the two people at the center of the conflict and interrupted Vogel. "I recognize that look." Mallows' next sentence made everyone tense up. "It's that assassin." Thales was shocked. "What?" Doyle's eyes widened. "My old man? Assassin?" Doyle let out an ugly laugh. No, sir, stop joking. At his level, he might not even be able to defeat my stepmother's pet cat." But as Doyle spoke, he realized something. His face paled, and he subconsciously looked towards the center of the hall. "Oh, no more killing." A high-pitched female voice rang out from the crowd. "Blood. There's blood." Thales only had time to see a flash of cold light. The banquet crowd retreated again. The next second, he was once again surrounded by the royal guards. He could only hear the voices around him. "Stop them. Help. Someone's injured." "That's not necessary." Thales squeezed through a small gap and peeked out from under Glover's armpit. "Don't panic. Just guard our posts and protect His Highness and the nobles. Let the others deal with the situation," Mallows ordered coldly. "But sir, my father, Doyle seemed to be anxiously defending himself. At this moment, an angry and gloomy male voice broke the stifling atmosphere and reverberated throughout the banquet hall. "Silence! I don't want to hurt you. If you don't want to die, step back." Thales was blocked behind Glover and could not see anything clearly. But the noise from the crowd seemed to stop abruptly and then turned into a low murmur. "Sir, we should stop this immediately." It was Doyle's voice again, extremely anxious. His footsteps followed. Mallows's exasperated voice came. "Damn it, Glover, stop him." Thales felt the space in front of him loosen and he regained his vision. Glover had grabbed Doyle by the waist, who was about to charge forward and push the ladder to the ground. As for the hall, "What's going on?" Vogel looked at the center of the banquet hall in disbelief. A young male noble was glaring angrily, holding the bruised and trembling old Baron Doyle hostage with his left hand, while his right hand held a sharp dagger that gleamed coldly. "Step back, everyone," he warned. As he turned around, the dagger kept pointing at the crowd around him. Wherever the tip of the dagger pointed, the crowd retreated until the empty space became larger and larger, leaving only him and the Baron. That dagger. How did he get the weapon? All the guests. Vogel was both shocked and furious. He quickly summoned his subordinates. It doesn't matter. Mallows did not care much about the assassin on the other side. The watchman first turned around to size up Thales, and found that the curious Duke was only disheveled and had a slightly messy hairstyle. The important thing is he got it. Thales, who was locked between the three human walls, blinked hard as he watched the scene of hostages being held in the field. "What's going on? Let him get up, Glover. You're a big guy. Stop pressing down on him." Glover finally got up, pulled the indignant Doyle up, and patted him on the shoulder. In the hall, a few guests with higher prestige came forward and advised the young man who was holding the hostage. "Calm down, sir. There's no need to use swords. We can slowly talk through any conflict. Everyone, the weather is so good. Why don't we sit down and have a drink?" As they spoke, two Mindy's Hall guards saw the opportunity and pounced from behind, trying to subdue the hostage-taker. But Thales saw the young man slam the hilt of Baron Doyle's sword, causing the latter to fall to the ground in pain, and immediately turn around. The sword flashed. Clang! Clang! With a few soft clangs, the young man's figure flitted past the guards surrounding him. One of the guards fell to his knees in pain and was kicked a few meters away. Another guard screamed as his weapon fell to the ground, and he held his bleeding arm as he retreated. Seeing the blood, the crowd exclaimed again. In an instant, reinforcements arrived. 3 guards pushed their way through the crowd, but paused just as they were about to swarm forward. "Take a step forward." The young man grabbed old Baron Doyle's collar and placed the dagger against his neck. "Then he's really dead." The young man did not look handsome, but his eyes were extremely determined. The crowd whispered among themselves. Countless eyes were focused on him, including many important figures. Only Thales frowned slightly. This person in front of him, this assassin, looks familiar. Mallow's gaze darkened. This skill, Vogel, who was watching the situation unfold in surprise, nodded. "Quite impressive. And style. Nice postures, exquisite moves, tricky angles," Mallows mused. "It's the Tower of Eradication's rose swordsmanship. The skills of the Tower of Eradication." "You mean?" Vogel's expression was solemn. "A foreign noble?" Mallows nodded. "Possibly." At this moment, a shrill female voice rang out of nowhere. "You despicable bastard!" A noblewoman with makeup on broke free from the crowd, raised a dinner plate, and charged at the assassin like a madman. The guards and the hostage-taker were startled. "I'm going to kill you." The woman's dinner plate slammed into the young man. The latter did not retaliate, and only dragged the old Baron back. For a moment, he was in a sorry state, until he could not take it anymore. With a roar, he rammed into the woman, knocking her 2 meters away. The old Baron exclaimed, "You'd better step back, Lady Doyle." The young man gritted his teeth and pressed the tip of his sword against the shivering Baron Doyle. "I don't have the habit of using violence against women." Baroness Doyle was in a sorry state. Her makeup was streaked with tears, but she struggled to get up and said hysterically, "If you're going to harm my husband, then you'd better kill me first." The young man gritted his teeth, while the hostage-taker exhaled in pain. "Damn woman, what's the use of you coming here?" the old Baron said angrily. "Step back." Sitting on the ground, the tearful Lady Doyle's expression changed. What did you call me?" For a moment, her ferocity was on full display. Old Baron Doyle shuddered instinctively. "I mean, my dear, please step back." The Baron's voice softened. He forced an ugly smile onto the blade of his sword. "Listen to him. Step back and protect yourself. That's how I can live." At this moment, an angry male voice rushed into the arena along with footsteps. "Let him go. Let go of my father." Thales was shocked. Only then did he realize that Doyle had broken free from Glover's custody left the formation, and rushed into the arena. Toward his father, Vogel frowned and looked at Mallows. The latter stared gloomily at the ashamed Glover. The banquet crowd exclaimed again. No one cared about the guards who were trying to maintain order and disperse the crowd. Doyle's charge was extremely fast. In an instant, he knocked away the guards and unsheathed his sword. Clang! The young man had no choice but to exchange a blow with Doyle. Come at me if you have a problem. Doyle was enraged. His sword swung wildly and went straight to the point. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. This was the first time Thales saw Doyle draw his sword. Doyle was different from the impression Thales had of him in the past. His swordsmanship was upright, bright, and glorious compared to the glib and frivolous Doyle. His footsteps were steady, his movements smooth, and his attacks and defenses were well balanced. In just 2 moves, he forced the hostage-taker to retreat continuously. Your father. In 2 seconds, the hostage-taker sneered and defended himself. Your father bullies the weak and fears the strong. Ha ha ha. But this was not a fair fight. The young man kicked a wine glass at his feet. By the time Doyle blocked the glass, the hostage-taker's sword was already at the old baron's neck. Step back, or I'll kill him now. The young man pushed the baron in front of him to block Doyle's view. His voice trembled. He was even more resentful than Doyle. Doyle was furious. The knight's sword in his hand trembled. Ah, coward! But the young man was unmoved. He even pulled the old baron's hair in a show of force. Instead, the old baron spat harshly. Brat, Baron Doyle, whose face was bruised and had difficulty speaking, said with difficulty, "This is your father's business. Take your mother and scram." Doyle breathed in pain, but in the end he lowered his sword and stepped back to help his stepmother up. Thales could not help but speak. Lord Mallows, perhaps we... But the next moment, Mallows interrupted him with a gloomy voice. His words were laced with an unbearable chill. All of you, drag that guy back, even if you have to break his legs. Thales was momentarily speechless. The Star Lake guards looked at each other. 3 of them stepped forward and left to carry out the order. Many of Doyle's skills were not bad, but 2 fists were no match for 6 hands. Praka dispelled his resistance. Commodore restrained his struggles, and the young Ness was the most direct. A heavy punch to his abdomen did not work, so he punched a second time, until the dying Doyle was dragged back to the guards' formation by the 3 of them amid his stepmother's sobs. In the distance, the dukes had different expressions. Zayn was deep in thought. One-Eyed Dragon was furious. Duke Val looked on coldly and even had the mood to pour wine for himself. Further down, the 7 Jadestar attendants who were directly under Central Territory were not so calm. Baron Doyle, who was also one of the 7 Jadestar attendants, was being held hostage. Viscount Adrian was speaking worriedly to Lozano Glover. Baron Stone was gritting his teeth. Little Iron Spike, Lady Barney held her son's hand tightly and comforted Luther Barney, who was curled up and crying at the start of the conflict. Viscount Patterson, who was old and hard of hearing, tried his best to listen to his 2 nephews' horrified reports of the crisis. He would ask questions loudly from time to time, which eased the tense atmosphere. Young man, this is a royal banquet, and the Honorable Duke Thales is present. Among the crowd, the honorary Count Godwin, who was rather prestigious among the king's supporters and was in charge of receiving guests at royal banquets, stepped out from the crowd. His voice was calm and gentle. No matter what the reason is, your actions are unwise and may even hurt many people, whether it's Baron Doyle or yourself. In the face of Count Godwin's persuasion, the hostage-taker laughed. His laughter was desolate and desperate. It made Thales deeply uneasy. But just a few seconds later, the young man took a deep breath and tried to put away his madness and anger. "I'm very sorry, Your Grace. But everyone, please do not panic." Seeing that the panicked crowd had gradually calmed down and that the guards in front of him had no intention of attacking, the young man panted and said loudly, "Just listen to me." The hostage-taker dropped the old baron, looked around, and said through gritted teeth, "I am educated and courteous. I have no intention of harming the innocent at Mindy's Hall's banquet. I have no choice but to resort to this. Old Doyle, who was at his feet, scoffed. Bah! But the young man's gaze turned sharp. He lowered his head and kicked him mercilessly. Shut up, old varmint! The crowd exclaimed again. The guards here can't handle it. We have to do something. On Thales's side, Vice Captain Vogel instructed his orderly in a low voice. Control the perimeter. Quietly and gradually evacuate the crowd. Observe your surroundings, don't let your guard down, and don't let that guy discover you. Many people obeyed the order and got to work. Vogel turned around. Are you sure it's him? Is it possible that it's someone else? And he's just bait? Mallows nodded calmly. Judging from his gaze, I'm sure. The watchman ignored the unresigned Doyle, who was restrained by the two men. But I'm wrong about one thing. His target is not His Highness, but Baron Doyle. So what should we do? Thales could not help but ask. Let him take hostages. The king is not here. Perhaps the highest-ranking Duke of Star Lake, the owner of this place, should step in. No. Mallows rejected quickly and left no room for negotiation. Listen up. Your Highness, you stay here. Thales was rendered speechless. The vice-captain furrowed his brows. Mallows turned his head around. His expression was capable and swift. Glover, go and gather Morgan, Itariano, Pedrassi, at Toledo and Trefanoff. Glover was startled and looked puzzled. In the Star Lake Guards, it was understandable that Morgan was a veteran of the Vanguard Division. But Itariano belonged to the Logistics Division, and Pezzarassi was Penal Officer Patterson's follower. As for Toledo and Trefanoff, both of them used to be Mallows' subordinates in the Command Division. After arriving at Mindy's Hall, they continued to serve as his messengers. But these candidates, who seemed to be unrelated to each other, they're all good at scouting or sniping. The solemn Mallows explained clearly in one sentence, equip the crossbows. With you as the leader, split into 3 groups and go up to the platform. Find a firing range and wait for my signal. It's best if you can kill with 1 arrow, or 2 will do. But Vogel's expression changed drastically. You're crazy. The vice-captain held down Glover, who was about to leave with the order, and said to Mallows through gritted teeth, look around from dukes and counts to the 7 Jade Star attendants. Thales subconsciously glanced at the guests and noticed that many of them were secretly casting glances in their direction. Mindy's Hall, a royal banquet. All the influential nobles and high-ranking officials in the capital are here. It's as if the entire kingdom is watching. Vogel glanced around worriedly and said in a low voice, if he stabbed without saying a word, that would be fine. But he's holding a hostage and negotiating with Count Godwin. Mallows frowned. Drunken disputes and personal grudges are one thing. But if he's killed in public without regard for the hostage and blood is spilled, and it's the royal family who did it first, then it's another. Mallows shook his head. That's the least troublesome. Vogel hurriedly interrupted him. That's the troublesome part. The leader once again had a different opinion. The royal guards around him trembled in fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even Thales, who had relaxed after realizing that he was not assassinated, tensed up again. The vice-captain glared at the watchman. Don't forget, Prince Thales is the host of the banquet. If one of the 7 Jade Star attendants dies here, it'll be on his head. Thales was shocked. Besides, if you fail to behead him, and that guy goes berserk and starts killing people, the situation will get out of control. Vogel's voice grew more cautious. And anyone here, even an underage girl, will have a great responsibility. Mallows was unmoved as he observed the terrain of the field. We can drag the negotiation, gradually clear the scene, clear the area of fire, reduce the scope of impact and collateral damage. This isn't just damage on the body. Vogel's voice grew more urgent. He was clearly losing his patience. For the sake of sunset, bright moon, and dark night, this is just a banquet dispute. Don't make it look like a rebellion in the palace, a bloody war. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Rebellion in the palace, a bloody war. The vice-captain glared fiercely at Mallows. It's been so many years. This is the first royal banquet after the return of the heir to the kingdom. The last thing we need, and the last thing we can have, is this kind of situation and impression. Do you understand? This time, Mallows was silent. He did not refute Vogel's lecture. Count Godwin has stepped forward, and the best outcome is a negotiated settlement. Vogel collected his emotions and looked at the scene again. Killing him mercilessly is the worst plan. On the other side, Count Godwin's negotiation with the hostage-taker continued. Young man, you're in the prime of your life. Why waste it? Count Godwin's words were as gentle as ever and sounded sincere. Put down your weapons, release Baron Doyle, and we'll talk slowly. I guarantee on my reputation that you will get the help you deserve. The young man wiped the blood off his face and glanced at the old Baron at his feet. Honorable Count Godwin, you have a good reputation, and I'm grateful for your concern and help. His gaze was filled with indifference and resentment. But I'm sorry, you can't help me. No one can help me. There's no need to be so certain, young man. Count Godwin gestured for the guards not to agitate him as he said gently, First of all, who are you? The young man was silent for a while. The next second, he pressed down on the old Baron's shoulder, causing the latter to tremble in fear. I am Anchor, the hostage-taker, whose face was covered in blood, looked up, but his words exuded a sense of pride. From the Birel family of Crocaw City in the Western Desert. The young man who called himself Anchor Birel's voice trembled. I'm His Majesty Kessel's loyal servant, a brave warrior, and his voice trailed off. Insignificant subjects. Anchor slowly raised his head and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. And my father is one of the thousands of suzerains in Constellation, the Baron of Crocaw City. There was a small commotion in the crowd. Many turned around to look for friends who were in the Western Desert or were familiar with it in an attempt to dig out some information. Damn it, it's a foreign hereditary noble. On Thal's side, Vice Captain Vogel hurriedly waved his hand and summoned his subordinates from the Flag Bearer Division. Go check if it's true and inform Renaissance Palace immediately. Count Godwin discussed with a few friends. Anchor, right? The Birel family. Since you are of noble birth and have been educated since you were young, Count Godwin turned around, his tone gradually turning from gentle to stern. Then you should know, whether it's kidnapping the old and weak or despicable assassination, disturbing guests, or insulting the banquet host, it will bring shame to your family. Anchor panted on the spot in a daze. Please forgive me for taking the risk and disturbing all of you because I have nowhere else to go. His voice was dry and hoarse, filled with despair. Anchor raised his sword with a face full of hatred and pressed it against the old Baron's neck again. Because only here can I catch this damned old varmint. Force him to look me in the eye. Looking at the other party's determined gaze, Thales had a thought. This bastard, Doyle, who had recovered a little, was still held down by his arms by his colleagues. He gritted his teeth and struggled. If you have the guts, you... But he did not finish because Mallows suddenly turned around and mercilessly slapped him across the face. Smack! Doyle was stunned. He stared blankly at Mallows, whose gaze was as sharp as a knife. If you want to kill your father, just say it, the watchman said coldly. Let him go. I'd like to see how many more stupid things you can do today. Praka, who was holding him, hesitated for a moment before loosening his grip bit by bit. Commodore, on the other hand, decisively let go of Doyle. The latter took a few deep breaths, touched his swollen face, trembling as he looked at his father who was being held hostage. Finally, he clenched his teeth and squatted down in pain. Mallow's actions were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Vogel, who was watching from the side, frowned. Thales was also taken aback. But the Duke of Star Lake recovered and looked at the situation. He was focused on another part. The assassin, Anchor Birel. It's him. Thales' expression was solemn. He recognized him. At the start of the banquet, the prince improvised and gave an opening speech. And after his bold F*CKU, Chapman Lampard, a young noble was the first to respond by raising his glass and shouting back. To Duke Thales, to his open-mindedness, wisdom, breadth of mind, courage, and youth. It's him, It was his generous, echoing response that elicited a tidal wave of responses and blessings from the guests to the Duke of Star Lake. Thales recalled the scene just now and looked at the young man with mixed feelings. He held a sword in one hand and held the dying Baron Doyle hostage with the other. His expression was resolute and determined, just like what Mallows had said, facing death with equanimity. "Anchor, you said your father is a suzerain, the Baron of Crow-Caw City," Count Godwin said slowly. "Would he be willing to see you like this?" Anchor shuddered. "My father, Baron Byrell of Crow-Caw City." He clasped the old baron's neck tightly, his eyes glazed over as he murmured, "No matter how unwilling he is, he won't be able to see me anymore." Count Godwin was stunned. Anchor took a deep breath, became angry and focused again, and looked at everyone. "A few months ago, as one of the suzerains of the Western Desert, my father responded to Duke Fakenhas's call. He led the army westward on an expedition into the desert. Thousands of miles away, he spread the might of Constellation." Thales was stunned. An expedition into the desert? Wasn't that? Anchor's voice echoed in the hall, high-spirited and generous. He was ordered to lead the army for His Highness Thales' return journey. "Clear the way." Thales was stunned. Many gazes were directed at the prince, encompassing all kinds of things. Among them were Zayn's interest, the one-eyed dragon's sharpness, and Duke Val's indifference and silence. Wait a minute. Thales suppressed his surprise. The trip to the Western Desert replayed in his mind. A few months ago, the local conscripts of the Western Desert Dukes who cleaned up the desert with a regular army of the royal family. Their fate, until that early morning, a few hours before Duke Thales was finally found, Anchor said in a daze. Taking advantage of the legendary wing's absence from the camp, the Baron Bone people and orcs launched a massive attack and invaded the Bladefang's dune camp. My father, who was still in the camp, was suddenly attacked in his sleep. His army was almost completely wiped out, and he himself was seriously injured. Bladefang's dune. Thales' heart trembled. The murderous gaze of the legendary wing, Baron Roman, appeared before him, and his chilling words, "Kill our way back to the camp. No matter who we meet, be it humans, mixed breeds, Sal, Kai." Thales' breathing stagnated. As the general of a defeated army, my father returned home dejectedly. When he returned to Crow-Caw City, he was criticized. The assassin, the hostage-taker, Anchor Byrell took a deep breath and raised his head with bloodshot eyes. Not long after, his injuries worsened, and he suffered both physical and mental torture. The young man with the sword raised his head and looked at Thales, who was high above him. He said hoarsely, "He died in pain." On the other end of his line of sight, Thales clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. 8,000 words, no more chapters. Take it away. You're welcome. Meeting a friend tomorrow might not be any better. Monthly votes. End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.